Salutations, salutations, hello everyone again. Here we are, the day after. Well, I guess it's been like less than a day. It's the next day to me, but it's only been a few hours actually. We're gonna watch the remaining episodes of the VSPO Spotlight, the Ichinose Uruha and the Kurumi Noa Spotlight. They are the longest, especially the Noa Spotlight. That one is over an hour long. It's a movie, basically. So yeah, yesterday we watched the previous episodes plus the Aria video that I made. It's not part of the series, but it's VSPO related, so why not, am I right? I tend to yap a lot, so it was bound to happen. You know, not being able to finish all the episodes in one day. I'm too much of a yapper. Like yesterday, if I do start yapping about unrelated topics for too long, do call me out on that. That'll be enough to snap me out of it. My yapping habits sometimes get the best of me, but you know, I guess that's part of the appeal at this point. You know, it wouldn't be a stream of mine without some yapping. All right. So yes, we're gonna start with the Ichinose Uruha video. This was a pretty fun episode. I mean, I say that about every single episode. They're a lot of fun to do. But I remember having a lot of fun working on this one as well. I had to be a bit creative with some sections because, well, I guess I'll explain it when we get there. I'll explain when we get there. Alright, I'ma start now. BGM off. You know, I made an entire playlist, a yapping BGM playlist for this particular stream. Well, I guess the one for yesterday as well. But I guess it won't be needed. It was not necessary. Alright. Go! Ichinose Uruha. You know, working on this though, I have to say, I think Uruha ended up, in my eyes, being a much better, you know, player than I thought initially before working on this video. Definitely. Hello. So I figured I'd stop by for a bit. Not a huge VSPO fan. Holy hell, are you obsessed with them based on how long your stream was? Thought I'd see a bit of them. They're fun. I mean, even outside the esports gaming, they're just a lot of fun in general. We're gonna be watching two videos particularly today. One of them I remember was a VTuber you were interested in a while ago, Kurumi Noa. You once asked me who is she. So after we're done with this episode, we're gonna get to her next. Right now we're checking out Ichinose Uruha, the girl failure of VSPO. Girl failure affectionate though. It's an affectionate term. Don't recognize the name? It's been a long time. It's been like 2 or 3 years since you asked me who she was.
Ah, Ichinose Uruha, the supposed Tsukomi that should have kept the Kaga sisters in check. But things aren't always that simple. Though she may initially give newcomers the impression of a serious and distant lone wolf, spend enough time with her and you realize she's actually a big softie, who's quite frankly down to clown with the rest.
でもこっからここまでなんてもうだってよ。赤にもっと。よーし。いいね。こいつ。俺と言います。
Because, you know, see, this is the thing I say about Ichinose. She has that impression of a lone wolf that is just, you know, doing her thing. But she's actually one of the rowdiest members, in my opinion. Definitely one of the rowdiest one. Akarin's so believable. Yep. A tale as old as time.
Now, don't get me wrong. Uruha is actually among the more reliable senpai figures within VSPO. Someone who gives sincere advice when others seek her. And she's pretty blunt, chill and quiet for the most part. But Uruha is a woman of dualities.
She is definitely the epitome of Gap Moe, 100%.
VSPO as a whole is built on the foundation of the duality between cute and cool. So it's only natural its talent would embody contrasting aspects to an endearing degree as well. Ah, Gap Moe. And oh, Uruha has plenty of it.
ナイス強すぎでしょ
When Uruha getting embarrassed is, I think it's a similar feeling to like Hinano getting embarrassed, where it's really adorable because generally they're these like, I guess I couldn't say no nonsense kind of people, but in the sense that they have this aura, this senpai aura that's sometimes kind of scary, but in reality they're very cute underneath all that. You guys know what I'm saying? Like these. On the outside, scary, but on the inside, a cinnamon roll. And, well, I think this clip exemplifies that, because they are doing it on purpose. They are making her flustered on purpose with a compliment. Yeah, Gapmoy, basically, yeah, like I was saying earlier. Easy way to make Uruha flustered, just compliment her a lot. The same thing with Hinano. Hinano is the same way. But I guess we'll talk about that in the Hinano spotlight when I get to working on that one in the future.
Tuskaru! Likewise,
hello,
some
welcome.
fans may sometimes describe Uruha as a girl failure. You could argue that she's actually one of the smartest VSPO members. The one time she participated in the VSPO,
yeah, she has that strict impression
she
at
was
first.
third in all of VSPO at the time.
But it's only
Though, honestly,
a first impression.
VSPO standards on the matter aren't exactly the highest.
書いただけでちょっとな。
すみれさん、アフリカ国じゃないです。
I'll never forget this ever, man. Sumire saying Africa is a country is gonna stay with me forever.
国でしょ。アフリカって何なんじゃ。
終わってる。
Oh yeah, but the best part is that Benny also did not know. The best part, Benny also did not know that Africa is not a country. Every time I hear VTuber, I always think of girl failure. You know, I think a lot of VTubers are not girl failures. I think it's more of an outward perception. But in the case of Uruha, well, we're gonna get there. When we get there in a few minutes.
And while Natsuna may be known as the more prolific prankster in VSPO, Uruha has been known to instigate a little bit of trolling towards her friends from time to time as well. Nothing like a bit of Hinano teasing.
怖っ。
やばい。
暴言吐いてんだけど。バンしないと。
タイムアウトしないと。
タイムアウトしない。
The context is the knife heart joke with Hinano. She was reading like the knife heart copy pasta in there.
ないと。
Did people agree on whether or not Australia was a country or a continent yet? Australia is a country because the continent also includes New Zealand. It's the Oceania continent.
マジで
おい、勝手に来るなよ。配信中なんですけど。
殺すぞ。
うわ、怖い。怖いよ。
In the early years of Ichinose Uruha, she was known among the overseas fans by the nickname Angry Girl. These days, it is rare for Uruha to get angry, but she used to be quite the desk slammer in the past.
She doesn't do that much desk slamming these days,
And
though.
of course, just like Hinano, Uruha too is someone people find fun to tease and banter with.
Greetings, hello.
めっちゃゆっくりさ。死んで。普通に死んで。単純に。
Uruha teasing. No, but Uruha actually has a lot of these moments where she lets out a really, really girly scream. It happens way more often than you think.
早めに死んで。しかも。
Yeah, she definitely got more feminine over the years.
Spashova used to have this recurrent fun bickering dynamic with Nishisanji's Kanae. Today, the angry girl days might be but a memory, but glimpses of it still show every once in a while.
おい、こいつら邪魔やって。もう。
In fact, it could be said she might be
Alright, here we go. Time for the girl failure aspect to come out.
the VSPO members that has changed the most over the years. It's not just that she's even more chill today. She's gone from this serious, scary, cool, distant, angry girl initial impression to becoming cuter and cuter with every passing year. And of course, her own general outlook has become more positive, because she also has gotten happier. The Uruha of the past has many wild and funny stories which she has talked about over many Zatsudan streams. Iconic episodes of her past, lifestyle, among other things. Uruha's reputation as a girl failure mainly comes from these, as she used to be a hardcore NEET that basically only went outside when she needed simple necessities from the convenience store. And then there's her room. Oh boy, her room. It was infamous.
I used to joke that Uruha is like the VTuber equivalent of Asmongold because of her room, the dirty room.
For how dirty and full of trash it used to be before she got periodic cleaners to take care of it. A lot could be said about her room, from all the moldy cups and bottles left lying around for months, to the insect larvae that inevitably started nesting in them. Yes, indeed, it's that outrageous.
This is literally Asmongold's room. I had to use it. It's like the best way to exemplify, Uruha. I think that hasn't changed. Yeah, it hasn't really changed. She doesn't go out that much because she doesn't like it, right? But she will go out to hang out with the other VSPO members. Like we hear of it periodically. From what she says, like anyone that any member that wants to meet her can just go and meet her. But the question is, do you want to enter her room? 40 bottles in the room.
And to put it into context, Uruha once competed with Kagura Mea, a fellow comrade in filth, as to who had the dirtiest habits of them all, which was hosted in Inuyama Tamaki's channel. And while Mea won the dirtiest personal hygiene habits department, Uruha easily won the dirtiest room category. Although, can you even call that winning? Many of these stories of the past have been recorded by fans in what are now known as the Uru Punch Legends.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We got a new Uru Punch legend, but I'll talk about it in a bit after these ones.
Yes, the lore goes very deep. So, why don't I share just a few with the class? Uru Punch Legends, Body Heat Bento. While living alone, Uruha forgot to pay her utility bills, resulting in having both her water and electricity cut off. So she went to the convenience store to pay her bills and bought some bento as well. But when she got home to microwave it, the power was still out, so she ended up warming her meal with her own body heat. This happened 3 separate times.
Like how? How does this happen 3 times? What?
Uru Punch Legends, Toilet Speedrun. Uruha's haste when going to the toilet is incredible. Once it was recorded only 33 seconds for Uruha to use the toilet midstream, of which she commented, it would have been even faster if her room wasn't such a mess. Oh, and no, she would not
I mean, I had to use Asmongold's room. I had to.
wash her hands afterwards, especially
Guess who also doesn't wash his hands? Asmongold. I'm telling you, she's the female Asmongold.
during winter, because according to her, it would affect her aim in games. A gamer through and through. Uru Punch
So competitive that she speedruns pissing, yep.
Legends, The Exile. She passed the exams to enter a prestigious all-girls school, but she really didn't like it. So, Uruha entered a rebellious phase where she dyed her hair blonde. If you know anything about Japanese schools, dyeing your hair is a big no-no. And she also constantly broke several other rules, like being late or straight up absent from class. Her grades naturally saw a decline. She ended up being called for an interview with a bunch of adults, which included her parents, her teachers, and school principal. And she would later be expelled. Looking to fix the situation, Uruha's parents sent her to a correctional facility deep in the mountains.
She's going to the range.
Where she would grow rice and vegetables. It didn't work, by the way. Uruha fell sick, so her parents brought her home. And so the exile arc came to an end. These are
So yeah, so the new Uru Punch legends that we got to learn recently is that apparently there was a guy who wanted her for compensated dating, and she got super scared, so she didn't want to come back to that bus station ever again. But her mother told him, it's fine, he's probably gone by now. So yeah, that's a new story.
but a few of the Uru Punch legends. Really, I've only given you a glimpse at the tip of the iceberg. When she was in a collab stream with Kasen, he was reading.
Wait, let's read that one. I did not talk about that one. Wait, no! Goddamn, my video is bugged. Okay, I have to start anew. It's fine. I'll just skip.
Grow rice
There we
and
go.
vegetables.
Done.
It didn't work, by the way.
The Windows Media Player is not very good.
And so the exile arc came to an end.
I want to read that one.
These are but a few of the Urupunch legends.
That's one I didn't mention.
I've only given you a glimpse at the tip of the iceberg. When she was in
Yeah, there we go. When she was in elementary school, she loved animals and would keep or imprison them. She put a crab she caught into a bucket and thought, I'll let the crab drink some milk too. So she poured a lot of milk in. The next day, the crab was dead.
a collab stream with Kassen, he was reading about several.
She also took care of a skink lizard and wanted to make it clean, so she wiped it with an alcohol swab, but ended up killing it in the process. And she said my love was too strong. Urupunch legends.
These iconic legends allowed for everyone.
Classic.
And Uruha was just standing there.
Elementary school Uruha was an absolute menace. So if someone asked her to daring, she's somehow pretty. Oh, what you mean? If someone asks her for dating, that means she's somehow pretty. I guess so. Probably. Did the same thing as a small kid, but with a random cockroach. What? Wait. A cockroach? Wait. How? How? A cockroach? That's not a pet. That's an abomination. That's an abomination. How do you get a cockroach as a pet?
それマジで安いわ。あ、すごいすごい。言った通り。
丸7。
ありすぎ。
Uruha's life has improved greatly to the point her past disasters have become just funny stories that she's comfortable in laughing about. It shows things are much better now, and how far Uruha has come over the years. When she joined VSPO, she did
As
so
a
not
tiny
because
kid,
she
okay,
had
understandable.
any particular big aspirations. She just wanted some money.
Without context, with the animal deaths, I would think we were talking about the serial killer. Kinda, yeah, because, you know, usually serial killers tend to kill animals when they're kids or something. But in the case of Uruha, she didn't want to kill them. She wanted to take care of them. It's just she didn't know how to take care of them, so she ended up killing them by accident. Because usual serial killers, they kill like animals out of curiosity, right? But that's not what she wanted to do. She wanted to keep them alive.
To sustain her convenience store-based lifestyle. And, fortunately, it led to the path she walks today, one where she ended up finding her purpose in VSPO, becoming one of its early foundational members, and greatly contributing to its well-earned prosperity and success. Her time in VSPO has literally changed her life for the better. She used to have an extremely low opinion of herself. She even thought that she was completely worthless. But VTubing changed her entire outlook on life, and today, she's expressed feeling glad to be alive, which is something she's grateful towards her viewers, the Potaku, for.
As a kid, I took some small-shelled sea creature home, thought it could live with just water. It died the next day. Yeah, I guess, you know, kids wanting to take animals as pets and then they just die quickly, I guess might be more common than I thought. In my case, when I was a kid, I always wanted a pet, but I could never get one. But now that I'm older, I don't want pets. Too much work. Well, I say that, but like, we have a turtle in the house. And I feed the turtles, so. What all doors does VSPO open for its talents that being indie wouldn't? They are an esports focused VTuber agency, so you have all the connections in esports, all the events, the esports events as well. You could do it indie, but like the trend in JP is that everyone goes corpo. Like the corpos going indie is more of an EN thing, while in JP more and more indies go corpo, because in the corpos you just have a lot of opportunities for a lot of different kinds of events, and besides, having corporal protections is nice, you know, legally and all that. You have all that protection, all that legal protection. I have to say, she is one of my Ocean VSPO. She's nice. So, for example, in the case of VSPO, now to be fair, VSPO does kind of cultivate some independence in their talents, because from what Nazuna has told us, VSPO members are the ones that have to come up with their merch ideas, and they have to be the ones to schedule their streams. If they want to schedule it, they have the ones to make their stream assets in terms of like thumbnails, right? But outside of that, you know, they get to enjoy all the VSPO events, all the connections, all the legal protection, which is really nice because again, the JP scene is extremely well connected, extremely well connected. Generally, if you join VSPO, you're pretty much set pretty well. Because being in VSPO, you're basically at the center of the esports side of the industry of JP. It's like a door to the rest of the entire industry. So happy for the first seniors of VSPO. I wonder what they think, seeing how successful they are now. Back then, it's crazy, because back then, it wasn't really... They weren't really sure if VSPO was even going to last long during the early years. And Nazun even said that she almost quit back then, but things ended up turning out really well, and now they're one of the biggest agencies in the world. Can you imagine, like, Dokibird going VSPO EN? That was what I wanted to happen, actually. When that, you know, fateful termination happened, I was like, man, can you imagine if she were to join VSPO EN? That would be so good. That would be so good. Because again, if she joined VSPO EN, she would be able to have all the esports connections that VSPO has. She would be able to more easily make events, competitive events, right? It would be much easier to reach out to people in general as well. Like Met and QP and Akari enjoyed later. Yep. It could still happen, but I don't see it happening. I think she likes being indie. I think she likes being indie. But yeah, the VSPO has a lot of connections in the esports side of things. Right now for EN, I have hopes. Again, this is like wishful thinking, but I have hopes that Akira Tsukiyono might join VSPO EN one day. I mean, actually, well, she's Japanese, so she could join the JP side too. But I mean, she usually streams in English though, so EN is not out of the picture. To bring a really strong component, and she would bring so many connections. Yeah, that too. Dokibird also has her own fair share of connections.
And I just have to...
Though to be fair, some of them are already like involved with VSPO stuff. Like for example, RPR, you know, Axel. They're already kinda VSPO adjacent, all of them.
To share the very cute fact that the visual mascot representation of the Potaku was originally a drawing Uruha made in an exchange diary back when she was still in elementary school. I just find that to be so cute and sweet, and in a way, it creates a closer bond between the Potaku and Uruha. I'm sure little Uruha...
Doki got traumatized in joining company? What? I thought Doki was Canadian and Chinese? Yeah, she is. I was talking about Akira Tsukiyono. Akira Tsukiyono is Japanese, but she streams in English. Doki is Chinese-Canadian, yes.
From all those years ago, couldn't even imagine her simple cute drawing would become such a big sentimental part of her life. Ichinose Uruha was the 4th VSPO member. Having debuted back in 2019, she was originally scouted by Kaga Sumire, which led to VSPO...
How do you write her name? Akira Tsukiyono? Like, sure, I'll write it in chat. Like this. She collabs a lot with Remia and with Juno. Like this. She's been doing a lot of interactions with VSPO EN members. It started with Remia, because Remia plays CS2 a lot, and Akira is also a CS2 player.
Was at the time only manager, Hoshi, to interview Uruha. But rather than Uruha going
She's
to
really adorable.
The interview, it was Hoshi who came to Uruha to interview her. And so, Uruha would become Lupino's Virtual Games' final member. But she was also the only one to refuse to go live with the others in the Kaga gaming house. Which was probably for the better. Can you imagine the order-loving, neat and tidy Kogara Toto sharing a roof with Uruha of the chaotic larvae-filled cup noodle hell?
As we saw with the Toto episode, this would not go along well at all. I think Toto would absolutely flip out on Uruha if this were to happen. So it's probably for the best Uruha did not move into the Kaga gaming house. Today on VSPO EN team, Juno is not only a furry, she also put us. I saw that. I saw that before this stream. Yeah. Juno might need some PR training, huh? Nah, never change Juno. That's a repeal. That's a repeal. The Kaga sisters really did amazing scouting. The other LVG members know. Yep, they did. They really had an eye for talent. They really did. It was mostly Sumire that was doing the scouting. Nazuna was taking care of like the other things, like, you know, packaging merch to send to people, you know, signed stuff. I think Nazuna would take care of the logistics of early VSPO, while Sumire was taking care of like the scouting of members.
Even still, Uruha would become an invaluable part of LVG. And like I've explained in the Toto Spotlight, LVG is one of the most strongly defined groups within VSPO to this day. And beyond LVG, Uruha has quite a few other
Uruha's
iconic
room, just like Lapla's room, probably.
subgroups as well. There's OTBN, together with Tachibana Hinano and Yakumo Beni, a trio which could be considered to be among the fan favorites. And then there's Big Star, which was originally an Apex Legends team formed for the Apex V Psycho Season
Still remember them packaging hundreds of handmade cookies on their own. Yep.
2, which Uruha formed alongside Shirayuki Raid and
The early days of VSPO were tough, were very, very rough. I mean, they only had one staff member. It was just Hoshi. Hoshi was their one and only staff member during the early days. Hoshi was paying everything out of pocket. I think Nazuna said that they were asking him to buy like all kinds of like equipment, and he was paying completely out of pocket. There was also that one time where Nazuna and Sumire were having like an argument, and Hoshi was on his honeymoon with his wife, and but he completely interrupted his honeymoon to try and mediate the argument between the two of them. But he kind of was looking forward to that because he was saying that his honeymoon was like boring or something. He wanted to work. He's just too much of a workaholic.
Komori met, and also includes their coaches. This team ended up becoming pretty good friends, and became sentimentally attached to what was originally just a...
What was the argument about? I don't think she ever said what was it about, actually. I'm not sure, but I might just be misremembering. But I don't think she said what it was.
temporary cringe team name. This is why, if you've ever watched streams or clips of VTuber Apex tournaments, you might often see names like Big Uruha Star, Big Raid Star, or Big Metal Star. They're quite iconic. And with that, on to the next section.
Alright,
ウルパンツ
gaming section.
ベースポあ、ごめんなさい、すぎました。
Uruha is a much better gamer than even she herself thinks she is. Like, her list of victories is proof of that. I mean, Noah might be the one with the most victories, right? But like, Noah is really strong at a lot of games, right? Meanwhile, Uruha, she might not be the highest ranked in any particular game, but she just wins a lot anyways, right? 15 wins is crazy. She's like the number 2 in VSPO in terms of victories. It's just too cute. It is. I had to. I'm trying to gather a list of sounds to make a VSPO soundboard. The Uruha A is one of them.
Uruha herself doesn't think her own skills are anything special. And while, yes, compared to the many extremely skilled gamers in VSPO, she's not particularly the best at anything, that doesn't really tell you the whole story. As you'll see later on, Uruha actually has one of the best competitive track records in VSPO as a whole. So, how is that possible? Uruha is the perfect...
Alright, so here we go for the evaluation. The evaluation is generally, you know, decent. But it is lower than the 3 previous members that I mentioned. Because again, I think Uruha, imagine like a video game, right? You know those characters that their stats might not be like that impressive, but they have like abilities and skills that make them super valuable. That's kind of how I see Uruha. In terms of parameters, Uruha might not look very impressive, but in terms of the value that she provides, like whenever she's participating in a tournament, that's what makes her shine so much, I feel. She's kind of like that.
example of a jack of all trades, master of none.
But she's a really good team player. That's like something that she has really strong in terms of parameters, you could say.
Indeed, she can fit into and perform whatever role her team may need. And while it is true she won't be particularly the best at it, she does a good enough job to make it work. And this
Jack of all trades and stable, yep.
Uruha will always be a viable pick in tournaments to cover any team's weaknesses.
And this is like part of what I was talking about yesterday, when I was talking about how Jewel Box, the biggest weakness of Jewel Box in the Apex V Psycho Season 5 was that Tsuna was IGLing. And which is not good because she is a decent IGL, but it reduces her fighting potential, which is bad because that's like her strongest suit is her fighting potential, right? And it's the reason why she's a 10 points master rank player in the V Psycho tournaments, right? So nerfing her fighting potential is not worth the costs that she has for the team, right? The 10 points that she has for the team. Uruha is, for example, in V Psychos, considered a 7 points diamond. But I feel like she can play slightly above that. Generally, I think she provides value, enough value that she might be slightly better than what than the 7 points that she's worth. Maybe she might be like 8 points, kind of like a low tier master, you could say, right? She and the best part about Uruha is that it doesn't matter which role you were putting her in, right? She will be able to do a good job in any role because she can perform equally in any role, right? She does not have any particular weakness. Okay, maybe you don't want her as the IGL, right? Because she's not like the best IGL, and I feel like as an IGL, she can IGL, right? She can absolutely IGL decently, but you probably want a good IGL. That's like one of the roles where you want like the absolute best you can get, right? But even still, she can perform anything decently to any level, any role, and that gives her a lot of value in any tournament. Like she's a very safe pick. Be it like Valorant or Apex. Looking at yesterday's scrims, I think Yen might need a bit of coaching and more experience with IGL too. Arya is too good to be IGL, but no one can do it for her either. Yeah, I think so. Well, the thing with Yen is that they are lacking in competitive experience, but that's because the ecosystem of Yen just does not favor that, right? There's not that many tournaments that they can participate. Usually when they get to participate in tournaments, they have to deal with JP Ping, and Ping obviously nerfs them. And generally, whenever there is a tournament in Yen, the tournaments in Yen tend to be casual tournaments. They're not like sweaty tournaments. So I feel like VSPO Yen simply does not have the environment to properly showcase their full potential, right? Which is why I've been saying a lot. We really need to cultivate like a competitive Yen ecosystem. We really need to. We need to cultivate that ecosystem. Organize sweaty tournaments, get more VTubers to become competitive gamers, right? So that we can simulate the exact same environment that JP has. If that were to happen, I can guarantee that VSPO Yen members would be able to gain the experience that JPs have, and they would be able to perform much better in general. Arya does not have much IGLing experience because she also does not really have the opportunities to be an IGL, right? Because she usually isn't participating in tournaments like that. I guess you have like the pred grinding that she does with others, but it's still ranked, right? Ranked and comp tournament is not the same experience. Yeah, and again, even if she does IGL, there's also the question: will that decrease her fighting potential? Because like Arya's fighting potential is like one of the things that makes her shine so much. You don't really want to nerf it. So if she's like Tsuna in the aspect that she loses fighting potential, then maybe it's not worth it, right? But if she's like Noah, that she can still do it pretty well, then yeah, then in that case it would be good. I mean, sometimes there are players that get forced into a position and they kind of end up getting used to it. That was what happened with Yuki Chihiro of Nichisanji. She never wanted to be an IGL, but she was always being put into that position, and she ended up becoming a pretty good IGL after that. And yeah, EN does not have a coach again, because since they usually don't participate in sweaty tournaments, they also don't really have coaching experience, right? So as a result, they don't really have anyone to kind of tell them what their weaknesses are and what they need to improve and things like that. Again, this is why I'm saying we really need to cultivate that competitive ecosystem. We really need that. It's going to be important for VSPO Yen, for their growth and their future opportunities. Because even as Pred, there's 2 more people in the team, and I think Juno and Eris is too new at Apex. Juno is fine. Juno made it to Predator in the past before VSPO. It was a long time ago though, like early seasons, from what she said. But she made it there once, so that means she has the potential, right? In the case of Eris is a Valorant player. She was only subbing for Rico on yesterday. Rico is supposed to be the actual member of the team. But so yeah, with Eris she is more new, so it's a bit harder for her, which is understandable. But Juno is just a matter of her getting more experience because she already had the skills before. Yeah, Juno was old Predator when Master Rank did not exist. Okay, so it was Season 3 and before. Okay. Did not know that. Still though, it's still pretty respectable though. Pretty respectable. But yeah, playing in ranked and playing in tournaments is a different experience. you'll definitely need to approach it in a different way. Again, it's just kind of like how Team Start end in the Apex v Psycho Season 4. Aqua had to adapt to tournament play, which was something she was not used to. But it's like many other players said, you know, like Uruha said even. Uruha even said that if she participates in more tournaments, she's gonna get used to it, and like Matsuri said, she's gonna become an absolute menace. Unfortunately, she never participated in any more tournaments, which is sad, but you know, that's just how things are. Juno touched spread? Yeah. Her branding is totally destroyed in my eyes, and we see it as a furry and futa. Aqua is a solo player, not team player. I mean, she was starting to adapt towards the end. You know, the tournament today didn't go very well, but the scrims, she was starting to adapt towards the end. She just needed more tournament experience, that's all. Juno met Mikami for the first time a while ago, and when Jira and Axel left and joined Tito's team in the last stream.
Which allows the stronger teammates in the team to shine and focus.
Also, another thing that needs to be said about the point evaluation system of V-Psycho. Because again, in the Apex V-Psycho Season 5, the point limits for every team was 21 points. Right? So think about it. You have Neko Tatsuna, 10 points, right? So your other two members can only have a total of 11 points. In this case, we had Toa, who is 7 points. And then we had Benny, who... she's either 3 or 4 points. I think she's 4 points, yes. I think Benny is worth 4 points. Right? This is why... because you have someone so expensive like Tsuna, this is why you need to make sure that she's not nerfed at all. Because your other two members are not going to be able to be as strong. So there's actually sometimes value in having a team that is not as high rank, but that has no weak links. For example, in the Apex v Psycho Season 5, Sadame Gaming, which is Ichinose Uruha's team, the team did not have anyone that was like the strongest or the weakest. Every single member of the team was the same rank. Met, Diamond 3, Ibrahim, Diamond 3, Ichinose, Diamond 3. All three of them were Diamond 3. They're all worth 7 points, which together makes up 21 points perfectly. And the team was actually one of the best performing teams in the tournament. Even though they didn't have one super strong ace, they didn't have any weak links. They were always able to play to their strengths because they always know what they're capable of. They were able to play it safe when they needed. They knew to avoid 1v1s against like the super strong players. They performed really well. They might have even won the tournament, perhaps, if it wasn't for their bad luck in the 3rd and 4th round. Because in the 3rd round, they ended up dying because they got stuck out of bounds in a place where they didn't know they would be out of bounds. And then in the 4th round, they were so demoralized by that they got eliminated first. Which is a big shame, because they were having such a good performance. They got super high placements in the first 2 rounds. They got like 3rd place in the first round. They got 3rd place in the 2nd round. They won the final round. So like, they actually might have won that tournament. They were so strong, even though they didn't have a single master rank in their team. What I really like, what is Benny's rank now? I think she's still plat. She's like plat 3, plat 4, something like that. I don't remember. I really like the point system. Like, picking teams makes it already exciting and need for them to think, I know, that's exactly what I love about the V-Cycle. It's the team building aspect becomes actually relevant. Again, Shibuya Hall invites the captains, but then the captains are the ones that are going to have to invite their team members. And this is going to be something they're going to have to think about, right? There are teams that, yes, they'll just, team up with whoever they want, just, because they want to team up with that person, right? But then you have, like, actual participants that will actually think about it. Actually think about, how can I craft it a winning team here? That's super cool. I like that a lot. With Hanabi's points again? I'm not sure. It depends on the rank. She never participated in V-Psycho, in the Apex one at least. Well, she didn't graduate. She debuted after they ended. Hopefully they can come back again. But I don't remember what her rank is. I think she's either gold or plat, so she should be either 3 or 4 points, probably. For example, in the V-Psycho Season 6, you had Aki Rosenthal, who was worth 3 points, because she was a rookie. Gold and below, or I think plat 4 and below might be 3 points. I think it's only plat 3 that starts being 4 points. Aki Rosenthal was worth 3 points. But because of that, she could choose really strong monster players in her team. That's how she got Ditto to join her team. 11 points Apex Predator. And then Utai Meika with a 9 points Master Rank player. They would carry her. So after that, because Aki Rosenthal is the weak link of the team, she was playing a more easy role, like a less mechanical role. She was the anchor of the team, playing as a defensive character. And how the team's success would really depend on how well could she keep up, how much could she learn, right? And to be fair, they didn't do bad at all. They even won one of the Scream days, which was super cool. It was super cool. So they had the potential to win it, but yeah, this happens a lot. Like Laplas was also worth 3 points, I think. There was someone else that I was thinking about, but I forgot. Koshimizu Toru was also 3 points, I think. So yeah.
On what they do best. Uruha will be there.
But yeah, Uruha is like a very safe pick, is my point. Like, any tournament you're doing, be it Valorant, be it Apex, hell, be it League, or even Street Fighter, Uruha is a very safe pick. You can pick her, you can pretty much never go wrong with her. Like, if you want something safe, there's her.
To back them up to the best of her abilities. She's a pretty safe, versatile pick in tournament drafts, especially ones where drafts are limited by some kind of point or tier division.
Because she's like, she's the best field position. You know, field, the player that can do anything, there you go. She can field, she's like the best field.
System. This is part of the reason why Uruha has one of the highest tournament victory amounts in all of VSPO. Moreover, I find Uruha's shot calling ability as a sub IGL to be pretty solid as well, thanks to her fundamental understanding of what needs to be done in order to succeed. Indeed, excellent teamwork is one of Uruha's greatest assets. Turns out this lone wolf is actually quite good at hunting.
Yeah, most of the team Apex, she's teamed up with Matsuri? Wait, where? Wait, she teamed up with Matsuri? I might have forgotten that, then.
Pack. Like her fellow LVG members, Ichinose Uruha had her start in VSPO as a PUBG player. But over the years, Apex Legends and Valorant both became her staple FPS games. And in both, Uruha knows the limitations of her mechanical prowess. And so she seeks to win through carefully calculated
This clip was really funny. Like, the kills was just coming to her.
positioning.
Oh, the Ditto Cup. Okay, I see. I think I forgot the teams then. I usually remember like the Bay, the Heiko's Bells and Anya Malfisa teams. Because it's like, oh, they're participating in Apex tournament, let's go! The VCR connections!
And rotations, benefiting from her vast FPS experience, which is just perfect for tournaments. Moreover, while she may have early on been known as the angry girl, she's not really the type to get mad easily. And with her vast competitive tournament experience, she is also decently resilient to the pressure of a sweaty competitive environment.
Yeah, she doesn't really rage. I mean, she might rage like in ranked sometimes, you know? But when she's locked in, she doesn't usually rage.
Even when things may go wrong, when a new match starts, she'll be focused on doing her very best. And while she herself has admitted on stream that she's just not passionate enough about any game in particular, should there be a major tournament or event coming up that she's in, she'll be working hard in her competitive grind. Currently, her
Like, she got pretty good at Valorant earlier this year.
Apex Legends peak is Diamond 3. Very recently, she's also made it to Ascendant in Valorant, currently being the strongest she's ever been at the game. Both her positioning and decision making are better than they used to, and while her aim is decent too, her success comes much more from her fundamental knowledge.
To be fair, I think this is going to be something I'm going to be repeating a lot in the future episodes as well, because this is the thing about VSPO members. They are very much knowledge players. Yes, there's a lot of, they're also really solid in their mechanics, and there's some really good mechanical players in VSPO, but generally all of them are really good knowledge players. Makes sense, right? They play things by the book because it's like the best way to win. A lot of games you don't need to be good mechanically to win. You just need to have good game knowledge and be smart, right? And I think VSPO members, they focus more on the knowledge aspect and the smarts, and then the mechanics kind of come naturally after that. But they're not really trying to focus too much on mechanics. If they have good mechanics, good, but that's not like their focus. Their focus is on the knowledge. Noah aim only. In Valorant, yeah. In Valorant, Noah is like full aim. Full aim, screw the knowledge, I'm just gonna click heads and kill everyone. And she has the aim for it, so yeah. But in Apex, it's the opposite. In Apex, even though Noah also has the mechanical skills, she's more of a knowledge player in Apex. Yeah, in Apex, Noah is like super smart 4D chess, you know, knowledge player. Even though she has the mechanical skills too. But in Valorant, it's like, no, Noah is like all physical prowess.
She might not be the strongest kind of player that just 1v5s and carries an entire team on her back, but she's a consistently solid enough player that you can generally trust her to be able to at least take down one enemy with her. Sometimes, even more.
Though I will say, if there's one criticism I have towards League specifically, it's League, not the others, is that I feel like sometimes they might play too much by the book. Too much by the book. In League specifically. I say that about League just because I have more experience in League, so I feel like I can see more things that I compared to, you know, FPS games, which is a more recent genre that I play. But I think this is not just a VSPO thing. It's generally, I think a lot of VTubers in JP have these his drawback, where in League of Legends they play too much by the book. I think they rely too much on winning team fights to win games. You know, I think those that have watched LTK might understand this feeling. I feel like they all try to get strong to win team fights, and they rely too much on winning team fights to win the game. And I think that's not something you can do all the times. I've seen a lot of games where a team is clearly losing. They know they cannot win team fights, but they're still trying to team fight. I think that's a big mistake. I think they don't do split push enough. They need to do more split pushing. They need to do more pressure in the side lanes. I think side laning is especially something that is not done enough in like JP esports for VTubers specifically. They need to do more side laning, more split pushing. They need to, you know, create opportunities like that with pressure. They rely too much on team fighting for objectives, way too much. How about Yuhi, Chise, and Saine? I think they also have that issue. Yes, Yuhi is the one that I can judge about this the most because she is an IGL actually. The Saine and Chise are not really IGL, so they're kind of limited. Especially Chise because she's an ADC, and ADCs, you know, they're kind of more reliant on their team a little bit. Because, you know, usually you don't want the ADC to be alone. Well, okay, that's not true. The ADC, there are times where the ADC is gonna be side laning alone, but they cannot go past, like, the halfway part of the map, because they're gonna get caught and die if they do that. They can only go up to the halfway of the map to catch waves. Saine is a jungler, so I guess there's more that she could apply here, yes. Same thing with Yuhi. But this is more of an issue that I see overall in JP VTubers as a whole. Their macro is lacking because they rely too much on team fights. Yeah. Last LTK DD team, not by the book at all. Yeah, it doesn't happen often. Doesn't happen often. But I feel like it happens a lot. A lot. Especially, for example, I think even the VSPO Showdown is a good example of that. I think one of the reasons I think if I were to give advice to VSPO, if they were to do another VSPO Showdown like they did for the League of Legends teams, is that they were training laning phase a lot, but they were not training mid game enough. I think they need to train the mid game a lot more, because you know, they were like training the laning phase and restarting when things go wrong, right, and trying to nail the laning phase. But the problem is that the VSPO members, they don't know what to do when the mid game starts, especially if they're losing, and they need to learn how to deal with a losing game, right, to try and make it come back. Because if not, if they start losing the laning phase, then they lose the mid game as well, and then there's no comeback because they're trying to team fight, right? They're just trying to team fight all the time. Same thing. Mid game is important, even if you are winning though, because there's also teams that lose in the mid game when they're winning early. Like they were practicing Herald fights a lot, for example. And yes, Herald is good, but you don't need to focus too much on Herald, because I'm gonna be honest, guys, Herald is not that important of an objective. There are more important objectives than Herald. Like, Herald is nice and can create massive opportunities, but it's not that crazy. It's not that important of an objective, I find. And yeah, I think mid-game is... They need to practice more mid-game. They need to know what they need to do in mid-game. You know, especially practicing pressure, you know, side lane pressure and split pushing. They need to learn that more. Astel start lane, top lane in LTK. Yeah, he did. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised because Astel was pretty strong in the mid lane. I remember in the very first season of LTK, he played that Aurora game where he was 10-0, 10-0. They won the game for Resolve Regalia. That was absolutely insane. I think they were playing against Precision Diadem. Yeah, Precision Diadem next. They were playing against Mimitaya. I remember it was Mimitaya's team, maybe Akarin as well. She was in that team. Mimitaya was really strong in that game. She was carrying for Precision Diadem. However, Astel was so strong as Aurora. He could destroy Mimitaya so quickly. Mimitaya eventually had to stop going into fights because she couldn't safely go to fights. Because Astel was always flanking to kill Mimitaya. So as a result, Mimitaya could not provide damage in the fights, and as a result, Resolve Regalia just won the game. Astel was playing out of his mind. No one could kill him either. It was insane. I saw a lot of people blame Akarin for that, like, that it was her fault. I disagree. It was not Akarin's fault. Like, there was nothing she could have done for that. Astel was just playing really good, but it was not Akarin's fault. She didn't even feed, by the way. She died only once to him. You know, all the other kills that Astel was getting was from killing everyone else in the team. So it was not Akarin's fault. It was no one's fault. Like, Astel was just playing really well. It was just that. He was really, really strong. First tournament. He is ADC, then after that, jungler, then LTK is mid, and latest top lane. Yeah. I think he can just play anything. He just plays whatever. He can do anything. And he played really well as top lane too, in this LTK. He played really, really well. Again, Astel is another VTuber that is just good at games in general. Apex, he's a monster. League, he's really good, he's got a lot of potential. Valorant, he probably has potential too there, if he plays more.
Underestimate Uruha at your peril, because of the upcoming
stronger than she
2026
looks.
VSPO Showdown, where she's part of one of the Valorant teams. Expect her skills to continue to be further refined in the future. And what about non-FPS games?
Yeah, well, I'll talk about Showdown 2026 more when we get there in the Noah video, because I got a lot of things to say about it.
In those, Uruha is also able to pick up and adapt pretty well. She was one of the VSPO members who has picked up Street Fighter 6, and she has recently managed to rank up to Master rank.
Oh, okay, so I forgot this. Yesterday, when I was talking about which VSPO members managed to make it to Master in Street Fighter, I forgot about Uruha. So yeah, there you go, that's another one. I completely forgot about Uruha. So yeah, QP, Emataso, Noah, Ren, Hanabi, Mocha, who else? I'm forgetting Kokage, and yeah, there you go, Uruha.
And maining Mai Shiranui after a very tense comeback match against a higher ranked opponent where the situation was looking quite grim. Moreover, she was also one of the members who has picked up League of Legends. While here too she shows herself able to fill in for multiple roles quite well, I was personally impressed with
I still think top lane is the best role for Uruha. I think her performance with Urgot in the Showdown 2025 was like the strongest performance Uruha has ever had. It was so good. Like, she was legit being one of the carries of the team, I feel. Like, she had so much impact in the fights. Like, whenever she was present, VSPO was usually winning.
Performance as a top laner back in the 2025 VSPO Showdown. where she had a great impact in those matches playing.
See Benny top lane? Benny the top lane. I actually don't remember. No. I actually cannot imagine her outside of the ADC. Because my image of Benny that she plays Misfortune as ADC all the time. But I don't remember playing her top lane actually. Must have missed that.
Gods. At present, her League of Legends peak rank is Platinum 4, being one of the first VSPO members to achieve it. And I believe this to be quite telling of Uruha's gaming skills, both fighting games and MOBAs.
Now that I think about it, VSPO has a lot of top laners now. You know, usually you'd expect there would be a lot of ADCs and supports, but VSPO has a lot of top laners. There's Uruha, really good top laner. There's Noah, who's been playing top for a while. He's very experienced. There's Hinano, who has a lot of talent, I feel, for League. Like, I think Hinano has amazing potential for League. If Hinano continues playing League, I think she's going to become one of the strongest League players in VSPO. I just feel like Hinano understands the League really well, is what I feel. And she's really good in the top lane as well. I think Hinano might just be the strongest top laner in VSPO. Perhaps, potentially. At least she's one of the candidates for strongest top laners. There's QP. QP also plays top lane. So there's quite a lot of top laners in VSPO. She's not playing LTK, just rank. I think she's taking a bit of a break now. Oh wait, no, you're talking about Benny. Okay, yeah. Just rank, okay.
Can be quite hard genres for a beginner to pick up, and Uruha has shown to be quite adaptable.
Most players have League as their main gameplay support, no? No. Yuhi plays support as a secondary role. Her main role is jungler, though. She's a jungler first, she's support second. And Saine is a jungler and a mid laner. Mid lane is her second, but her number one is jungle. And Chise is a ADC main. I think support is her secondary. Then Jira is a support main. She plays enchanters like Nami. I don't remember what Juno plays. And I don't remember Ares either. Ares is top lane, plays ADC. Okay. Most people play mid lane. Mid lane we have Akarin. Well, Akarin changed to ADC, and she does much better as ADC compared to mid lane. I think her mid lane is fine, to be fair. Her Ziggs is really good. I think Akarin's Ziggs is really strong. But her ADC is even stronger. But hey, she can play Ziggs in the bot lane, so that's fine. Let's see. There's Tsuna. Tsuna is really strong in the mid lane. I actually think Tsuna could play Zoe. She tried Zoe. She was doing amazing. And as a Zoe main myself, I think she has really good potential for a Zoe player. You see, Zoe is a very mechanical champion. And I feel like someone with the mechanical skills that Tsuna has, she would be able to be really good with Zoe if she kept up with her. I really do think so. Asumi, with her Akali, is an absolute menace. She's really good. I think she was the MVP during the VSPO Showdown 2026. During the game where VSPO won. To be fair, yes. Every single VSPO member did their part. It was not a one-person show. Everyone did their part. But I do think Asumi was the MVP of the match, though. Because she knew exactly what she had to do. Her job was to kill Zerost. And that's exactly what she did. She killed Zerost, and VSPO was winning. And when she killed Zerost, she was even sometimes just staying alive, keeping everyone's attention. Just, being invisible, being a nuisance to the enemies, right? And keeping their attention. And that's all she needs to do. And she did that also in 2025, during that the VSPO Showdown in 2025. She was also, even though she didn't get that many kills in that tournament, she was always keeping the attention of 3 people on her with her invisibility, which allowed her team to kill the other 2, and then they would have a numbers advantage. Like, Asumi knows exactly the strengths of Akali, and she knows exactly how to execute it really well. She's unironically like an absolute menace with Akali. I think she might be like I think she's plat. I think she made it to plat. Or did she made it to gold? I don't remember if she's a gold or plat peak. I forgot. But whatever she might be, I think she plays one rank above whenever she plays Akali. But now everyone is aware of that, so everyone just bans Akali whenever they're going against Asumi. How's everyone? Hello! Welcome. Juno is Briar one trick. Right, she likes, well, right, that's the fan art. I forgot about the fan art, the Juno Briar fan art. Right.
In both, especially when you keep in mind she doesn't particularly dedicate herself into any of them. And
Jira support, Narin mid, per support, Aristop ADC, Juno jungler, Remy doesn't play League, Arya is allergic to League, and Rico, I think Rico is also allergic to League, right? So yeah, every champion animal's name.
And also being able to fulfill multiple roles in any game. I'm being serious here. Uruha may be teased as a girl failure at times, but she's actually pretty smart, and it shows. Turns out she's a better gamer than even she considers herself to be.
She played once. Okay.
Kick.
Alright, competitive history. Here comes the long one. Actually, no, this is a long one.
Uruha has an extensive competitive history, so I will merely mention her victories as well as a few other events I've arbitrarily chosen as well. However, even by LVG standards, Uruha really has an insanely extensive competitive history. So you'd better
Kill
get
the
yourselves
birds,
comfortable.
the dog, the cow.
On June 23rd, 2019, Uruha would join the PUBG Don Cup Squad 20th, teaming up with Kogara Toto, Shirayuki Raid, and Tokage Mio for what would be her first tournament victory in her extensive list of victories. August 28th, Upinu's Virtual Games achieved an iconic victory in the PUBG Ice Cream Group B with a 1 point difference, becoming an early sentimental milestone in
the last time I get to mention the PUBG Ice Cream Group B in this series.
VSPO's history. July 24th, 2020, Uruha would team up with Neoporta's future founding members Shirayuki Raid and Shibuya Hall for the Apex Legends Rage Legion Dojo Cup, with the three coming out victorious. August 2nd, Shibuya Hall would host the very first of the very beloved Apex VSPO tournament.
Although yeah, he was already hosting the PUBG ones before. He had already hosted 4 PUBG VSPOs. 2 of them were the competitive series, 2 of them were the cooperative series.
Here, Uruha would team up with fellow VSPO members Kaga Sumire and Kurumi Noa, forming Team Gigi, ending up placing 4th. January 24th, 2021 was the Apex VSPO Season 2, and here Uruha would form the iconic and recurrent
I just realized one thing. You can't see it here. Oh, it bugged again. I need to restart again. God damn it. Alright, it's fine. 17 minutes.
Team Big Star with Shirayuki Raid.
There we go.
First,
I realized one thing here.
Apex VSPO tournaments. Here, Uruha would team up with fellow VSPO members Kaga Sumire and Kurumi Noa, forming Team Gigi, ending up placing.
So the top 4 teams are all champion teams in the future. All of them. You have Pakael, first champion, right? The second team is Menuinas 3000. That's Virtual Gorilla's team, who would become the champion of Season 3. This is Kuzuha and Chihiro's team. Chihiro would be champion in the second VSPO, and Kuzuha would be champion in the 4th and 6th VSPOs. And Kanai as well is also here. And then you have Team Gigi with Noah, who would be champion in VSPO Season 5. All champions in the future would be here, are here in the top 4 of the first tournament. That's kind of funny to think about. All that we're missing is Qualia Ku's team. Because the VSPO Season 2 had 2 champion teams. Because there was a mistake, and they announced, and I think there was a tie between 2 teams, right? But they didn't know there was a tie. I think they calculated it wrong, and they only announced 1 team as the winner. But because they had already announced that team, they decided not to do a tiebreaker and just consider both teams the victorious ones. It was both Chihiro's team and Qualia Ku's team.
4th. January 24th, 2021 was the Apex VSPO Season 2, and here Uruha would form the iconic and recurrent team Big Star with Shirayuki Raid and Komori Met. They would place quite high up in 3rd, but above all, the strong bonds they had forged as a team would continue to live on.
Yeah, Big Star was a joke name at the beginning. They didn't want to keep it. They thought it was cringe, but then they liked it, and they kept it.
July 3rd, Big Star was back for the Apex Legends Arknights Cup, though in this one, they would end up placing 13th in spite of their best efforts. August 22nd, my birthday. But most importantly, the Apex V Psycho Season 3. Here, she led Team Ano Densetsu with Nishisanji members Ratna Petit and Mayuzumi Kai. They had a strong performance with a focus on good rotations and positioning, with Uruha and Putechi basically IGLing simultaneously. And their cautious and calculated playstyle even ending up with them winning the final round of the tournament. This performance would result in them placing
Third
third
place.
in the end.
Really good.
September 14th was the VCC Apex, where Uruha would team up with fellow VSPO member Kurumi Noa and Crazy Raccoon's Mondo, resulting in another victory for their large collections. October.
Yeah, this is the tournament that I forgot in the Noah video. The VCC Apex. I forgot it in the Noah video. That's why I say 18 wins, but it's actually 19 wins. Me and you had V-Psycho on our respective birthdays. Seems like it, yeah.
9th, the 7th Apex Legends Crazy Raccoon Cup. It was the return of Big
Shibuya Hall, please bring V-Psycho again. The Apex one, please. Apex V-Psycho when? Please, I know, EA is not supporting tournaments as much as they used to. Please. V-Psycho is hype. It's so hype.
Star. This time, one of Big Star's coaches, Uruka of Crazy Raccoon, would be taking up to the battle.
Like, Shibuya Hall used to say that V-Psycho Season 5 was the last one, but it wasn't. The viewership was really good. And then he said, okay, V-Psycho Season 6 is the last one, but also had like the best viewership, concurrent viewership as well. So like, come on, Hall, please. The viewership is not dying down. It's still good. Please, bring it back.
Field himself. This was a rough tournament, and Big Star would place 15th this time. Just a few days later on
I think the love for V-Psycho is not tied to the love for the game. Like, I think the popularity that Apex has is not tied to V-Psycho. Or rather, V-Psycho's popularity is not tied to Apex. So I think even if Apex dies, if Shibuya Hall continues making Apex V-Psychos, I think people will still watch it, because they like the Apex V-Psycho specifically.
October 15th, Big Star would be one of the 3 invited streamer teams to join the 17 Live Game Day, another Apex Legends competition. Big Star's placements would be quite extreme, being the first team to be eliminated in the first round, then proceeding to win the second round, then placing 14th in the third round, and were the first to be eliminated in the fourth round. In the end, the winning teams would fight 2 of the 3 streamer teams in the final exhibition matches, but Big Star lost the lottery for it, so they didn't get to play anymore.
That's kind of crazy, bro, a lottery.
As they say, kids, go big or go home. April 17, 2022,
hey, I'll
the
know this
fateful
date.
day of the very iconic Apex V Psycho Season 4. Here she would team up with Nishisanji's Kanae and the independent...
This is a mistake, by the way. Ferris is not part of Nishisanji. Ferris is independent, not Nishisanji. Well, technically, Ferris used to be a part of a Nishisanji network program, together with Tenkai Tsukasa, but I think at the time of this tournament, Ferris was already out of that program. So technically, you could say Ferris was affiliated with Nishisanji for a time, but it was temporary. It only lasted a few months, I think.
Ferris forming Team Shocking Pink. And like in the previous V-Cycle, Uruha's team focused on calculated rotations and positioning over raw fighting power. Of course, some of you may also be wondering, where was Team Shocking Pink
During the Tower Drill Incident. Here we go.
As the Burning Ring began steering
There's
the
no
team...
V-Cycle League. It's because Shibuya Hall is not gotten into League. But I wonder if Kassen invites Shibuya Hall to learn League, if he ever does a V-Cycle League.
teams towards the area surrounding the tower. Team Shocking Pink flew over to a bus where they thought they could safely hide.
It's the bus.
However, they had just jumped right into the cooking
Big
pot,
mistake.
for the drilling terror was hunting nearby. As soon as Team Shocking Pink entered the bus, Kotone alerted their leader Astel of their presence.
You don't go
What
inside the
followed
bus with
was a
Astel
brutal
nearby.
massacre.
Big mistake.
割れてる割れてる一人。
パイロン壊したパイロン壊した。
逃げる。
I think Maple Nuts Bunny's luck during the VSPO season 5 was that Astel was ratting. He was the only member in the team alive. Because I feel if Astel had a full squad with him, I think Maple Nuts Bunny probably would have gone through the same fate that Shocking Pink does here.
投げた死ぬんだ投げた
オッケー、やってるよやってるやってるよ。
入るよ入るよ
無理せず
この角にいる
Yep, Mondo was the coach, yep.
入ってる
この角にいる角にいる角にいる角にいる角にいるみんな必死みんな必死角にいるみんな必死みんな必死
いやーごめん
ナイスバスはダメよ窓マギにバス
Yeah, that was a
And
slaughter.
so, Astaleda went back to tormenting Team Shinsekai no Kami.
That
atop
was
the
that was just a side quest. Killing them in the bus was just a side quest. He's gone back to his main quests.
tower. In the end, Team Shocking Pink had placed 14th in this intense tournament. On August 20th,
I need to talk about here. This is like, oh, god damn it, again, bugged again. Why is it happening a lot today? Okay, 21.
September 18th, she teamed up with Kami.
There we go.
窓マギにバスはさ
And so, Astaleda went back to tormenting Team Shinsekai no Kami atop the tower. In the end, Team Shocking Pink had placed 14th in this
Yeah, this the second place team, Bops Up ATM. They had such a good final round of the tournament. Once I get around to doing that VSPO series that I want to do, where each episode is a different round, the final round of VSPO season 4 is insane. Bops Up ATM killed so many people in that round. It was really, really good. It was also cool because they were like, I think they were like newcomers in Neoporte, I think, back then. Don't remember, but yeah, that was pretty cool. I got hate Mondo by who asked Sumire. Mondo, tell Sumire to shut. Itself, never getting to the buzz with Astel and Drills. Well, I guess you might be fine now because Astel retired the Mad Maggie. He doesn't play Mad Maggie anymore, but yeah, if he does play Mad Maggie, never going to the bus. I'm gonna send you a Media Player Classic in DMs after stream. I think I have it, but I think for some reason right now is by default this one. But right now I already set up this one, so.
intense tournament. On August 20th, Uruha's team would be victorious in the VSPO Summer Valorant Battle. September 18th, she teamed up with Kaga Sumire and CPT, forming Team Starflower for the Apex Legends Crazy Raccoon Cup 9.5. They achieved a great victory in the first round and proceeded to place quite high in several rounds, resulting in them placing first for the tournament as
Another
a whole.
win.
January 7th, 2023, Uruha's team would win the VSPO New Year's Overwatch 2 Winter Campaign. March 5th, Uruha participated in the SPI Neo Festival Nexum 2023, a Valorant competition which Uruha's team would win.
Here comes the hype play here.
うまい
Time when people think Emma say so. Some even do. Akarin, namely.
うまい
Nice.
Then April 15th, it was the
There you go. Apex VSPO Season 5. This is... I think this is round 1 or round 2? This is round 1. Yeah, this is round 1. This is the round where Maple Nuts Bunny is underground. And yeah, it's gonna be TSN that wins the surface fight. Sadame Gaming is third place in this one. They were in the tower for a long period of time, but they end up going down and they are killed by TSN.
Apex VSPO Season 5. Uruha teamed up with Koborimet and Nishisanji's Ibrahim, forming Team Sadame Gaming. Sadame Gaming started
Yeah, and this is round 2. This is the round where Maple Nuts Bunny is right at the center of the ring, and Shinomiya is close by hiding. And what this POV doesn't show is that Shinomiya killed 2 people. She was ratting and she killed 2 people while Sadame Gaming was fighting. I think she was fighting Hayun's team. I think.
with quite high placement and were looking like they had
Like Shinomiya is like over there at the distance, I think.
the real shot at winning in the end. But then,
It's after she crosses like the crossfire between Noah's team and Naraka's team.
On round 3, well,
無理
Yeah, and then round 3.
ファイトか。
ファイトだ
This was a tragedy.
え、マジで
何これ。
飛べない
This
んだ
was a tragedy.
待ってやばい。あ
Like, they can't even climb out because they're out of bounds, and whenever you're out of bounds, you cannot climb or use any abilities, so they're literally stuck here and they're going to die. They got so unlucky. Like, god damn it.
終わった。
I feel bad for them. Like, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to climb out of this.
ここ飛べないわ
It completely ruined the tournament for them. It was so tragic. They were doing so well in this tournament.
えここ飛べない今
whoops. They also got eliminated very early on round
Yeah, this absolutely destroyed their morale. Like, if you could see in their POV, they were completely demoralized after this. Like, it ruined their tournament. So they were no longer focused.
4, so they just decided to play Godfield while waiting for the next round.
But they started locking in the final round again.
In spite having lost their chance at winning the tournament, they wouldn't just throw in the towel. After all, they are competitive warriors through and through, and so they would continue to try their very best until the very end. In this last round, Team Sadame Gaming would take position in the iconic tower where Team Shinsekai no Kami had been tormented by the drilling terror Astaleta in the previous year. Here,
This is the round where Pakael and Noah are trying to find each other. Well, Pakael knows where she is, but Noah does not.
they patiently waited while
Noah is close by.
taking
Over there, Nazuna... Yeah, exactly. Sadame Gaming kills Nazuna. Virtual Gorilla is there, and Virtual Gorilla is gonna survive all that to the final ring.
shots at those fighting the
Yeah, and over there, Hinano's was Hinano's team. Hinano was doing really well in this round. But she ended up getting killed. There was too many squads around. I think she was getting third-partied.
general vicinity. Eventually, Team Kansai Genki Hoan no Kyokai assaulted their position.
Over there, yeah, Maple Nuts Bunny is already dead when this is happening. It's a fight between Pakael's team and Dekani QP's team, Shinomiya's team.
Atop the tower, but Sadame Gaming remains
Meanwhile, Sadame Gaming was fighting Himawari's team.
strong, eliminating the assailants, and most importantly, having gotten their shields, healing, and ammunition resupplied by looting the death boxes. Which is something Sadame Gaming hadn't been able to do up until now, due to them having been atop the tower for the whole match. Indeed, winning that fight had been a huge boon. And so, Sadame Gaming continued shooting the teams below, surviving.
Yeah, there we go. Now Pakael's team has already killed Dekani Q and are coming in. But Sadame Gaming is able to shoot down Kugalio and Erika. Only Pakael survives.
Until the final ring. Below them, only 2 players remain. Pakael, champion of the Apex V Psycho Season 1, and Virtual Gorilla, champion of the Apex V Psycho Season 3. Both VTubers were among the strongest and scariest participants in the entire tournament. And here in this final ring, they circled the tower awaiting for their meal to jump out. Pakael and V-Gorilla were each other's opponents. But while they remained cautious of each other, they both knew that in order to win against the numerically superior Sadame Gaming, they would need to use each other. Things were very tense for a while, and with the final ring shrinking, Sadame Gaming had no choice but to jump down.
ラストラストラストラスト。
目の前目の前目の前
目の前ごめん。
割れてる割れてるナイス
Team Sadame Gaming had shown their
I will elaborate on a few points when we get to the Noah video here. Because I want to talk about some bad luck that Pakael had here.
valor, managing to win the very dramatic final round of the tournament. They had placed 4th for the tournament and
But yeah, this is the Sadame Gaming POV of the tournament. This is a completely different vibe from like the Maple Nuts Bunny section that we had in the Noah video.
as a whole. May 14th was the VSPO Valorant Red vs White match, where Uruha's team, the White
This is Akarin before Akarin joined VSPO, which I realized. 2 points difference, yep.
team would be victorious. July 15th and 16th were the days of the 5th Valorant Crazy Raccoon Cup, in which Uruha teamed up with Shiranami Ramune, Neko Tatsuna, CPT, and Bobsat A. Yet another Crazy Raccoon Cup victory for Uruha. October 1st was the Play Alive Apex Legends Volume 7, where Uruha would team up with Crazy Raccoon's Kinako and Nishisanji's Ratna Petite. With 2 champion games and high placements overall through careful positioning, it was another well-earned victory for Uruha. November 19th, the Valorant v Psycho Act 1. Here Uruha would be evaluated as a Tier 3 player and drafted by the Tier 1 player Lauren Iroas of Nishisanji, alongside Neoporte Seo Kazari and Nishisanji members ex-Albio and Watari Hibari, forming Team 10 Top Son.
Yeah.
最強設置に乗った
Sorry, I thought I had done a mistake, but no, never mind. I was thinking about something else.
ナイス2対2無理しないでおいワンワンナイス
I love how hype they get.
They would achieve 3rd place in the end. Much later, on July 4th of 2024, she would participate in the 8th Valorant Crazy Raccoon Cup alongside Matza-san, Kamito, Yakuma Beni, and Gokchan. And yes, that's another
Apparently it's pronounced Gokchan, not Gokchan. It's Gokchan.
Crazy Raccoon Cup victory for Uruha. A few weeks later, on July 26th, she also participated in the Halfalo, another Valorant competition alongside Kaga Sumire, Shaka, Dokura, and Nekomugi Tororo, which they also managed to win. August 24th, the very beloved Team Big Star made its
again.
return in the Apex v Psycho Season 6. This was probably the sweatiest Apex v Psycho to date due to all the Apex Predators allowed in the tournament. Even still, Big Star started quite strong with a 2nd placement on round 1, and while their results would wildly vary, they placed among the upper half of all teams at 8th. On December 18th, Uruha would participate in the Pokemon Unite the Kassen as part of Team Kassen.
I think
a
Kassen
final
likes
tournament
MOBAs, guys.
to end the year. Finally, 2025. On March 23rd,
Showdown.
it was the first VSPO Showdown. Here, Uruha would be part of VSPO's League of Legends team, alongside Asumi Sena, Shiranami Ramune, Yano Kuromo, and led by Sendo Yuhi. Uruha was the team's top laner, and their performance all throughout the event was quite remarkable. In particular, Uruha really excelled at using Urgot, demonstrating earth-shaking impact in teamfights. The VSPO team achieved a hard-fought close victory over their rivals, and I was absolutely at the edge of my seat. Just 1 week later, on March 29th and 30th, she participated in the Street Fighter 6 v Psycho Act 1, alongside Hololive's Aki Rosenthal, Nishisanji's Watarai Hibari, and led by Reject's Hiroichi Nichiro, forming Team Heroes.
Kinda surprised she was on the weak side on Showdown. Yeah, sometimes you get surprises like that, but I think it goes to show just how adaptable Uruha is.
They would end up placing 7th in spite of their best efforts. And lastly, on November 9th of 2025, Uruha participated
She's up for anything,
in the Valorant
basically.
v Psycho Act 2. Once again, Uruha would be evaluated as a Tier 3 player, and this time she would be drafted by the Tier 1 player Murakumo Kagetsu of Nishisanji, alongside Hololive's Nakiri Ayame, fellow VSPO member Kogara Toto, and Neoporte's Kohako Teto, forming Team Sakeike Ninja. Despite being knocked into the losers bracket in round 1, this team continued fighting hard like true warriors for their final
Mahjong
chance of
TFT
making it to the
Shadowverse.
finals. And they would have a very close match against
I
Team
wonder.
Yokoyure Yankee, led by VSPO's Tsumugi Kokage, where Sakeike Ninja would be defeated for
I wanna see V Psycho chess.
good. They
That would
had
be
managed
interesting.
to place 4th for the tournament as a whole. And there you have it. Ichinose Uruha has one of the most extensive competitive histories in all of VSPO. She really just participates in everything she can. What I mentioned today isn't even half of it. At the time of this video's making, Uruha
That's a lot of wins. Think Hanabi is gonna win that? Probably.
has achieved a very impressive
That's
15
a lot of
tournament and
wins.
event wins, one of the highest victory amounts in all of VSPO. She is an excellent teammate who will try to provide whatever a team may need, and by making usage of her knowledge and vast competitive experience, she can both take initiative and enable a
Second most victorious in VSPO after Noah.
stronger team
I think number 3 might be Nazuna, I think.
mates to shine, and this definitely shows in her many victories over the years, which she achieved with a wide variety of teammates. Behind her distant lone wolf demeanor and humble gaming skills is an increasingly cute and reliable senpai with a heart of gold that will make you feel like a part of her pack.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun making this. Gathering gameplay footage is always fun. Though it's harder for some games compared to others.
On the next episode, we'll be sweating with one of VSPO's top gamers,
And that was
Kurumi Noa.
Nose-san.
So be sure to clean the like button.
So yeah,
and Self Legends
Nose-san.
peak
Oh,
rank is
that was a mistake. Nose-san. She looks cool, but she's actually cute. Turns she was cute all along. All along. Alright. Now for the big one. The big one, the final boss. The final boss, the Kurumi Noa. The Kurumi Noa spotlight. This is gonna be a long one. Like, it's so easy to find gameplay footage of Noa when she's doing solo grind Apex every single day. It's so easy to get good clips for her.
Kurumi Noa. Behold, one of the most competitive and ambitious VSPO members, driving herself to...
This right here is a clip I have saved and I will never delete, because holy shit, this shot was insane. She sniped that crypto drone. It's absolutely insane. I've used like this clip like 3 or 4 times in my videos. The first time I used it was in the Minato Aqua video when I was introducing Kurumi Noa in it. Like, when I was like absolutely hyping up Noa, I showed this one. I also used it, I think, in the VSPO introduction video. Maybe I think in another one, I forgot. But then there's this one. Like, it's insane. This is way too crazy. Like, what the hell? Insane aim. Ah, god damn it. Okay, I cannot pull back because it bugs out the video for some reason.
And let me tell you,
I can do it like this.
and
Come on. Ah. Why are you doing this today? Yesterday I did not have this issue.
let me tell...
Wait, no. God damn it. Why is it going all the way? It's supposed to be 10 seconds only. Come on.
And let...
I can't. God damn, this media player sucks so much. Why are you going all the way? It's not supposed to be all the way. It's supposed to be 10 seconds. There we go, found it. Ah, now it bugged. Wow, amazing. Really? Are you kidding me? I'm getting trolled by my media player. What the hell? Okay. Go back. Oh, come on. Really? Screw it. We'll watch the intro again. It's just a little bit. But that's annoying. Today the media player is bugged.
Kurumi Noa.
Iris Black Games.
Behold, one of the most competitive and ambitious VSPO members, driving herself to improve her skills further and further. Noa...
That shot is just absolutely insane. Like, it's so insane. Ah. Told you, this is why I'm using anything other than default player. Maybe next time I'll use the other player. The other Windows Media player. Because this one is not so good. This one's not good at all.
is a literal sweaty gamer, in both senses of the word, in that she tends to sweat a lot when she games hard. And let me tell you, she does go hard.
Pure grit.
先ほどバレてないのでこの動きはいってお話ししてましたけどもこれがくるみのセンス
This ace was just so good.
4キル目私がいる私が来た私がやるノー一歩かけない決めた
I may be getting ahead of myself. The gameplay section is supposed to be for later. So, how about this time we start with some backstory. It was early 2019, the days of the Kaga sisters. Here, VSPO's first scouted member, Kaga Sumire, would approach Noah, inviting her to join VSPO. However, as Noah didn't know much about the VTuber world, she actually declined the invitation. Yes, you heard that right, my dear audience. In a different timeline, Noah could have been a part of Lupinus virtual games. But then, 1 year later, in 2020, Sumire would once again invite Noah to join VSPO. This time, Noah had a change of heart.
But yeah, I was saying earlier, because I just remember, earlier I said, yesterday I said, can you imagine if Noah had accepted Sumire's invitation the first time around? Do you think we would have Toto or Uruha in VSPO? If I had to guess, probably Uruha might not have been in, because like Sumire scouted Uruha, and management scouted Toto. But Sumire also invited Noah, so there's a chance that if Noah had accepted the invitation, Uruha might not have joined, potentially. That's crazy. I cannot imagine VSPO without Uruha. I cannot imagine that.
You see, sometimes when playing games, she would be criticized just for being a girl. And so she saw VSPO as an opportunity to change that kind of negative image. And since she didn't really have any particular plans for the future, she thought she may as well give it a try. And so, Kurumi Noah would debut as VSPO's 5th member, the first member of Iris Black Games, in which she would be later joined with Tachibana Hinano and Kisaragi Ren.
But they joined way later, like many months later, because Mimitaya and Senna join before they do. In the end, everyone won. Yep, pretty much.
We're an Apex Legends focused team. The rest, of course, is history. But I do believe this backstory will serve to put Noah's career into perspective. She is by far one of the most driven and ambitious VSPO members.
Though that also kinda makes me think, imagine who else we could have gotten that we never got to know. But we don't know who that person is because we never saw them. Maybe in a different timeline they would be also someone super beloved. Well, we don't know. All we know is what we know. After all. Well, I guess it's pointless to think about things like that because they don't really matter. But yeah. When half of the Gakhaha sisters came later in IBG, yeah, basically. We had Noah, then months later we had Mimitaya, then we had Asumi, then we had the next month we had Hinano, and then we had Lisa, and finally we had Ren.
A ferocious and experienced competitor who's not afraid to tackle gruesome challenges and do what needs to be done in her quest for victory. Really, it comes as no surprise that Noah can easily be considered to be one of VSPO's overall best gamers. And trust me,
she's really good at like tracking players that are going up the zip lines. Like she almost never fails to kill them when she does that.
I will further substantiate this claim later throughout this video. But simply put, Noah is a mega grinder, and that extends outside of games too, by the way. Noah does in fact work out.
Oh yeah, she goes to the gym, I think, or does she have a gym at her home? Like a home gym? I don't remember. But yeah, she works out.
Healthy of body, healthy of mind.
Like, usually girls are like super conscious of their weight. Noah is like happy that she's increasing in weight because of her muscle mass increasing.
I wasn't joking about the sweaty part.
いや、すっごい汗。脇すごい。尋常じゃない脇汗。脇汗やめてよ。いや、僕しょっちゅう言うてるからな。ゲームしとったら熱なって脇びちゃびちゃなるのはよくあること。コメントで来るもん。
I think these days there are more VSPO members that work out. At least go to the gym, just, you know, to get in shape a little bit. I think Ichinose started doing it recently, right? I think. Not sure exactly. But I think Ichinose started doing it. I know Mocha does it. Mocha started doing it to live the Akuma life, the Goki life. But I think there are more VSPO members that also do.
But we can't forget that VSPO members typically embody the concept of duality in some sort of way. Cute and cool. That's what the slogan says. And truthfully, in contrast to this driven go-getting gaming queen side of Noah, you then also have her general personality and demeanor. Simply put, she's very, very, very cute.
Very
and
cute.
She knows it. Noah is known as VSPO's Azatoi representative. She is cunningly cute, you know, cute in a calculated
Extremely
way.
cute.
And the way she can weaponize it is probably just as deadly as her FPS skills.
By the way, we're gonna see this clip come back again during the Hinano spotlight because this is that round where she won champion without dealing a single point of damage. Like she was pranking Hal and Noah. I look at her damage, she has 0 damage. They win this. The 0 damage Hinano. And then when they win, Noah is like, damn, I did nothing, guys, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Hinano's like, don't worry, Noah, because I was the one who did nothing. Look at my damage. That was so good. That's a legendary clip right there.
Okay, my good.
Hinano wins by doing
Her
nothing.
voice is just so adorable.
She's way too cute.
The kind that makes a man weak at the knees. It's a mega buff to her charm stat.
She knows exactly what she's doing. I found that part so funny. She's like singing very cutely and then she gets shot. I don't know, I had to include that.
This is why her fellow member, Ichinose Uruha, even said she'd like to have a voice like Noah's.
In this scene.
みたいな声になってスカイプチャンネルで男引っ掛けて可愛いすぎ
Can you imagine Uruha with Noah's voice? That would be an absolute menace.
るめっちゃ可愛いやんノアちゃんって
That said, because she's also quite the introvert, in collab she's similar to Kogara Toto in the sense that she doesn't really speak up much. Even if she were to shout, the result would simply be too adorable.
Also, something that I didn't include in the spotlight, but I want to mention it here. Noah gets really spicy whenever she's collaborating with Uruha. It's a very fun dynamic. You don't usually see it, right? Because Noah is usually, you know, shy, cute, quiet, right? But when she's in a collab with Uruha specifically, she tends to get pretty spicy, and I like that a lot.
全然わかんない
And while we're at it,
With Hinano too, to a certain extent, but she gets spicier with Uruha specifically.
she's in my opinion one of VSPO's best singers.
キープなのじゃあ真上いるっすこれ了解
VSPO management, if you're watching, please allow me to clip karaoke. Just a few clips, so I can showcase everyone that might be new to VSPO how good some of the singers, some of them might be. Please, I beg you. I just want to showcase how good of singers they are to new viewers. Please, I beg of you, management, please.
俺走る
So definitely go listen to her music, especially her original song. But really, everything Noah does is cute. Playing games? Cute. Angry?
助けてネモさんキモいもうキモいネモさん残機をぶっ倒してくれすべての残機をこの世から引退させてくれ
Still cute. I cut it off here, but her rage goes on for like 2 more minutes after this.
Horror games?
やばいのねあれ何早いよ早いよ
Scared Noah is so adorable, by the way. You just want to give her a hug. She's just like, Ayame.
She's weak to horror! Cute!
ラジドより幻だ
But there is another forbidden side to Noah. One which can only be unlocked
Here we go.
through the power
The
of
iconic.
alcohol. In 2023,
The legendary.
was a participant in the VCR GTA 2, a streamer server for participants to have
Most VSPO can take horror games, true, but I think Noah is like if we were to make a tier list of how well VSPO members can take horror games, I think Noah would be at the bottom, probably. He's one of the people who came after his drunk streams on.
And then maybe do some light roleplay. Noah, wanting to overcome her shyness and maybe make some friends, decided to start drinking. And one could certainly say it was very effective. Too effective, perhaps.
乾杯
Like, I love how you can tell she's drinking through her model.
ちょっと離席するわ。
もう一本持ってくるか
She got very drunk. Please enjoy Noah at her boldest.
はい、もしもし。
ヘンディ
はい。
かけただけバイバイ
ありがとうございます。
And Handy wins by doing nothing. Boom. Imagine your Oshi prank calling you. You wouldn't even be mad.
嬉しい僕ねまた
I cut off like the clip, but like she's an absolute menace on the road when she's drunk. Well, to be fair, that's to be expected from someone who's drunk, right? But she was bumping into everything along the way.
そう大好きなんだよ本当ですかまたそう焼肉美味しかったね美味しかった焼
I like how you can hear Uruha laugh really hard in the background before this.
待ってやばすぎる今の
誰
Roberu won, definitely, yes. Roberu, so the Handy won, Daruma won as well. All three of them won. Kamito also won. I did not show it here. But there is also a drunk Noah Kamito interaction, and Kamito won quite a lot. Okay, just die.
の姿が見れないんですけどひなの見えないひなのがいない寂しいひな
Clink it, Noah. Taskaru.
のいない
お酒は抜けたんか、ノアさん。
お酒今ね4本目か5本目飲んでるからダルさん解放してよ解放してよ
草むら来ちゃった。
The Azatoi is way stronger when she's drunk.
The very next day, now sober, she apologized to everyone.
大変申し訳ございませんでした
Kamito always wins. At this point, we consider VSPO an official husband. We all know Oriapo is not enough. Kamispo is the truth.
昨日は本当に大変申し訳ございませんでした
いやいやいや、本当にありがとうございましたですよ。
And as the cherry on top, she rewatched the drama.
Okay, but I know this might be heresy, what I'm about to say. This might be heresy. I really like Kamitomea. Kamitomea is really funny. Really, really funny. I think I'm more of a Kamitomea fan. To be fair, it's more of a sibling relationship, right? But it's so funny. It's so funny, Kamitomea.
Drunk moments live.
たまを引っこ抜
Blasphemy.
け
はい、お願いします。ケンキさんの。
Zerostme's canon.
And so, Drunk Noah became an iconic legendary episode that continues to stay strong in the memory.
Kamito Akari, yeah, that's another one. There's Kamito has a lot of ships. Is Kamito the most shipped like guy in VTubing ever? He might just be. Like he's gonna be shipped with like half of VTubing at this rate. Oh damn, that's a lot of noise outside.
Of the Kurumi
I'll take, bro. I can understand. To be fair, it's more of a sibling relationship between Mea and Kamito.
Even today.
初見ですよお笑い GTA から来ま
Is he still active? I think so. I think he's still active, yeah.
した
He's still part of Crazy Raccoon.
まだよ
Oh, yesterday when I was mentioning like good clippers, like many of them, I also wanted to mention Lafay. Lafay is good. Very good clipper. High quality clips. They clip clips, sometimes moments that others don't clip either. Which is really nice. Like, for example, if you want to see some chill Nazuna clips, you can find them in the Clippers channel. It's really good. Recommend it. Robert, all of Nanashi Inc. and their moms want him, you know? Yep. That's the classic one. Robert did all of Nanashi Inc. Are you doing an Otaku-kun subs watch party, or are you just gonna watch it on your own time? I can't do that, because by watching Otaku-kun, I would be watching Kamito, and I would be including Kamito POV in my thing. I think I can't do that. I mean, I can do it. Technically, there's nothing that could actually prevent me from doing it, right? Because it's like transformative, right? But I won't do it. I won't do it. Better not. Kamito gets shipped with flesh tubers too. Yep. Indeed he does. Wasn't there a time where it was shipped with Maza-san? I swear there was a time where it was shipped with Maza-san. Or was it Hindi? Or maybe I'm confusing it with Hindi. Maybe. It might have been Hindi. You can't do any Kamito if you already do other that Kamito role. Yeah, exactly. I mean, technically you could, right? It's just out of respect I'm not doing it.
That should do it for her cute side.
Kamito Tsurugi.
So, how about I elaborate on her cool side?
What the fuck?
Tsurugi, haha, scammer.
God! Baseball?
Onwards to Noah's cool side. This shot was absolutely insane. Like, holy shit.
It cannot
She
be
pulled the Uno reverse card on that jet. Anyways, here's the Kurumi no evaluation. Mechanical prowess, outstanding, because she's really good mechanically. Great aim. Her aim's good. Her movement is pretty good too. I've seen her pull off crazy stunts. Crazy stunts. Mental fortitude. I gave her an excellent, but I decided to give her a standard plus for league. It's standard. I think her league, to be fair, decreases everyone's mental, right? You need to keep this in mind. It's not just Noah. Like, everyone's mental is going to be lower in league, in general, right? So I think her mental fortitude is standard when it comes to league. However, I put a plus there because I think when she cries, her mental gets stronger after that, right? She focuses, she locks in. So it's standard, but increases when after she cries, basically. She gets more locked in. Tactical acumen, outstanding. She's one of the best IGLs for Apex in VSPO. You know, she's up there with QP. I think QP tends to be considered the best, but I honestly don't think Noah is that far off from QP. I think Noah. I think the reason why QP ends up higher is because she watches a lot of, you know, pro play. So I think she ends up getting a lot of pro play as a reference as well. But I do think Noah is not that far off from QP in terms of her IGLing. But this is not just for IGLing. Just in general, the way she plays with her playstyle, she's extremely tactical in her approach. Very smart. She goes for the smart approach for everything. So yeah, gave her an outstanding. Her positioning is just really, really good usually. Thing with Tsurugi is if you're aggressive, not back down, he's the one who tries to back down. Yeah, we saw that in Madtown when Ditto was marrying him in Madtown, and he was trying to look bad to Ditto's parents, Akirose and Aruran. With League, you have not to play many games in a row, but take a break between games. Yeah, and the thing with Noah was grinding every day, League every day, for multiple hours in a row without breaks, like 6-hour streams and stuff, right? Obviously, that's gonna take a toll, especially when you have like some teammates that you know, don't know what they're doing. So even though you're winning your lane and you're absolutely crushing your lane, you still lose the game. You have no idea how many times I saw that happen with Noah. She was crushing her lane and she would lose the game. Hard. I think many players have been there. I've been there for sure. Almighty has been there, right? You can attest to that, right, Almighty? You crush your lane, but you still lose the game because, goddamn, your team is trying really hard to lose. But yeah. But Akane also went through the same thing. Akane was doing even longer streams, like 12-hour streams, sometimes even longer, every day. But then again, Akarin is an endurance streamer. She streams a lot, every day. League does drain your mental. Kamito after LTK plays Apex really bad. He said he was not feeling well. Understandable. Understandable. The amount of things you have to learn to play League is enormous. To be fair, don't forget, Kamito was teaming up with Mea. Mea makes it even harder. Because Mea is a very toxic player. Like, she's a very, very toxic player. Like, she even had to apologize after the first LTK because she was getting a bit too toxic. That's why Mea went bungee jumping, by the way. She went bungee jumping as a punishment for, like, being too toxic in the first season of LTK. And she vlogged it, by the way. And yeah, she was terrified. So every time she was getting too toxic in the second season, she was like, please guys, don't make me go bungee jump again. It's funny. Mea is really funny though. She's really, really funny. I want to assemble the perfect League team, guys. Imagine the perfect team in the top lane. In the top lane, I don't know who. In the top lane, we have Kagura Mea. In the jungle, Sendo Yuhi. In the mid lane, we have Tabe Sugiru. Tabe Sugiru, he's the indie VTuber from the meme. Nice game, nice game. Akamite 071 081 031 001 Senatop. What the fuck? Noob, fuck bitch noob. That one. The iconic one. I want her to be the mid lane for the team. And then I don't know who you're gonna get. Oh, for ADC, Tyler 1. Yes, just straight up Tyler 1. And then for support, I have no idea who we're gonna have there. But I want Tyler 1 as the ADC. Now we just need to figure out who's gonna be the support. Yuhi is not really that much of a rager, but she tends to go along with everyone else in terms of chaos. So that's why she's a jungler. But I don't know who we're gonna get for support. But yeah, I love Ru. Ru is great. I'm so happy that she got to participate in LTK because Ru, she was doing collabs with Midbeast, the streamer Midbeast, and she even said, you know, that she's a fan of Kassen, right? You know, she likes watching LTK and she's a fan of Kassen. So it's super cool to see her. You know, she was invited for season 3 of LTK and she was in Kassen's team. That was so cool. I'm so proud of her. And she got to Emerald as well. You could try, but you have to learn so many things in order to have a bit of fun. So it's better if you have someone to play with, you to explain the game to you. Yeah, basically. Yeah, she on CC last LTK. Yep. Memorized. I memorized it. It's too iconic. I love it so much. I love it so much. Ru is great. She's adorable. Tyler would be overkill, bro. It was top 1 for several seasons. And that's fine. That's fine. He's gonna have to somehow navigate the rest of the team, which is gonna absolutely rage. Absolutely. You assembling a league team or salt mine? Both. We want both. The salt industry is gonna thrive. Kassen won one match. Yeah, it was rough. Just saw a recent JP clip of Noah's stream where Signet trolled Met. I haven't seen it. I need to see.
But Noah could truly be considered.
Oh, and then we have the teamwork ability. Excellent. She's really good. I do think sometimes Noah is not aware of the capabilities of her team. So there are moments where she kind of goes in alone and ends up dying because her team was not able to follow up. It happens sometimes. Doesn't happen always. But I do think sometimes she's not aware of her team's capabilities. Sometimes. That's why I did not give her an outstanding in teamwork ability. But it's still really solid. Excellent is really high up. Again, the criteria, it's kind of like Arknights. It goes from flawed, which is the lowest, to standard, to great, to excellent, and then to outstanding. Outstanding is extremely good. Excellent is still really, really good. And learning efficiency is really, really good for most games. League, she needs that extra effort, definitely. I think it's standard. It's like, it's nothing crazy, but I don't think she has any particular problems with it. It's just not as fast in comparison to other games. It's just a matter of comparison, because honestly, I think she does really well in League. Signage trolled her about the sensor beep. Made Met say things because she didn't tell her what the beep only works for her mic. Oh, okay, I gotta see that. I gotta see that.
One of VSPO's top gamers. When she puts her mind into grinding a game.
What did Met say? Unko? Chimpo? Like I said, with League, to learn it's better to have someone to play with. I agree. I think that's true. League is just better when you play with friends, right? Playing alone is more painful. I always enjoyed playing League with friends. Always. Do you plan to make anything on Neoporte or Reject? If I ever finish the VSPO Spotlight, I'd be down to do Neoporte. For Reject, though, I would probably include them in the beginner's guide. Maybe even for Neoporte, honestly. But Neoporte is similar to VSPO, so I would probably do a Spotlight for them. But that's only after I'd be done with VSPO. Which, well, at the rate I'm going, though, I don't know if I'm gonna be done with VSPO anytime soon. It's hard to say. Hard to say.
Her skills will
Neoporte start with the CEO, yep, starting with Shibuya Hall.
generally develop quite rapidly. For certain, this is one of Noah's greatest strengths, with her fellow VSPO member Tachibana Hinano even saying that if she could choose to be any other VSPO member, one of her options...
But there are a lot of Neoporte members that I like, by the way. I do like, you know, Shirona, she's cool a lot. I think she's adorable, her voice is really nice. I like Konkon Aria a lot too. I like Tente Forte as well. And obviously Shibuya Hall is really cool. Like, he's just really cool. I like the events he hosts. He's got good dynamics as well with multiple VTubers as well. I like Shibuya Hall's dynamic with Astel as well. Shibuya Hall would be multi-part though? Nah, it'd be fine. It would be one long video.
This would be Noah for her ability to be great at games. Firstly, let's talk about FPS games, for they are Noah's specialty. Contrary to LVG, which started in VSPO as PUBG players, Noah debuted in VSPO already as an Apex Legends player, and just...
They keep adding new people worthy of Spotlight faster than you can make them. Yeah, in 1 year I made five videos. Well, do keep in mind that obviously there's always the fact that I do more videos beyond the VSPO Spotlight, right? I also do the beginner's guide. The beginner's guide is going to come back now. I am working right now on the Tokino Sora beginner's guide, for example. And I want to do one on Astel afterwards. There's also a few other video ideas that I have outside of the beginner's guide and the Spotlight that I also want to do. You know, technically the VSPO EN introduction video is one of those ideas. It's not part of the Spotlight. It's a one-off video. I also want to make a video on regional VTubers. You know, VTubers, Japanese VTubers that dedicate themselves on promoting their hometowns, you know. Someone like Aomori Rinko, like Tsukabe Tsukushi, like Yusha Noto, those. I also want to make a video on... damn, wait, why am I forgetting? VTubers, yeah, Yokato as well, for example. Yokato is another one. She's from Fukuoka, right? I think so, yes. Otsuteya. There's a lot of original VTubers, but I want to make a video about it. I also want to make a video about VTubers that started their own agencies. So, you know, I will talk about Shibuya Hall there. I will talk about Aoi Sakura there. I'll talk about Amakami Konomi in there as well. It's honestly, a lot of these videos are going to be definitely very JP based. Guys, I cannot lie. I am very biased towards the JP scene. So generally in my channel you'll see far more JP VTubers being mentioned. And I have so many ideas for so many videos, you know, talking about lots of different JP VTubers. There are still going to be EN every once in a while, obviously, because there are EN VTubers that I like too. But there's a lot of JP that I'm going to be talking about. There's also, you know, I also want to make a video on academic VTubers. You know, I'm going to make a beginner's guide on Jufu Teraden, but I also want to talk about other academic VTubers like, you know, Kita Shirakawa Kakapo, like Kirako. Usui Clear is a good example, yes, Usui Clear is good. What was the other one? Murasaki Shikibu is another good one. So yeah, there's quite a lot. I wish Gems Company had more promotion from Gems Company. I never heard of that one. I'll need to take a look. I play with JP VTubers a lot too. Sad Hakase is gone. Oh, Kakapo. Yeah. But it's a hiatus, right? I think it was just a hiatus. We don't know when she's gonna come back. It's like an indefinite hiatus, but she might be back. From Square Enix. Why did I repeat her name? Wait. Oh, different person?
6 months after her debut.
So yeah, point is, all of this is gonna make like the VSPO spotlights come out, you know, less frequently. Oh, Gems Company from Square Enix. Oh, okay. It means that the VSPO spotlights are gonna come out more, you know, slower, right? Because I'm not dedicating the channel on VSPO. The channel is not VSPO dedicated. VSPO is a big part of the channel, and it will remain a big part of the channel as long as, you know, management doesn't bonk me, right? It will remain a big part of the channel, but it's not like the channel is not dedicated to just VSPO. That said, it's also because you know, the guidelines that VSPO has also are kind of limiting in a lot of aspects. And for example, right now I have Sponsor, right? Sponsor is the you know, the donation platform that I've been working with for, you know, funding the beginner's guides now. Some of them, because there are beginner's guides I'm gonna do that have nothing to do with it. But some beginner's guides are gonna come from Sponsor, basically. And you know, VSPO has specific rules, and I cannot advertise Sponsor in VSPO videos, right? So because of that, in terms of like sponsorships or any kind of advertisement for self-promotion, I'm very limited with VSPO. I cannot do that with VSPO videos. So this also means that I could never be able to do just VSPO content if I want to, you know, actually be able to one day make a living off of, you know, content creation. Sponsor already, you know, is a huge help. I cannot do away with it. I just can't. Now, theoretically, this probably is not going to happen. I have no expectations of this ever happening. But theoretically, if VSPO were to hire me to dedicate myself on making VSPO videos, I would accept that. I would take that 100%. I mean, working together with my favorite agency, one of them, you know, hell yeah. I would take that if they were to hire me. Management, I know this is probably never going to happen, but if you ever consider it, I'm up for it. I would accept that. You know, I would accept that. You would see every single video being VSPO after that. You know? Basically. But it's not happening, obviously. That's not going to happen. But I would be up for it. I would.
Noah would become VSPO's first ever Apex Legends Master Rank player. A rank that she not only has achieved multiple times, she has even...
So basically what I'm saying is that at the moment, my VSPO videos are pretty much a passion project that I'm just doing, even though I'm more limited and I gain less from it, I still want to do it because I love VSPO. That's what I'm getting to. But this also does mean that I'm going to have to do other videos in between VSPO uploads. Now, to be fair, those are videos I want to do as well, right? But I don't make as many videos as I could have, I would otherwise, because of this, because of the limitations we have with VSPO. Because otherwise I would make more, even more of it. You're going to be on the end side, or you have to learn JP to translate them? Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I'm learning Japanese currently. I'm still not good enough to do proper translations. I mean, I did translations in the No video, right? But you know, it's mostly game comms because I'm still not good enough to do full translations, right? I'm roughly at JLPT N4, right? I'm finishing JLPT N4. But still though, in terms of like dedicating myself to making VSPO videos is kind of the way that I'm still doing right now, you know, focusing on doing more VSPO spotlights, but also other VSPO related videos outside of the spotlights. Other, like, because what are my strengths? As a content creator, what are my strengths? I do good in this kind of, you know, commentary stuff. I'm good at making things dramatic. I'm good at narration. I can edit. You know, I might be an amateur editor, but I can edit, and I'm getting better. I'm good at, like, compiling lots of material from many different sources and building it into one full tight-knit video, right? So basically, what my videos would be is just high production, narrated videos. You know, stuff that can be a good way to promote VSPO to others. Basically, it's what I already do in a way, but more of it and more dedicated to it. If you gain subscribers, those will propagate to other videos. Yes, that's true. That is true. But, you know, it also kind of depends because, you know, some videos will gain you more than others. In the case of, even if I wanted, for example, to gain a lot of views, you know, I would be making videos on EN VTubers from Twitch because they tend to do better. The JP scene I feel like the JP scene is more and more niche in the West. In terms of VTuber fandoms, back in 2020, when, you know, before the EN scene was super big, most VTuber fans back then were fans of the JP scene. But today, I feel like the EN scene has grown super large, and now I think most EN VTuber fans are fans of EN in particular. They're not really fan of JP VTubers. So that's why. I think if I wanted to make more views strictly just for the viewership, I would probably be making videos on EN VTubers from Twitch because they do much better in terms of, like, the algorithm, in terms of viewership. But I keep doing videos on JP because, well, I just what I like. I like them more, right? It's just the part of VTubing that I like the most. That's all. VSPO is even more niche in the West, but I love VSPO so much that I'm still willing to just, you know, make high quality videos for VSPO because I like them a lot. I love them, right? It may as well be my favorite agency at this point. It's the one that I watch the most, for one. So yeah. But you know, making videos takes a long time. I mean, the Noah video took me 2 months to make. 2 months is a long time, right? And time is money, right? Because the time that you're spending, like, working on the video is time that you're not spending doing other things. You know, like studying in university or working a job, right? And at the end of the day, you need money to be able to make live. And this is part of the reason why I started the sponsor stuff, is because, well, the way things are going right now, if I don't get some extra means of income, I am going to have to, need to get a part-time job. You know, currently I am studying, right? But I will need a part-time job as well. So I need to make sure that either I make it so that content creation can sustain me in that sense, or if that doesn't happen, then I'm gonna need a part-time job. That's just how it is. There's no other way. That's life. That would also mean less time to make videos, because obviously if I'm working on a part-time job, that's less videos and energy to work on videos, which means less content overall. So that's why. This is why I'm saying, management, if you're willing to hire me, I absolutely would accept it and I would devote myself. But that's more wishful thinking on my part. But yeah, this is why I am, still going to do other videos beyond VSPO videos in the channel. You make us laugh with videos and in return we pay you. I guess, in a way. I mean, I don't want to make any content locked behind payments. For example, I could upload membership content, perhaps. I don't want to do that because I want people to watch my videos, right? So I don't want to lock content behind a paywall. I want everyone to be able to watch everything I make. The sponsor stuff that now we have is it's a donation platform. Anyone that wants to support me directly can support me through sponsor. And now with the system that I have, now we can also have VSPO, not VSPO, because I specifically don't do VSPO with it because that's against the rules. The beginner's guides we can now have beginner's guides episodes that are chosen by viewers through sponsor. Once we hit the goal, I make a vote and the viewers choose which Hololive member. The reason why I keep it for Hololive is because, well, Hololive is the agency that I've watched the most over the years. It's the agency I know best. It's the one that I'm most confident that I can make good videos about because, well, I like Hololive, right? Even though I watch VSPO more today, I still like Hololive. You know, my feelings for Hololive have not changed, right? They've not changed. It's just that now there's an agency I watch more, but my feelings remain the same. I still love Hololive and the Hololive members. That's why I for now I'm keeping it strictly just Hololive only, the sponsor stuff, because I'm confident enough I can do good with it, with Hololive. But yeah, you could do members first though. I guess I could do members first, but I don't know. Complicated. Resisting the temptation to just not making it public is difficult as well, because I just want, every time I make a video I'm like, I just want to upload it and make it public as fast as possible. I want people to watch it. I get super excited to get people to watch stuff, right? I always get super giddy, so it's very difficult. That's why I in the past I've had plans to like make multiple videos and schedule it for like a special day, but then advertise it. But I was like, nah, I cannot do that. I cannot resist the temptation to just make it public instantly. Just curious, but will your future videos be similarly long as this one, or will it be closer to your earlier ones? That kind of depends on the talent. I always thought Hinano would be the one to have a 1 hour long video. Turns out Noah was the first one. Probably Hinano might get there. Maybe, it depends. I expect the Hinano video to also be long, maybe. Maybe, it depends. Because what made this video so long was the VSPO section. I was not going to make the VSPO section this long how I did it in this video. But then I got enthusiastic, as I usually do. I was like, no, I can do something cool here. And I decided to do that something cool. And that's resulted in the VSPO section being half of the video's length, which is similar to the Aqua video that I made. The Aqua video was not going to have that long VSPO section, but then I was like, no, I can do something cool here. And then the VSPO section was also half of the video. So basically, in the future, exactly, it's kind of what Christopher is saying. It depends if I get carried away or not, which is something that does happen. Again, remember, the VSPO Spotlight was meant to be 5-minute videos. Yeah, let's just say they're not 5 minutes. They're not 5 minutes at all. They're not 5 minutes. But yeah, but the Mimitaya video is definitely going to be shorter. After that, the Senna video probably is going to be shorter as well. The Hinano video is going to be a long one. Whether it or not it's going to be a long 1 hour long, that depends. It depends a lot. But I could see the Hinano video potentially being 1 hour long. But basically my point is that it really depends on the talent to talent. Maybe the talent has like one particular tournament that I really want to talk about and elaborate more. Or maybe the talent has like a lot to talk about. Because for example, the Ichinose Uruha video also has a longer first section. You know, the first section where I talk about their personality and iconic moments. The Ichinose video ended up being longer in that aspect because of the Uru Punch legends, right? But some of the members have shorter ones. So it really depends. Yeah. Right now, I kind of want to do shorter videos, because every time I do a long video, I get super exhausted. So I need to do something shorter. Something shorter just to give myself a breather. The shorty is most of Twitch VSPO, cause most of their VODs gone. Yeah, that's going to be very difficult for me in the future. For Kisaragi Ren, for Shiranami Ramune, and especially for Akari, that it's going to be very difficult to make their videos because there's going to be a huge lack of footage for their old stuff. So in terms of their history is kind of gone. I mean, with Ramune and Ren, not so much because they still have their old stuff there on YouTube. Their new stuff, however, is going to be gone. I'm going to re-record the fights that Ren had in the VSPO recently before it goes away, because like otherwise all remnants of her participation in VSPO is going to be gone. Season 1 is fine because Season 1 is in her sub channel. she has a sub-channel that was supposed to be for Twitch VODs, right? I remember in the clips, in the private clipping channel that VSPO management has, they were announcing that VSPO was, the talents were going to have something like that. And it did for a while, and now they're not doing it anymore. So, like, Ren hasn't uploaded there for 6 months, right? So that means if I don't record her POV in the V-Cycle Season 2 now, before it goes away in September, it's going to be gone. So I'm going to record proactively, because that's going to be something I want to include in the Ren video, right? It's a big shame. I wish at least the tournaments could be uploaded on YouTube, because it's their history, right? And their history being gone is something I find sad. I mean, you need to keep in mind one thing about me. I am a history nerd, right? I am a history nerd in particular. You know, I studied humanities in school. You know, I always loved history as a subject in school. So I like learning history as well for fun. I find historical value to be something, well, it's something I value a lot, right? So to me, it's really sad when their history online gets wiped, right? In this case, it's just because Twitch deletes the VODs automatically, because that's just how Twitch VODs work, right? I find that sad, their history being gone. So yeah, Akarin is going to be the hardest one, because all she does is on Twitch, basically. But I guess I'm going to be depending on clips, on clips for that video, basically. But yeah, that's just how things are. Oh yeah, another thing that I want to do in the future that I didn't mention is the interviews that I talked about yesterday. The interview videos with other VTubers. It will depend if the VTubers are willing to do that or not. Obviously, I have no expectations. You know, I think it's always good to go in to these kinds of things when it involves other people without expectations. Right? So I have no expectation, but I want to do like VTuber interviews. It's going to be with the EN VTubers because, again, my Japanese is not good enough to do JP interviews, right? It's going to be with EN VTubers, and I want to make it mostly focused on esports focused VTubers, you know, VTubers that are competitive gamers. So yeah, wish me luck with that. Hopefully I can do well with that.
Even come to surpass, for indeed, Noah would go as far as even achieving the highly impressive Apex Predator rank live on stream, solidifying her position as one of VSPO's strongest Apex Legends players.
Something I forgot earlier when I was talking about my strengths as a content creator. Script writing is another one. So, hey, any other VTuber that ever needs like a script writer for something, I can do that too. I like writing. It's a hobby of mine.
Indeed, she's got it all. Great aim and mechanics, game knowledge and positioning, leadership and teamwork. She really does know her way around the battlefield, and while she definitely favors aggression, she is also patient when the situation requires it. While it is true that Noah may be one of the strongest VSPO members at Apex, her success is actually mainly achieved through her amazing game sense and positioning. Noah is a very calculated player, possessing of loads of game knowledge, always looking to position herself advantageously, effortlessly farming damage or kill.
Yeah, this game was absolutely insane. Let me give you guys some backstory on this game, this screenshot right here. She clutched this game so goddamn hard. So goddamn hard. There was a moment in the game where she was basically 1 HP and both her teammates were dead. And she somehow managed to escape the team that was like attacking her and managed to find a good place to Valkyrie ult out of there. Revived her teammates, you know, with a beacon, and they won the game. They managed to win it. That was such a clutch game. She absolutely clutched it up.
And
Like, her movement when she's trying to escape is really good.
I think this is one of the things that make her such a formidable player. Yes, she has the physical skills to be able to just run and gun at people if she feels like it, but she prefers to play it smart, stacking as many advantages as she can to ensure ultimate victory. Sun Tzu would approve. When moving, she's swift as the wind. When sneaking, silent as the forest. When attacking, she's fierce as fire. And when she needs to make a stand, immovable as a mountain. Furin Kazan!
I can never resist doing samurai references in my stuff. I am too much of a samurai nerd. This is Takeda Shingen's banner, by the way. Furin Kazan banner. That the Takeda clan would bring to battle back during the Sengoku period of samurai of Japanese history. It was a quote from The Art of War, because Takeda Shingen was a reader of the Art of War. Recently, I've also been watching the Furin Kazan Taiga drama from NHK, the one where Yamamoto Kansuke is the main character. I'm loving it. I love watching these Taiga dramas. I'm a big fan.
She is often thinking several steps ahead, and it is her highly strategic mindset that is the core of her playstyle. And she's definitely got the aim to back it up.
Ah, so clean.
Honestly, it doesn't matter which guns are currently in the meta. Give her any weapon, and she'll put it to good use. Though I've noticed that...
Have you ever tried Samurai Katana before? No, I've never held any weapons. Okay, that's not true. I've held swords, but like they were European swords. That's about it. I've never held like any Japanese weapon. And to be fair, when I held a Western sword, was in a field trip when I was a kid once. They for some reason allowed me to, you know, wield the sword. It was fun.
Other VSPO members, she does seem to like the Nemesis a lot, and combined with her tactical usage of grenades, solid movement, and careful positioning, she's a true force to be reckoned with. One who should never be dismissed, even as she is the last standing member of her squad. For you see, Noah is the type of tenacious player that even when she's backed against a corner, she performs even better, and this has resulted in her having been able to flip situations around multiple times throughout her career, and snatch victory from the clutches of defeat.
Here's the classic clutch queen, Kurumi Noa. Not even worried at all. Boom. Easy.
For this, Noah pretty much became known as VSPO's most notorious clutch queen. Rule number 1 of fighting Noah: never think you've won before she's actually been eliminated, because there's a real chance she might still win in the end. Odds be damned.
She's stronger when she's losing. This one was insane. Armor swap. Kill. Another one. Deads. And another one. 4 kills, just like that.
While Noah
She does die after this. Like, she gets chased underground and then she dies underground. But damn, she was doing so well.
is capable of playing multiple characters should the situation call for it. She considers herself a Valkyrie one-trick pony.
Valkyrie OTP.
And indeed, Noah has picked Valkyrie extensively when the character is not weak in the current meta.
Something I noticed about Noah uses like Valkyrie ultimate all the time. Like almost every time the ult is like available, she's using it. Whether it being for movement for her team, or for scouting, for like to see which squads are around, or just to chase rats. You know, she uses her ultimate constantly. She's always, you know, picking up ultimate accelerants to use it as much as she can. Always using her ultimate all the time.
And with its superior vertical movement and ability to fly her team around the map in search of better positioning, it's definitely a character that suits Noah's desire for faster results quite well. But again, she can excel in many other aggressive character picks as well. On top of it all, Noah has loads of tournament experience under her wing, and she has proved to be a capable leader. In spite of her voice being soft and quiet, her communication is solid, and she can adapt her playstyle to fit with.
By the way, she didn't kill this one right here because it was an Ashe, and Ashe ulted to the other side of the room. But then Noah realizes that and kills him. He kills the Ashe.
The team's strengths. Her game knowledge and calculated playstyle can really be put to good use when she's leading. And the most impressive part is that she can do it even when she's
I've also shown like these clips so many times, like of VSPO 5, where there's like fighting all over the place. I remember I showed it in the Aqua video, I've showed it in the esports video, introduction video, and also here. I don't know, I like the atmosphere, the chaotic fighting atmosphere of it.
Forming as the entry fragger. The role
There's so
of the
much
fragger
happening.
is the most mechanically intensive, as they are the players that open up fights, do the most damage,
It's
drawing
beautiful.
the aggro, or even aggressively flank the
It's
enemy.
beautiful.
It's essentially the role you assign to your physically strongest player.
That said, in this case, I think Sumire was acting as a second fragger, because you can also have two fraggers in a team. Usually the first fragger is there to open up fights and draw aggro, while the second fragger is the damage dealer. And Noah also does like two fragger teams multiple times as well. I think in this case, Sumire was acting as a second fragger. Lisa was acting like as an anchor support. While Noah was like IGLing and also being the first fragger.
It is very hard to perform both as an IGL and a fragger.
Though sometimes she also does, IGL while being the second fragger. But usually, Noah does first fragger.
Simultaneously, as IGLs need to be very aware of not just themselves, but
this ambush was amazing. This is the round 4 of the Apex VSPO Season 5. Matsuri knew someone was going to come here. She's shooting Kanae, by the way. Kanae is the one that's like using the ring thing scanner. Matsuri was waiting here for like a full minute. She knew someone was going to come to that scan. She was like even telling like to Elu and Ematasu like to not to be quiet because she wants to hear the noise. And as soon as she heard the noise of that being utilized, instantly like, okay, let's go. Boom, they shot him.
The team as a whole
was such a good ambush. I think Matsuri, she has proved over the years that she's such a good IGL, like in all these tournaments, like ever since VSPO Season 3. She's actually a really good leader. It's a side of Matsuri you usually don't see outside of the tournaments, right? Like when you're watching Matsuri casually in regular activities with Hololive, usually it's just, it's Matsuri, she's unhinged, that's all she is, right? But then you see Matsuri compete in tournaments, it's like, no. Matsuri, when she's walking in tournaments, she's really smart, really, really competent. Like, it's a completely different side of Matsuri that you otherwise wouldn't know if you don't watch like the competitive side. So I like this side of Matsuri a lot. This serious side of Matsuri.
While fraggers usually put themselves in the most perilous situations, and thus need to focus on themselves the most. For this reason, you will often find that even amazing players see their mechanical performance decline when they are the IGL, as the role doesn't allow them to fully...
Ditto is another good example of this, because we saw in the Apex VSPO Season 6, the one where she was teaming up with Utai Meika and Aki Rosenthal. Ditto was the IGL at first. She's the strongest in the team, she's an Apex Predator, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest participant in VSPO history ever. She's very, very strong. She was IGLing, but then they decided to try, you know what, let's have Meika be the IGL, let's try it out. Because Meika is also a decent IGL, he's good, he's got a lot of experience IGLing. He was the IGL for Team Obeka in VSPO Season 3 and Season 4. Usually he tends to be put in IGLing positions in Apex. So they decided to put Meika as the IGL to try it out. And it was insane. Ditto was playing out of her mind. They won. They managed to win the entire day. They got champion even in one of the matches. They got second, I think, in another. So yeah, Dito was saying herself, like, this is what I like the most, you know. I love just being able to just focus on my game and nothing else. You know, this is like best form. Like, even Dito herself, like, recognizes that, yeah, if she's IGLing, she's a decent IGL, but like, it nerfs her fighting. And she prefers to just be able to fight without worries. Meika ended up making Meika the IGL was a good decision. If Botan was in this run, hard to say. Botan plays a realistic FPS more. Well, these days she plays more fighting games than she does FPS. But Botan is more of a like Call of Duty Battlefield player, right? Realistic FPS. She used to play Apex before Hololive. She did say she grinded to master rank, but then she burnt out and she stopped playing. So we can't really say Botan would be better because like her peak performance in Apex is just getting to master and then stopping. So she would be evaluated as an 8 points master rank. So she would be evaluated the same as Matsuri. Matsuri is also an 8 points master rank. So it's hard to say that she would be the best. If she were to practice, could she make it higher than that? I believe so. I do think Botan has that potential to make it higher. But going by what she said, what her peak was, she would be only an 8 points master rank. Yeah, she's more of a fighting game player now, which is funny because she used to say she sucks at fighting games. Now she's really good at it with Street Fighter.
Focus on their fighting potential due to IGLs being the strategic decision makers of the team. If the team is under pressure or in a battle,
what Botan is really good at is Rainbow Six Siege. If she were in a Rainbow Six Siege like tournament, then yeah, she probably would be one of the strongest participants. She's really good because she used to be involved in Rainbow Six Siege esports before joining Hololive, by the way. She was like a pro level player.
Spot. It's up to the IGL to make a decision for the whole team. And not making a choice is to choose death.
Early season masters kind of beast.
Yeah. Leaders and tacticians usually led from behind for a reason. This is why you'll notice that in tournaments like the Apex V-Sankyo, it is very common for really good players to still assign the IGL role to someone else. For example, in the Apex V-Sankyo Season 5, Shinomiya Runa was the captain of her own team. But because she's more of a mechanical...
you know, I did not even intend to this, but it kind of worked out really well. Where I used Shinomiya Runa and QP as an example, and then I realized, it was actually a good idea to introduce them in the video because they end up playing a big role later on in the V-Sankyo section. That was completely accidental, by the way, but it really worked out really well. That way. You know, this way, like, new viewers that don't know who they are already have, like, an introduction early on, before they appear later. Kinda happy with how it turns out. It was completely accidental.
Player more suited to fighting. She assigned Kaminari Q.
But yeah, Runa's aim is really good. Her aim is insane. I think she has one of the best aims in VSPO. Runa, Shinomiya.
To be your team's IGL, as QP could be considered to be the best IGL.
Then there's QP. QP is just amazing. QP, she watches ALGS all the time. She likes to watch pro players in general. She's very smart. This is also another thing. Even outside Apex, she's just a very smart girl in general. So you combine like her game knowledge with her smarts and you have an amazing IGL. It's mostly the macro that she's focused on, to be fair. She focuses more on macro, but still, very, very amazing IGL. Botan kind of played against Astel in Overwatch before. She actually lost to him. Yeah, I think I know what it is. It was like Hololive versus Holostars tournament, wasn't it? And yeah, Holostars won. To be fair, no surprise there. I mean, come on. Holostars members are always participating in tournaments all the time. Meanwhile, the Hololive members that participate in tournaments are a few. And many of the ones that do were not participating in that tournament either, so like, that was bound to happen. It's like putting war veterans together with like new recruits. Even if the ranks might be similar, the experience in competitive is not the same. This is why I love her. Yeah, QP is great. I like QP.
In VSPO. Other times you have players like Neko Tatsuna, who is both a capable fighter and leader, but doesn't like doing both at the same time.
With the case of Tsuna, I already explained it twice. Once yesterday, once today, so no need to explain anymore.
As it affects her overall performance. So, in the Apex V-Sankyo Season 6...
So I said in practice, just kill Astel first. Yeah, that's a good plan. I mean, that's a very common plan in esports in general. I mean, if you look at V-Sankyo, usually everyone is trying to focus like the ace of the team. This is why Sadame Gaming was so strong, because you don't have an ace. The entire team plays at the same level. They're all the same rank, Diamond 3. You know, Uruha, Met, Ibrahim, they're all Diamond 3. It doesn't matter who you attack first because they all play at the same level, right? Meanwhile, if you look at MapleNet's Bunny, you would see the other squads. Bangalore, attack Bangalore. They all knew that Bangalore is Noah, so like, you attack Noah first, because if Noah goes down, there's a big chance that the entire team goes down, because that's their ace. Same thing. You're fighting Pakael's team, you attack Pakael. You kill Pakael. You're fighting Start End, you kill Aqua, because Aqua is the ace, right? You always aim for the strongest player first. Always. Like, almost everyone in VSPO does it.
She invited and entrusted the IGL role to ex-Albion.
Like, you look at even the Valorant VSPOs, whenever, like, the best player goes down, usually that team would lose. Usually, not always. Not always, but usually. No wonder Bay kills Gorilla. Yep. QP's a genius. She is. The strongest break the chain.
Also an experienced IGL. Meanwhile, she could unleash her overwhelming fighting potential, proceeding to become one of the best performing players in the entire tournament.
But that's also why there's value in having a team where everyone is strong as each other, like Sadame Gaming did. There is value in that. I think Sadame Gaming proved that that you don't need like one super strong player to win the tournaments if the entire team plays really solid together without any weaknesses, and focus on like playing it smart like they did. Because again, Sadame Gaming knew exactly what their strengths are. They knew to avoid fighting opponents that were too strong in 1v1 scenarios. They always knew to jump them like 3v1 or 2v1.
Noah too has assigned the IGL role to other players in the past, yet Noah is still one of those rare players capable of performing effectively as both an IGL and fragger.
Yeah, her physical performance does decrease slightly, but it's not that much. She honestly performs pretty consistently well, even if she's IGLing or not. I find that she does really well. And even better if she has a sub-IGL, because her IGLing can also decline a little bit sometimes if she's focusing too much on like her physical performance. That's why Mimitaya was such a good addition for her team, because Mimitaya is a really good sub IGL, really good. You know, Mimitaya. There were many moments where Noah would go off to kill someone else, flank or do something like that, and Mimitaya would just take over, you know, leading Deron. Right? Mimitaya would give Deron directions, right? And as a result, Noah didn't have to worry too much about micromanaging Deron that much, because Mimitaya was there to do that micromanaging. It helped her quite a lot. That way Noah could focus on the macro, you know, IGLing. And she also would focus on the micro, but usually whenever she's not busy fighting. There were even moments, I did not show it, I'm probably going to show it in the Mimitaya spotlight. There were moments where Mimitaya even was the one to, you know, call out a fight. You know, Mimitaya was able to down someone. She's like, okay guys, let's go. And Noah follows, you know, Noah followed after Mimitaya. And Deron as well. There was also another time where Noah managed to down someone and she wanted to go in. And Mimitaya was like, no, let's not go in. This is a bad idea. We'll come back. And Noah come back because like there's like too many squads around. It's risky to go in. So like even Mimitaya had moments where she was like keeping, you know, Noah in a leash, you could say. Like Mimitaya is really good as a sub-IGL. Again, she's smart, right? She's a smart girl. So she can, she does really well in that kind of role.
Simultaneously, and though her mechanical performance may still decline slightly, in her case, I find that penalty is vastly mitigated if she has a solid sub-IGL to back her up. As you'll see later on, one of her greatest tournament victories ever saw Noah as both the IGL and fragger of her team. So, in that sense, you could say Noah does not have any particular noteworthy weaknesses. But what else would we expect from one of VSPO's strongest? When we move to Valorant, Noah hasn't quite reached the same heights. But there's a lot that carries over as well.
You watch Mimitaya League, party 5 people with Maza-san, Tayo, Asta, Arisaka before Mimitaya is kind of Team IGL. But no one listened to her, only Arisaka. Yeah, I don't think I saw that, but But yeah. I wonder when was that? Was it like recently or was it a long time ago? Or was it LTK? No, it wasn't LTK. No, it can't be. I don't remember. No, it wasn't LTK because Mimitai and Asta were not part of the same squad. They were opponents. I forgot. Around LTK 1? Oh, so it was like a casual game then they were doing. I guess maybe they were just playing around for fun, perhaps. Maybe. But I know the feeling. Sometimes, you know, when I'm playing with friends. Now, this hasn't happened in a long time, like many years ago, when I was like what? Still in high school, playing with friends. Usually we wouldn't have, nobody wanted to be the IGL, right? So I would be the one ending up being the IGL just because, well, no one is like giving each other directions and communication is important, so I would end up being the one IGLing. And there were some times where the team just is not listening because they're just screwing around, right? So I know the feeling, yeah.
Managing to peak Ascendant 3 is nothing to scoff at. And I could see her one day be able to reach Immortal and join VSPO's strongest Valorant players as well. Even then, when it comes to her sheer mechanics and aim, she's more than a match for a VSPO's strongest. And just goes to show Noah's raw FPS.
Yeah, I really do think Noah can make it to Immortal. I really do. I think if she grinds for a long time, maybe not that long actually. If she grinds non-stop Valorant, I really do think she can make it to Immortal. You know, she mostly relies on her like raw FPS skill here, right? Rather than like game knowledge, but I think that's something she would be able to acquire just fine. But to be fair, it's not like she has no game knowledge, like she obviously does. Just not as much as perhaps, you know, Kokage, Akarin, Benny.
Then we have
starts with Asta and Tayo, said mid gap, Tayo and jungle gap, and then Maza-san and Sion use Sayonara to troll everyone.
Street Fighter 6. Noah's most played character over the years has been Cammy, which she has peaked platinum.
Yeah, it's the reason why I mained Cammy first when I got into Street Fighter 6, because it's because of Noah.
4 with, but her actual strongest character is Mai Shiranui, which she peaked master rank with. Fighting games are very different from FPS.
And even after the after the VSPO showdown, she went back to Mai. I think she just likes Mai more. Not Mai, Cammy. She went back to Cammy. I think she just likes Cammy more. I think she still played Mai sometimes, but she would still play Cammy more, even after getting master with Mai.
But Noah was able to adapt pretty well, and here too her ability to lock in when she's in a tough spot can be seen clearly. I noticed, when Noah loses a round, she plays much better in the next. Literally losing only makes her stronger. Again, it's this faster learning and adaptability that makes her such a force to be reckoned with. She's constantly evolving.
Mimitaya screamed a lot the next game she became Yankee on his IGL when she killed opponent. Oh, I love that. I love that.
Finally, there's League of Legends, in which Noah has understandably had quite a rocky relationship with. Here, Noah's main role is that of a top laner, with
the spicy Mimitaya is just really nice.
Some of her main picks being Mordekaiser, Rumble, Ambessa, and Renekton.
I see. Noah likes playing a lot of Conquerors, huh? Mordekaiser, Ambessa, Renekton. She likes playing Conquerors in general. Like these rough, battle-scarred war veterans.
If there's one thing,
also Vayne top. I forgot about that, but she also plays Vayne top a decent amount. And there was this one time where Varus top was meta. She was just abusing Varus top a lot. She will abuse meta 100%.
thing we can say about her performance is that she's actually able to consistently dominate her lane in most of her games.
For the win, yeah.
She's got the basics down and can definitely hold her own, even without jungle
juggernauts.
However, just like fighting games, MOBAs are pretty difficult genres to get into, and there's a lot of game knowledge a new player needs to adjust into.
Nice.
League solo queue as well can be quite gruesome of an experience.
She was so fed in this game.
Because there will be a lot of times where you'll have to go above and beyond to ensure your team doesn't throw the game. League players in the audience probably understand these feelings
16 kills. Wait. Let me see.
There will be a lot of times where you'll have to go above and beyond to ensure your team doesn't.
No one more the Kaiser, yep.
Players in the audience.
Yeah, she should try Darius. I agree with that. Like, Darius, I think she would like Darius, like lane bullies. Because I think Noah likes lane bullies. Like, she does really well with Mordekaiser. It's like her most played champion. I would love to see her play Darius.
Probably understand this feeling very well.
Oof! Oof! That was not looking too good, huh? There's the 2-5 Mordekaiser and the 0-5... I forgot her name. Samira. The mid lane is not doing too good either. Eesh, this is looking like a nasty game. I relate to this a lot. You have no idea how many games I have when bot lane is feeding. Usually the lane that feeds the most in my games is usually bot lane. Usually bot, like, it's like, oh look at that, we're 5 minutes in the game. Why is bot lane 0-8? Happens so much. So much. It's always bot lane. Always bot lane in my games. This is very relatable. But it's fine because she's 11-0 now. She's absolutely carrying this game. Noah carry. Well, she managed to carry this one. Unfortunately, there were many others where this happened and she didn't carry. But this one, she got the carry. She was super fed. I tried to find clips of those with Mitai VODs. Oh, okay. If you find it, you can always join like the Discord server and like ping me with it. I'm actually curious to find out. That would be like something I'd be interested in maybe showcasing in the spotlight. Which role do you play? I play mid lane. I've been a mid laner for years. When I started playing League, I was a support main. However, I did not know what support was, so I always thought, oh, mages are supports, right? So I was just playing Ahri. I was playing Ahri and calling myself a support. Turns out, no, I was a mid laner all along. So yeah, I've been pretty much always a mid laner. I play top lane as my secondary. I can play every lane, I guess, to a sufficient degree, but my performance declines much more outside of mid lane. I'm pretty much a mid lane main almost through and through. I made it to Platinum months ago. Plat 3, or was it Plat 2? It was one or the other. And I stopped grinding though, but I do think I could have made it to Emerald, because Platinum didn't seem that difficult. I main Zoe. Zoe is my main, but I also play Ahri. I used to be a one-trick Zoe, but I also play Ahri, I play Aurora, I play Kassadin now, because I learned Kassadin months ago. Lux, I guess. Those are the champions I play most. I want to expand my champion pool if I can. Nowadays you can even play Volibear support. Yep. Now the meta is a bit weird right now. I'm a top main, XADC main. I can do all lane. I play too many champions. My problem is I play very few. I mean, I guess I can play them all to a basic degree, but to me, being able to play champions well is understanding the champions very, very well. That's what I consider like playing the champions well. That's why my pool is so small, because I can only say the champions that I said right now are the ones that I can do that with. Zoe, Aurora, Ahri, Kassadin, maybe Lux. But I want to increase my champion pool. I think I was trying Corki, as well, because I need an AD. It's difficult with ADs. I'm too used to mages. Found the clip name? Alright. Let me actually copy and paste it right now. I'm gonna copy and paste it right now. There we go. Almighty, don't mind it. I hope you don't mind it. I'm gonna send it to you. I need a place to send it, so I'm gonna put it here. Alright. Let's carry on. Try Nefiri? Ah yes, I might try Nefiri, yeah. Oh, I was also trying to learn Vex.
Of course, hardship is not something Noah is afraid of. And she's been putting herself through the ringer to get better at League. Over time, she has indeed gotten better at the game, currently having peaked Gold 2, which was a very hard-fought achievement, though it has come at a cost of much of her frustration. Now, I've been playing League since Season 2, and if you ask me, I think Noah has been doing just fine. Is her improvement as fast as other games? Maybe not, but her hard work is still paying off. She used to be hard-stuck bronze, and she climbed out of it. She used to be hard-stuck silver, and she climbed out of it too. And I believe she will climb out of gold should she keep at it.
See, my problem with assassins is that I'm really bad at playing assassins. Because I tend to go in, but I forget to go out. Kassadin is being a good one to practice that though, because Kassadin does incentivize me to go in and out of the fights as I need to. So I do think I'm starting to get better at that playstyle, but even still, my Kassadin build is pretty tanky. I use like a double tier build. But yeah, I'll have to see, because I used to try and learn Kiana, but my problem with Kiana is I go in and then I never go out. But yeah, but Noah, she used to be hard stuck bronze during LTK 1. She was really struggling leaving bronze. She almost dropped to iron. But again, I do think even back then she played way above her rank, because she was again winning almost all of her lanes. But she was getting extremely unlucky. I think the problem is that she did not know how to translate her leads to the rest of the team back then. But she eventually got better than that, so she managed to get to silver. With silver, she got hard stuck in it during LTK 2, during the second season of LTK, I think. And I think she was having the exact same problem as the beginning. To be fair, silver players are not much different from bronze players in terms of knowledge, game knowledge. So I guess the same issues are gonna be there. But again, she managed to climb out of it, and she managed to rank up to gold. If you don't kill that, you die. Yeah, understandable. That's basically assassins. Juno and Tito randomly versus Sakari. I saw the clip of that, yeah.
Even still, Noah has expressed much frustration in regards to League, and she's even broken down into tears multiple times, believing she was not improving.
Reason why I talked about this here is because Noah is not really embarrassed of, is not afraid of like talking about or addressing when she cries. She doesn't even like private her video or her streams when that happens. I think she's basically fine, you know, with being open about crying.
But you see, the thing about Noah, even when she cries, she always picks herself back up afterwards. She does not give up. She always tackles those hardships head on, and she always improves in the end. This is why I do still think her mental fortitude is quite high, because I personally believe that Noah cries.
Like, this Ornn is really funny, by the way. The Ornn did not auto to kill Noah, right? So he's gonna use his ult. Okay, that's fine.
Is just a means of
Here comes the Ornn ult.
So that then
he missed. This was way too fun.
Can carry on with a clearer mind.
And then Noah kills him.
Pretty strong mentally, and as a true competitive warrior, she can handle the pressures that come with the territory.
If she can be drunk around a lot of people, I think she can be fine with those. Yeah, I think she's not really afraid of like crying on stream. Because from what Noah has said, she's always, in her words, she's always been a crybaby since she was a kid. It's always been the case. So I think she probably is used to it. So she's not afraid of crying on stream.
To the point, she prefers direct constructive criticism rather than being comforted.
さ、対戦相手とのスクリームで僕がもうボロボロ泣いちゃったことがあるんだけれども、なんかいやもうノアちゃん頑張ってるよ偉いよみたいな流れがあったのね。なんか慰めもういらないからそれコーチングお願いできますかってなってた僕はもうこの慰めの時間マジでもったいないからコーチングしてくれって思ってた。ごめんね。
Sumire is also kind of like this as well, by the way. Sumire also prefers to just be given like proper constructive criticism over comfort.
あの時ね、せっかくね慰めてくれてんのにねみんな。
That's a real ambitious competitive gamer for you. And the reason why I'm saying this right now is because of this massive league grinding arc, I've seen many viewers being very worried for Noah. As a viewer, it may feel like there's no need to go this hard, and that at the end of the day, we just want to see our Oshis happy. But I don't think there's a need to worry, because VSPO members aren't your average kind of streamer.
There's a particular reason why I mentioned this here. You know, there was this one moment where during, was it, I think VSPO showed? Yes, it was during the scrims or the practice, the coaching practice sessions with for VSPO Showdown 2026. Noah's coach was Ryzen, right? Now Ryzen is pretty blunt with his words, and there was this one moment where he had some, you know, very direct criticism towards Noah, you know, about the whole Azatoy thing, you know, make sure to not blow to the comms, you know. Just only say what needs to be said in the comms. I remember seeing a lot of viewers that were kind of like, come on, they're streamers, there's no need to go so hard. I think there's no need for that, saying those kinds of things. I mean the fans. There's no need to worry like that. Because again, VSPO members are esports gamers at the end of the day, right? They are here, but they're not the same kind of streamers that other streamers are. Yes, maybe sometimes when you're seeing like a tournament with a Hololive member, maybe you wouldn't expect, you know, Hololive member to get it so harsh, unless you're Toa, right? But like, this is VSPO. VSPO, they are esports gamers. Like, it is the thing that makes VSPO different from other agencies, that they do take it seriously. They do take it like sweaty, actually. Yes, they're streamers. Yes, we like them when they're like laughing and having fun, but this is what VSPO is all about, though. It's this kind of thing. It's this kind of intensity, you know? They're esports gamers. They're not the same as your average streamer. They're not. Like, that would be the same as saying that it's fun. Like, saying that there's no need for VSPO members to go this hard would be the same as saying that Hololive members don't need to be idols. Like, no, of course they do. Because Hololive is about being idols. That's what makes Hololive different from other agencies. Is that they're idols. They have to learn how to dance and sing. Because that's the whole point of the agency. Likewise, VSPO, the whole point of the agency is esports. So yeah, they do. This is like the idol equivalent for VSPO, right? Right? And yeah, they're facing really strong opponents. The entire purpose of VSPO Showdown 2026 is that they are the underdogs. They are facing opponents that are stronger, higher ranked than they are. And the entire purpose was to see how far VSPO members could take their skills. You know, being pushed to their absolute limit. This is what it's all about. You know? So that's why I think viewers don't need to worry about Noah. At the end of the day, every single VSPO member is doing this because this is their choice. They all chose to join VSPO to do this, precisely to do this. You know? To be esports gamers. Seriously. And like, of all the members, Noah is the one we need to coddle the least. Or rather, is the one we can get away coddling the least. Because, guys, this is Noah. She joined specifically, partly, to showcase that girls can be strong, serious, competitive gamers. This is Noah. Noah was very direct with this, right? She is the one, the super ambitious member that's always trying to, you know, outdo herself and showcase like how serious she is, right? So Noah, of all people, we really don't need to worry about her. We don't, right? This is what makes her thrive. So yeah, that's why I decided to say it here, because I think there might be some newer VSPO fans that might sometimes forget what VSPO is all about. This is who VSPO members are. You know, they are warriors. They are competitive warriors. That's what makes them different from other VTubers, potentially. Isn't the same with Mondo, where he coaches. Yeah, Mondo also tends to be a pretty strict coach. But Mondo is also a bit of a tsundere, you know? Because deep down, you know, underneath the strictness, he's actually like a really good guy. He's actually just a really soft guy, actually. Like, there were moments where he doesn't want to see anyone, you know, where he has these very sweet moments where he starts crying, getting emotional, but he doesn't admit it. Like, he's just a tsundere, really. He's a good guy. I mean, Raijin is too, to be fair. He's strict. He's doing his job as a coach, right? He's just doing his job as a coach. And I think, honestly, Raijin is the perfect coach for Noah. Because Noah, getting a coach that is strict like that is the perfect kind of coach he could get. I actually think this choice of coach was really good. I really do think so. They got him a good one. Coach can be harsh sometimes, but they do it because they want their student to win. Exactly. They're just doing their job. That's exactly what a coach should do. Right? Exactly what a coach should do. And Noah knows that. That's why Noah did not complain. And that's why Noah was fine with it. We left Sundarezi, indeed. If you don't know him, you would think he is way too straight and cold. I suppose so. I mean, even Noah thought that at first, but then she realized, no, it's not exactly like that. But yeah. I think things ended up turning out pretty well. They won one match, which was better than what everyone expected, I think. But she was absolutely exhausted after all that.
They're competitive warriors. They're ambitious, driven, tenacious, and used to harsh competitive environments.
Also, I want to also add one thing to this. Because I remember a long time ago seeing... I forgot what the context was. It was a tournament a very long time ago. Where... I think it wasn't the JP tournament, by the way. I think it was an EN tournament happening somewhere else. Maybe was it with Dokibert? Might have been a tournament that Dokibert participated in. I remember seeing yeah, I remember. Yes, I remember. So it was a tournament, a Marvel Rivals tournament, ended up in drama because one team was way too sweaty compared to all the other teams. And that team, surprise, surprise, won. Right? And there were people complaining that it's not fair, those guys are way too sweaty, right? And it's like, I mean, it's a tournament, guys. That's the whole point of a tournament. There's even prize money on the line. Like, come on. You know? I remember seeing a lot of people complaining, saying that, oh, come on, we just watch streamers for fun. There's no reason to be that sweaty. And I feel like, there might be a different mentality compared to JP, perhaps. Maybe. Obviously, not exactly, right? Because we're talking about different communities. Like, we're not talking about VSPO community, we're talking about, like, outside communities, outside of VSPO, right? But still. Is the one Dokibird left the tournament? I don't remember, actually. I don't remember. All I know is that Dokibird was part of it, and that there was one team that was way too sweaty. I don't think it was that one. It was Dokibird has been in many Marvel Rivals tournaments, and they all end up with drama. Drama that is not even their fault, by the way. It's like she did nothing wrong, but Marvel Rival tournaments are always filled with drama here in the end for some reason. I don't know why. Just for vibes. I know, like, I don't get it. Like, tournaments are fun because the different people are trying to win sweaty. I guess there are people that just prefer tournaments where everyone is just being casual and just screwing around, but like, I feel like the people that like that are not competitive gamers, right? They are a different audience. They're not the competitive audience, right? And I feel like this is part of the reason why I feel like if we want an EN competitive scene, ecosystem, that's why we need to make sure we start from the beginning cultivating the same qualities from JP, right? In the sense that one of the qualities that JP has is that they do take it seriously, right? They're not taking it as a joke. Everyone that's participating is trying their best. They're trying hard. To me, that's what makes it special, right? Because it's fun. It's fun when everyone is trying their hardest, right? At least, yes, I'm a competitive gamer, so obviously that appeals to me. But that's why I feel like we need to make sure that if we end up with a competitive gaming community in EN for VTubing, it does not get taken over by non-competitive people, basically. Alright? I want the JP culture to translate to EN. That's what I want, basically. All I remember is the one Doki has to leave because some stream said the other team was way too strong. There was that too, yes. But I don't remember. Honestly, I kinda... in my mind, they're kinda all muddled up. jumbled up together. I swear, every time Dokibird participates in a Marvel Rivals tournament, to be fair, even if she's not there, those Marvel Rival tournaments always have drama. It's crazy. Don't call it tournament. I know, right? Like, if it's not supposed to be a tryhard, then it's not a tournament. A tournament is supposed to be tryhard. It's a matter of respect for everyone participating, right? You give it your best. Even if you're not very good, you're still trying your best, right? And you don't complain about others being better. No. You congratulate them. You respect them. You do your best. That's what happens in JP. In JP, you don't see any participants complaining. No one complains about someone being strong or weak. Everyone is just trying their hardest. Right? That's the honor of JP, you know? I feel like EN, again, usually talking about the Twitch side, lacks in that kind of honor whenever there's tournaments. We like tournament arcs in Shonen because of the stakes and the sweat that the characters put in. Exactly. There's always so much storytelling that comes out of it. Like Maple Nuts Bunny Dio story wouldn't be as special if they weren't like fighting in a tournament where everyone is a sweat lord trying hard to win, right? You know? Like, Maple Nuts Bunny's victory would not have been special if everyone was just a casual, right? But everyone is trying hard. That's why it's so special. You saw latest Marvel Rivals tournament? The latest one I haven't. I have not. I don't know what happened in it. But I remember it was another tournament with prize money that Dokibird was participating in. Was this one peaceful? Was Dokibird able to just play in peace, please?
They want to improve.
Also, this is also part of the reason why in these VSPO Spotlight episodes, I make it a point to make it very much also about the gaming skills and the competitive history, the competitive side. I want to make sure to really stress it to any new viewers that may watch these videos, that the competitive side is a major part of VSPO, right? That should never be ignored. Because I want to make sure that VSPO fans, new viewers that might become VSPO fans in the future, know very well what they're getting themselves into, that they're getting into an esports agency, right? And ideally, they would be also fans of the esports side of VSPO. The one Octavio, Holostar, Zien, and Kyla, whole live AD in the same team. Their team is just normal people and content creators. The first team they fight is pro players. They lost. They're joking. Yeah, we won. I did not know that, actually. No, the first time I'm hearing of it. Interesting. Dokibird team with XQC, that tournament. But yeah. So yeah, that's why esports and then the gaming side is such a big part of these videos.
They want to win, and they thrive and derive joy from conquering challenges and hardships. And Noah is likely the best example of this. She's a conqueror, so don't worry about Noah. Believe in her, cheer for her, and be amazed as she puts in blood, sweat, and...
But this is why I joke sometimes that, you know, VTubing is like a world, right? There is a world, and like any world, it has multiple countries, right? And each country has their own, like, you know, culture and ways of living, right? And basically, the Japanese VTuber esports scene is like a warrior culture, you know, a warrior culture. They're like the strongest military in VTubing, you could say. Basically. Right? That's kind of what I think. That's why in Nobunaga's Ambition, because I'm adding like lots and lots of VTubers, you'll see a pattern where a lot of the competitive gamers from JP generally are stronger in combat than most of the VTubers from EN. I mean, they're competitive gamers, of course. Feels hard to replicate the current JP scene in EN. It's hard. There's a lot of challenges. Like, first of all, you have a cultural barrier because people that get into VTubers in Japan do not have as many barriers to deal with compared to the people that get into VTubers in EN. A lot of people that get into VTubers in EN first need to be weebs. For the most part. These days, I feel like on Twitch, there's a lot that aren't even weebs anymore. But generally, first you need to be a weeb. You need to like Japanese subcultures, right? And then, even among weebs, not all of them like VTubers though. Right? So then you need to be a weeb that likes VTubers, right? Meanwhile, in Japan, those barriers don't exist. people in Japan can enjoy VTubers like any other YouTuber. There's barely any difference sometimes. There's no barrier. It's a product of Japanese culture. Therefore, if you're like a Japanese person that hangs out in Japanese internet, you're probably gonna be seeing VTubers a lot. That's not the case here in EN, where even if you are super into the internet here in EN, that does not mean you're gonna be a VTuber fan. Or if you're a fan of YouTubers, that does not mean you're gonna be a VTuber fan. So there's that cultural barrier. And this is important because that cultural barrier is gonna dictate what kind of audience you're gonna have in VTubing, generally, right? Because most of the VTuber fans in EN are weebs, the sides of VTubing that are gonna be at the center of EN culture is gonna be the waifu culture. The waifu culture of VTubing. About waifus, about degeneracy, about things being lewd and gooning, about sometimes idols, right? Idols not so much. It depends on where you are. Idols is more the YouTube side of EN VTubing, because the Twitch side not so much. The Twitch side is more like the gooning side, while the YouTube side is the idol side. It's kind of like that. Right? Yeah, not all VTuber fans are into competitive stuff, right? Because they're more weebs. They're not into esports necessarily, right? Meanwhile, if you are a fan of esports, a lot of the esports fans in the West might be, filtered by VTubing, by the weeb side, right? So yeah, there's no such barriers in JP. Those barriers don't exist in JP, so it's much easier for people to become fans of VTubers, and especially competitive VTubers in Japan. So yeah, we are a niche within a niche, basically. That said, I do have one thing to say. I do not think we have hit the cap for where VSPO can get. I think VSPO can grow its audience much more than now. It's just that most of EN is unaware that VSPO exists still. And as such, they are unaware that esports VTubing is a thing. Because I do believe that there would be a lot of VTubers and VTuber fans that would be into esports VTubing if they knew it existed. That's why I'm trying my hard, hopefully, that by making more videos about like esports VTubing, that I can give more exposure to like this side of VTubing. Because I do think more people would be willing, because I have seen VTubers that reacted to my VSPO video and people in the comments saying, wow, I did not know there were like, esports focused VTubers. That's so cool. And I even got comments in my other videos that, wow, I'm a competitive gamer and I didn't know that like there were VTubers that focused on like esports. Now I'm now a fan of VSPO now. I've received so many comments like that, like throughout the year in my various videos. So like I know for a fact that there are many other fans out there that would be into VSPO. They just aren't because they don't know it exists. And many VTubers that they themselves are competitive gamers, but they cannot commit to competitive gaming because they don't know that's like an actual like niche that you can have in VTubing properly with an actual ecosystem. Because in my opinion, if all those VTubers were to be aware of the existence of the JP scene, maybe they could all get together and make their own. Which is why I'm putting my belief. I want to support VSPO EN so much, right? I want to support VSPO EN so much because even if VSPO EN does not directly work towards it, just from the fact that they are growing bigger already supports that vision, right? VSPO EN alone, to be fair, they do kind of support that vision because many of them themselves have said they want to participate in tournaments. They want to host tournaments in the future. Multiples of them have said that already in their debut streams, right? So we know that even VSPO EN is aligned with this vision. They want to achieve that, right? What we need is to create the ecosystem. Every single member of VSPO EN is working towards it in their own way. Remia is gathering a lot of different people to play TS2. She's collaborating with all these VTubers, with Doobie, with Akira, with others as well, trying to teach them as well for newcomers how to play CS2. She's already, what she's doing does a lot. This does wonders. It connects people. Look how Akira Tsukiyono now is interacting so much with VSPO EN, right? She is part of the VSPO ecosystem now, the EN at least ecosystem, right? It's all because of Remia. Remia, you know, interacting with her, you know, bringing her along to the fold, right? And Remia doing this is great. Like Arya also, you know, collaborating with other people in Apex here and there, you know, doing those collabs with Bluebell, with Ryoma, you know, with Nocturnal and many others, you know, also does wonders. And her doing her her Wingman customs, it does a lot, right? Juno has been super interactive with lots of people, right? Rico is like the bridge between EN and JP. Like, Rico, to be fair, also has collaborated with a lot of EN VTubers as well, you know, from Nijisanji EN. But like, she's like this bridge between EN and JP, so she can also get like JP support to EN activities, right? So she gets to collaborate with JP members, and maybe, who knows, maybe in the future EN is gonna start an event and JP are gonna be able to be guests in it, right? Hell, there was a tournament that Jira and Narin hosted, a league tournament that they hosted, and there were VSPO JP members in it. So Polypuff was also in it. So like, I think VSPO EN, each member is working towards this vision in their own way, in their own individual ways. But whether or not they are aware that they're working towards it, it is good. It is working towards that vision. It is. And I hope I can help, you know, giving them support in the future. That's why I want to make that VSPO EN introduction video. That's why I want to make those VSPO, those VTuber introduction, those VTuber interviews in the future for competitive gamers. I would like to in the future host my own tournaments. I can't right now, I don't have the means. But in the future, I'd like to also host my own tournaments. You know, I want to see what I can, because you look at JP was not built by one single person. JP, the ecosystem we have in JP, was built on the backs of many people, all working together. You know, the esports orgs, you know, the VTubers, the streamers, the pro players, the different agencies, all of them contributing to creating the ecosystem, right? And if we want to see that same thing happening in EN, it's also going to require the efforts of many people to build it, to build that ecosystem. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. So yeah, anyway, that was a bit of a tangent. But this is like a vision that I have for the future. I want to bring it to fruition. And I think it aligns with VSPO EN's goals too. It aligns with VSPO's goals too. And there's many other VTubers out there that also would like this too. Like the Specialité, the former Specialité members. Specialité is another gaming-focused VTuber agency. They used to have an EN branch, but the EN members went indie because apparently the agency could not support them anymore. So they all went indie with their IPs. And but I remember many of them also said in their debuts they would like to host tournaments and participate in them. You know, Bluebell, Hysteria, Azaria, Eliza, I'm forgetting, Mischief, the five of them, for example. Specialité, yes. I pronounced it Specialité in a video in the past, but it's actually pronounced in French, Specialité. Right? They also have that vision. They also want to do that. Hysteria changing persona, she is. I saw that. I saw the news. Yeah, but yeah. And there's many others out there too. So again, we just need to bring them all together. And this is why I find that Nijisanji EN's event, the GTA one that they did earlier this year, and the Minecraft one that they did earlier, where they had so many VTubers together, even if not all of them are competitive gamers, I think events like that are good because they bring more people in EN together. And by bringing them all together, that increases the chance of them maybe, you know what? We have things in common. We all play competitive games. Why don't we make a tournament? An invitational, something like that, you know? That's why I think that's a good thing. The worst thing I saw in EN side is that they really like to separate every agency streamer and VTuber. Yeah, I saw that. To be fair, I don't think it's all EN that does that. But there is a bit of a tribalistic side to EN, definitely. Definitely. In JP, there's also tribalism in JP, but not as much, I find. In EN, I feel like there is definitely more tribalism, I feel. But that's why, at least this side, where VSPO EN is integrated, is not really tribalistic, I find. At least not that much. I don't find it as much. I think people tend to be at peace with each other more. Again, that's why EN is very fragmented. So what we need to do is just gather the pieces that fit together, and create an ecosystem around that. Only the ones that fit together with the culture of GP, basically. Me, when my language is being used, I'm French though. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's Specialité is the name of the agency. Azusa in Specialité is pretty crazy. She's strong in a Street Fighter. VSPO EN fanbase is like JP. They like everyone. VTuber streams anything. They do. That's one of the things that I like about the VSPO EN fanbase. I hope we can cultivate more of that, for sure. Because when I became a VTuber fan for the first time, I always had these ideals of like VTuber unity, where everyone collabs with everyone, is just chill with each other. That unfortunately ended up not happening, but I ended up discovering that's a thing in JP, in the competitive side of JP, at least. To be fair, even the non-competitive sides of JP also are more unified. There are like, as much as perhaps some fans in Hololive might not like to admit it, JP, the Hololive and Ishisanji have a good relationship with each other. They do. They do have a good relationship with each other. They're on good terms. The talents, many of the talents collaborate with each other pretty frequently. Right? VSPO also collaborates with both. And there are many agencies also involved in on that. Like, that's why it always kind of doesn't sit well with me when I see like too many fans that get too obsessed with numbers and bashing other agencies because of numbers. Like, let's just enjoy VTubers. You know, VTubers are fun. Let's just enjoy VTubers. So yeah. Yeah, the music network in JP goes crazy. Exactly. They're also pretty united. Pretty united. Coco and Kamitsubaki recently collabed with EGN. Like, even EGN, in spite of them having a bad reputation like the previous years, I don't think it's that bad anymore. Because I've seen EGN members collaborate with a lot of VTubers on the YouTube side of VTubing. It's mostly the Twitch side that doesn't like them, but I think the EGN has been having a comeback. I do think so. I also see plenty of fans saying that things have changed. I hope so. I think that would be good. Because I do think there's plenty of EGN members that would be good fits for this competitive scene. I use Ryoma as an example. I think Ryoma is like the best example of it. For Apex in particular. And Ryoma has been collaborating with VSPO EN at times. Maybe not so much as of late, but used to last year. Liz Hololive EN can't with EGN a lot. I actually don't know much about what's going on between EGN and on Holo EN. I mean, generally Hololive tends, especially Holo EN, tends to be more isolated. They don't collab much outside of it. Maybe with a few exceptions like Heiko's Bells. Bay collabs a lot outside of Hololive. But it's rare for Holo EN to collab outside of it. I mean, I also don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you want to just sit in your corner, do your thing in peace, I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think anyone should be forced to do it either. Still, I do enjoy when VTubers collab outside of their agencies. With base JP at this point, yep. Just like Anya.
Tears and conquers yet another frontier. That is Noah, the majesty of a true warrior.
キモキモキキモキモキこんな気持ちマイメロディー言うてなひゃっ
かわいい。 Noah was at this point very much mind broken by Lee. There were some moments where yeah, we don't know what was going on. Bay collab with freaking Wataru and Ramuchi, bro. I never thought I would see Hololive again collab with VSPO GP. I know, right? We've been surprised quite a lot with some of these collabs. They're pretty hype.
Much like previous episodes of this series, Kurumi Noa has a very extensive competitive history, and hers is likely to be the biggest of them all. So, as before, I will only mention her victories as well as few other tournaments I have deliberately chosen as well. However, I will say it right now. At the time of this video's making, Kurumi Noa is VSPO's most victorious member. Therefore, I recommend you sit back and enjoy the ride. April 25th of...
Yeah, this is gonna be the longest competitive history in the entire series, by the way. No other member is gonna come close. I'm just saying it right now.
2020, together with VSPO members...
Yeah, and Sumire, she was during the first Tito Cup.
Kaga Nazuna and Kogara Toto, as well as the independent Kamiya Neko. She would win the Splatoon 2 Shooting Festival, the first of Noah's tournament victories. August 2nd, she teamed up with fellow VSPO members Kaga Sumire and Ichinose Uruha, forming Team Gigi for the Apex v Saikyo Season 1, in which they would place 4th. January 24th, 2021.
This was a big surprise, you know, Noah leading Hololive members.
Noah led Hololive members.
Thank Dito to bring some of the insight to GP. I know, Dito has done wonders. Dito is another good one, for example, right? Dito, because she speaks English, she could also be integrated in an EN scene. Now, there might be some ping issues, but to be fair, there are EN VTubers that are like in the Pacific region, you know, because of Australia. So it should be fine. But Dito has done wonders as well. Like, there are so many good candidates for like that ecosystem. VSPO EN, former Speciality EN, there are Nishi EN members as well. There's, you know, Bay from Hololive. You have Holostars EN, there's plenty of them that are also involved in this kind of thing. Dokibird, I could see Dokibird. Yes, even though Nishi Sanji would be involved in this, it wouldn't be an issue because again, we saw there was a tournament where Finana and Dokibird were both participating. They were both able to participate just fine. So I think even Dokibird would be able to participate in something like that. You know, you have Dito. There's actually quite a lot of people that would be able to be part of like an EN scene, right? And these are just the first that come to mind. Isaikyo a draft. V-Saikyo, so basically Shibuya Hall invites the captains of the teams, and then the team captains invite the members of their team. It's all based on the point evaluation system. The evaluation system is based on rank, but starting from master rank, it's based on Shibuya Hall's evaluation. That's how the V-Saikyo works. So in this case, yes, Noah was the one that invited Fubuki and Roboko. Maybe she invited one, and maybe one of them, you know, asked Noah to invite the other. I don't know, but yeah, the invitation, at the end of the day, it all depends on Noah. So Noah was the one that invited them. Back then, during the early days of the, you know, 2019, 2020, Hololive members used to be much more active in tournaments. You know, from Gen 0 all the way to gamers. It was starting in Gen 3 that we don't see them as much, but, you know, Shion, Aqua, Fubuki, Okayu, there are plenty others in Matsuri, obviously. There are plenty of Roboko as well, plenty of Hololive members that used to be very active back then.
And Shirakami Fubuki forming Team Bamboozle for the Apex v Saikyo Season 2.
I think because they have a lot of work right now, they are pretty busy. I mean, we don't even have the serious Mario Kart tournaments that Toa used to do anymore because they were just too busy. So now we have instead a more casual event. I used to like those serious events a lot.
Placing 13th in the end, June 26th in the Kagayaki Cup. Noah would team up with Holostar.
But like the rosters of these tournaments were quite wild. Like Pikami used to be a participant in these early V-Saikyos as well, guys. Pikami, like crazy. You'd never expect Pikami, right? But she was part of it as well, and there were so many others. was wondering if you have interest in the Asano Sisters project. Yeah, I know them. I added them into Nobunaga's Ambition. So that's how I learned about Asano Ruri. Ruri was like the first VTuber to ever officially become a voice actress, as a VTuber. Not as a PL thing, but actually as a VTuber. Asano Ruri was the first to ever become an actual voice actress. There was Asano Akane, who's the sister that, you know, that isn't really active, but I think sometimes makes an appearance every once in a while. And then the third sister, Asano Hikari, the one from back then. She was the one, I think, that started the project. She was the eldest, supposedly, of the three sisters. But she also left a long time ago because she said that there was something else she wanted to do, I think. Same thing with Akane. But Ruri is the one that's the most active, and she's still active to this day. Very good singer, very good voice actress. She once held a giant baby tournament. That I did not know. Yeah, I added them into Nobunaga's Ambition. I've added so many VTubers, almost 600 VTubers into the game. Again, I wanna finish adding them all, then do like some, you know, balance changings, artwork changes, so I can play it on stream. I wanna do campaigns on stream with it.
Versus Asta Leda, and then independent Shirayuki Raid, emerging victor.
Like, I've learned a lot about a lot of VTubers just because of this project I'm doing with Nobunaga's Ambition. Because I need to research who they are, what they do, what they've done, you know, in order to give them like their skill set, stats, and abilities for the game. A baby tournament had an insane number of participants, including a Bandera Suniji and Sora in Ho. Oh, interesting. Okay. I need to look that up then.
On July 3rd, Iris Black Games members would team up for the Arknights Cup, though they would end up placing 18th in spite of their best efforts. On August 22nd, she would team up with Hololive's Tokoyami Toa and Nishisanji's Ars Almao, forming Team Pastel Sawa for the Apex V Saikyo season.
Like, there's a lot of really fascinating VTubers like that I found out because of the Nobunaga's Ambition. Like, only recently I discovered that Amakami Konomi is the CEO of her agency. And the artist, the illustrator for like the first members. That's crazy. I did not know like Million Production is like not a small agency at all. Like the members are pretty big, like, but you don't really hear about them in the end, right? It's crazy. Like Konomi is like 800 subs, right? But like, holy shit. Again, that was what convinced me I want to make a video about VTubers that started their own agencies, you know, talking about Aoi Sakura, Konomi, and you know, Shibuya Hall. Do we count Tamaki? I mean, technically Norio is the owner of Nori Pro, but Tamaki, you know, Tamaki and Norio, you know.
Then 3, placing 10th in the end. October 9th was the 7th Apex Legends Crazy Raccoon Cup. Once again, Noah would team up with Hololive's Tokoyami Toa, as well as Crazy Raccoon CPT, forming Team Candy.
Because like, when I saw Konomi participate in Mad Town, and being like the disciple of Axel, I was like, oh, look at that, that's a cute, you know, new VTuber. She's not new, she's a veteran, she's been around for a long-ass time. For many years, and she's the CEO of like an honestly pretty successful agency. Like, what? That's crazy when I discovered that.
This was a great day, with the 3 coming out victorious above all.
Like, she illustrated the first 5 members and rigged their models as well. Like, she illustrated and rigged the models for the first 5 members. And it's good quality rigging as well.
April 17th of 2022, a notorious day. Here Noah teamed up with Nishisanji members X Albio and Reimu Endo, forming
X Albio was the IGL here. This is like one of those examples of where Noah, you know, let someone else IGL. They were pretty strong, honestly. Very strong performance during the tournament as a whole.
Team Misoshiru Toast for the Apex V Saikyo Season 4.
Yeah, they're being shot by Sumine's team in this.
As expected from one of VSPO's sweatiest, Noah had a very strong
well, not anymore, she's dead now, but they were being shot by Sumire there.
Performance, often inflicting some of the highest damage in the entire lobby. Round 4 would be her best round, placing second after a chaotic gunfight against Kuzuha's squad. But the most important question...
Erika, Wholestar JP program actually make Asumi send a VSPO JP, and we, Whole Life JP, become IRL friends. Yeah, I know the story. Yeah, I know the story. Like, Louis talked about how Senna was always staring at her. So they became friends from there. But even before that, there was also the fact, because Asumi Senna was the one that gave some coaching help to Suisei during the start end arc, she also became friends of Suisei.
Where was Team Misoshiru Toast? During the tower drill.
Here we go, tower drill incident.
Misoshiru Toast was one of the squads guarding one of the entryways to the area around the...
So yeah, let's see. They are over there. I think Matsuri's team is to their south, slightly to their south. Meanwhile, Start End is coming to them right now. They killed the squad and they're about to come to them. There's Hana no Miyako is where the ping is, where Noah has it ping there. The yellow ping. That's where Hana no Miyako is, the Nazuna's team. The tower in the middle, of course, there's Team Shinseka no Kami, Sumire's team. You have Naraka's team close to where it's ping, very close to Hana no Miyako, but Kisaragiren's team is gonna be slipping past the Hana no Miyako as well. And then I think at this point, no, they're not dead yet. Shocking Ping is not dead yet. And Kuzuha's team is somewhere in the north, I think. Yeah, I think that's where the locations are. Was this the first year with Mad Maggie? Yes, it was. This was the tournament that started it. Matsuri, Asumi, Asta are Suisei coach. Yep, Matsuri and Asta helped as well. To be fair, she also said that there were more VSPO members that helped her out, but she only mentioned Asumi by name.
Infamous tower, and at first, not much happened outside of a little bit of an exchange of fire with nearby squads. That was until Noah spotted the mad dog Minato
There she
Aqua,
is.
attempting to portal her team Start End into the area. Noah immediately
Here
ambushed
comes the
Aqua,
ambush.
quickly taking her down, and without their powerful ace, Start End's remnants would be hunted down by Misoshiru Toast.
Sadly, this was the best round Start End had in the tournament. It was not a very good day, but they tried. Happens to the best, you know. Happened to Pakael, happened to Tsuna, happens every once in a while to the best.
Last one standing, Tokoyami Toa, put up a valiant fight, but would be eventually overwhelmed by the number.
But Toa was really fighting it really hard here.
And slain. With the ring getting ever so smaller, the exchange of fire with the nearby squads got ever fiercer. All teams converged into the meat grinder that was the area surrounding the tower. And to make matters worse, the closing ring was forcing Misoshiru Toast right into the line of fire of the...
Yeah, this is like the worst spot you can be. You're running away from the ring in a place with very little cover, and you have like Sheila waiting for you. Yeah. Asta just played Mad Maggie as she was intended. He was way too good with her. The nerf was not a nerf. It was a monster. Toa was IGL, right? Yes, Toa was the IGL.
The roaring Gatling...
Aqua was acting as a sub-IGL kinda, but it was basically Toa doing the IGLing. It was the first time Toa was IGLing, actually, because she did not have IGLing experience before that, I think.
And of Team Shirande's Higuchi Kaede, only death awaited at the end of that road.
ヒント赤紫ジブジブジブジブジブジブジブドム入った
So here's a fun thing. That Valkyrie in the air is Matsuri. Kaede is shooting towards Matsuri, but she got a kill. But that kill is Reimu. It's not Matsuri. She let Matsuri go. She's still flying in the air. I noticed this when I was working. Like she got the kill on Reimu. She not Matsuri, because the Reimu died to the ring. But the last person that dealt damage was Deron, so Deron got the kill. But she just let Matsuri go because she thought she killed Matsuri. But yeah, but Matsuri stays alive for a long ass time after that. I think Matsuri gets killed. I think Matsuri gets killed by Sumire's team, by Team Shinsekai no Kami. I think. Either them or a different team nearby.
一人やったエビオンとこかも
後ろカッツこれ切り拾い打って入っていやごめんねこれ
あ、気を使った方がいいかも。リングで。ごめんな。オッケーオッケーオッケー。いや、ごめん。ここ割れてる割れてる。あ、光入ってる。
Rough, too rough.
In the end, Misoshiro Toasted managed.
But then Team Shirande died right after. Like they got like this was a really meat grinder. The Team Shirande dies immediately after this. I think the ones that killed them was Meika's team, Team Obeka, and then I think Team Obeka dies right after killing them. Like they were all dying one after the other. Was Sui in this tournament? Yes, this is Team Starten's tournament. Aqua Toa Suise, Team Startent was in it.
Placed 7th for the tournament as a whole. November 12th and 13th were the 4th Valorant Crazy Raccoon Cup, becoming Noah's first ever Valorant tournament win. And next month, on December 3rd, she would also win the Apex Legends
Season 4, it's VSPO Season 4. We're gonna go to the 5th one next. That's the one where Noah gets her spotlight.
Rakuten Esports Cup Home Appliances Competition. And then, March 10th of 2023, Noah would win yet another Apex Legends tournament, this time the Apex Matsuri Triathlon. Indeed, already Kurumi Noah's victories were mounting, yet her finest hour was yet to come. April 15th.
Here we go, now for Season 5.
2023. Once again, Kurumi Noah would be leading her own squad in the Apex VSPO Season 5. Alongside her was her fellow VSPO member, the ever-watchful and smart Tosaki Mimi, as well as Nishisanji's mighty mobile
See, they went from foes to allies now.
fortress, Higuchi Deron Kaede. Together, these three shield sisters formed Team MapleNut's Bunny Dayo.
Iconic
Theirs
team.
was a defensive strategy,
Legendary
focused on
team.
proactively taking advantageous ring positions, fortified by Higuchi Kaede's rampart walls, and always able to gather loot using Mimitaya's Loba black market. And of course, their fighting potential would be carried by the team's ace, Kurumi Noah, who could easily be counted among the strongest participants in all of VSPO.
Also, something that I started doing in this video. From now on, whenever I'm talking about like VSPO more elaborately, like I do, or a tournament, I put like the captains in red behind. You see how Noah has like a red shadow behind her name. I'm gonna do that from now on for VSPO sections like this to identify who is the captain. Whenever I elaborate, this way it's easy to see who is the captain of each team. Whenever we're going through all these POVs of different VTubers all over the place. That's what the red signifies. It's the captains. The ones that were invited by Shibuya Hall. And I also put the name of the team on top of their name with the colors of the captain.
Besides being the team's fragger, she would be the one leading and calling the shot as the IGL, with the observant Mimitaya
Yeah, the other team members have a black shadow rather than a red shadow.
being there to assist her with tactical suggestions as her sub-IGL. However, it is worth noting that this team wasn't running any reconnaissance character, with Noah even using Bangalore rather than their usual Valkyrie pick. This meant that they would need to be extra careful and attentive to their surroundings, since they had no easy way of knowing how many enemies would be in an area at any given moment.
Like, this may be a Valkyrie meta, but Bangalore is even more meta.
Moreover, not having Valkyrie on their team would make their rotations much more difficult. And suffice to say, Rampart wasn't exactly meta back then. But appearances can be deceiving, for
Never underestimate Deron's Rampart, never.
this was not a team to be looked down upon. Round 1.
Here we go, time for cinema. And yes, I did leave the question marks there on purpose, by the way. Because I did not want to reveal the nickname just yet. You know, the nickname was for later. I just wanted to give some foreshadowing that I was going to give her a nickname. By the way, in case you wonder about the nicknames, this is something I've been doing since I've been doing like the Mario Kart videos for a whole life. Not all nicknames are the same. There are some nicknames that are more serious than others. That's usually the ones that are the most serious have the before the name. Like the Radiant the Radiant Dawnseeker, the Drilling Terror. Not all. There are some exceptions like Blackheart Arya, where that one is also one of my chuny serious names, but it does not have the before. But generally, the ones that are the most serious are the ones that have the. Those are the ones that I bring all over and over again as like their serious nicknames that I give. Like this one, the Perceptive Bunny, is like is not an epithet. It's just here more like for flavor. But the one I'm gonna give to Noah later, that one is like the actual serious nickname. Like the Azure Flash Comet for Suisse. Exactly. The Azure Flash Comet is like a recurrent serious nickname that I gave Suisse.
Making use of their own
but it's specifically for Mario Kart, usually, that I use it, in the context of Mario Kart.
future ring scan, Team MapleNut's Bunny Dio headed towards the safe zone. Swift as the wind, they encountered barely any opposition, save for a few brief exchanges of fire with nearby squads. None wished
like, this is something I started doing in the Aqua video. I like to put the names of the VTuber and their affiliation plus their team here. I did this first in the Aqua video because of VSPO Season 4, and I find it's probably gonna be convenient for like viewers that might not be as experienced with who everyone is, right? This way they can see, okay, who is who, what team they're from. It's easier for them to keep track of everything.
We commit to an all-out fight in these early stages. They scouted the area around them, and Noah made a prediction that the late-game rings would end up somewhere in their current location. So they fortify their position under...
But it takes so long to put, by the way. It takes so long. Each section of the V-cycle took me at least 2 to 3 days to make. Each round of the V-cycle was like 2 to 3 days to like to properly make fully. It was quite something. Like her whole life when they play it, she plays like her life depends on it. Yep, she's pretty good. She had potential for finals. Unfortunately, the tournaments ended after that.
Ground inside a tunnel, taking refuge from the increasingly dangerous enemy crossfire as all squads converge into the chaotic final rings. There was, however, a zipline that allowed for enemies to storm inside, and they were quickly surprised as another squad, TSN,
so yeah, TSN, Kanae is the leader,
and briefly did so. The enemy was just as surprised as they were, however. And
yeah, I have a lot of fun doing all the different POVs. I don't know, it's fun to like try to, because it's like it makes me feel like I'm a movie director, kinda. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. It ends up seeing like the different sides of the story. You know how intense the fighting really is. It's a lot of fun. Whenever other clippers do multiple POVs, I always love it. I always love clips like that. I always love it when clippers do it. So I want to do it myself too. I love doing it so much.
Retreated under MapleNut's
makes it easier.
fire.
Yep.
As a countermeasure to this.
But by doing this, I also end up learning a lot of things about POVs that I was less in the known about. You end up seeing some really fun things. Like, when I saw this tournament for the first time, I didn't know it was TSN that dropped down, for example.
Troublesome zipline, they had that on place a rampart wall.
And it's TSN that survives until the end.
In such a way that her team could simply lie in wait and rain death from multiple directions upon any unfortunate souls that were to drop down from there. And because they had Mimitaya's Loba black market, they could still gather resources from the surrounding area even as they hunkered down in one single location. Even more so as enemy squads converged and died in the general vicinity.
Yep, they're all just gonna bring their loot here for MapleNut's Bunny to loot.
This tunnel was to be their bunker. With this game plan, the match progressed with MapleNut's Bunny barely even needing to fight, only ever doing so when others approached the ends of the tunnel. Even still,
Pakael is coming here. There is one squad that's dead, and it was Pakael's squad that killed that squad. Pakael was really strong, but the problem here, there was nowhere else Pakael could go. The ring was behind them. Everywhere there were squads. Pakael was being shot by 3 different squads here. In every direction.
Pressured by the shrinking burning wall behind them, one squad gambled.
He literally had to come inside the tunnel. There was nowhere else he could go.
On storming inside. Team Datsukasu, led by Apex V-Cycle Season 1 champion.
Now, I gave him the nickname the Prince of War, but now I'm thinking maybe War Prince. The War Prince might be better. Might roll off the tongue better. It still means the same thing, right? So, I don't know. I'll have to think if I'm going to keep it as Prince of War, if I'm going to, or I'm going to change it to the War Prince.
Pakael.
あ、いるランパートいるランパートいる。うわやばい。
ローバっぽいの。
With Catalyst's ultimate ability, Pagael shielded his squad.
But yeah, Team Datsukazu had real bad luck. The only place they can go is the one place there's a rampart in, with Sheila.
From Darren's roaring Gatling gun, succeeding on infiltrating the tunnel. However, Maple Nuts Bunny,
but Pakael was really good with his ultimates. Prince of War is fine? Alright.
was simply too prepared.
So yeah, here, this is where Maple Nuts Bunny's positioning really helps them out. Because Pakael and the rest of the team only thought they were right there where Deron is. So they focus everything on Deron, not knowing that Noah and Mimitaya have different angles on them.
右にいる、ここにいる、ここにいる。
来る来る来る来る来る投げとくわ。
あ、やばい。痛い。
Yeah, then Pakael comes here expecting the entire team to be where Deron is, but nope. They got multiple angles. There's nowhere to hide.
わた一人。
当たってる。これピー当たってる。これピー。
オッケーオッケー。いった死んだ。
Those nades were nasty. I remember most is when he said he wants Rika to be a girl. It's kind of funny because Pakael, before he had this current design, Pakael was a Babiniku. He had a female character avatar. Then eventually got remade after he left the agency he was part of, and it was remade as a boy.
やった一人やった。
ごめん。
グレ入れる。一人やった。グレ入れる。
These nades.
これ。
あと一人やってる。めっちゃロ。
いやー、ごめん。
やった。
The assailants were slaughtered.
It's kind of funny that the first squad Maple Nuts Bunny defeats is the same squad that's gonna beat them last. If you think about them, if you think about it. They start the tournament by killing Datsukazu, and when the tournament ends they were defeated by Datsukazu. Like this, Team Datsukazu was everywhere here.
And with the burning ring blocking one side of the tunnel, including the zipline area, Maple Nuts Bunny could fully focus their attention on the other side. As the ring got ever so smaller, so did the intensity of the battle outside. And Noah had just the right thing.
Yep, she sees Met's Bangalore ult right here, and she uses it too.
To spice it up.
Like, Noah knew that she could probably get a kill by capitalizing on someone else's airstrike. Yeah, there you go, Sadame Gaming, they're above the tower.
投げ物拾うね。
オッケー、そういう了解。僕らまだ近いの大丈夫。まだゆっくりで。
これ敵の。
オッケー。
はい、グレ追加。
待って、これ。
正面のやつやろ、正面のやつやろ。
やった。
着替えるよ。
There you go, this is absolute chaos. Look at all that damage.
着替えるよ。
ちょっとごめん。何にも言えない。
すごすぎ。
And there it goes.
真上。一人やった。みんな。
Their reaction was really funny when they realized that the team that killed them was like the team that's safely hiding underground. It was a really funny reaction. They were like, what the heck? Visayke Small Ring is chaos. Yep, it was really funny to watch Nice Wig's stream, the Nice Wig's POV, that everyone in chat was saying, damn, LGS could never. Because like everyone dies in LGS way quicker than this.
One airstrike, 2 kills for Noah. Eventually, only 2 squads remain. Maple Nuts Bunny Dio underground and TSN at the surface. With the ring now having closed on all entrances of the tunnel, both teams now realize this match.
So here, Noah actually was spamming ultimate accelerants to use her ultimate against TSN. But it did not work because the ultimates, they were absorbed. The damage was absorbed by the shield. They have too much shield. So it didn't work.
Would be decided by
Altair kills Sumire. Altair is really good. He's 3 points Altair? I don't know about that.
a heal-off. Whichever team was able to survive the ring damage the longest would be victorious. And so came the ring's scorching embrace.
ギリギリで。ここだ。ギリ。
で最後ローレンね。
いて
何やねん。
Clutch! Absolute hype.
players on both teams had actually misjudged the timing for their medkit.
Yep, this is true. They all got the timing wrong. Every single one of them got the timing wrong. Even Mimitaya got the timing wrong. They did it too late. They needed to start earlier. But yeah, but they didn't practice like, you know, heal-offs though. So yeah, but Mimitaya was the one that took the damage last because she was perfectly positioned. Perfect. So it only started ticking for her. The damage started ticking for her after everyone. It already ticked for everyone else. And they managed to win because of that.
But Mimitaya was the best position.
Like, look at this. It already started ticking to her before to everyone else before her.
Of them all, result.
Like, yeah, this gave her enough time to survive.
In everyone else dying before her. Team.
And she could have probably survived one more tick there.
My opponents Bunny Dayon had emerged victorious in round 1 of the tournament. Round 2.
Here we go.
This time, the future safe zone had MapleNut's Bunny heading southeast towards the dome. With a path to the dome under enemy watch, MapleNut's Bunny ceased their advance and decided to stand guard themselves for the time being. From their vantage point, they would be able to spot any squads coming from Lava Sign.
There were many squads
indeed,
coming.
They could see many come from the distance. From among them, Team San Seiketsu tried to sneak past them. But they could not evade Mimitaya's watchful gaze.
Perfect aim. So yeah, this Team San Seiketsu was pretty unlucky this round because for some reason their game audio seemed to be bugged and they couldn't hear enemy shots and explosions very well. I watched it, it's true, for some reason their audio is super low. Specifically for like enemy explosions and shots. I think this is why Team San Seiketsu was caught off guard in here. Because they just couldn't see it coming. Especially Noah's bow was like completely silent. It was unlucky for them here. But yeah, this is the team RPR was coaching, by the way. RPR after this basically told them, hey, unlucky, it's not your fault. You know, you couldn't hear anything. So it's not your fault. But yeah. Because Team San Seiketsu was doing good in the tournament. They were doing pretty decently. The 3 say-so ones. Like, you cannot hear that Arcstar explosion. Again, that was her audio, right? You couldn't hear that Arcstar either. Yeah, the explosions as well. That's very unlucky.
Would rain upon them, with Mimitaya taking down Aizawa Emma and Kurumi Noa eliminating both Natsuhiro Matsuri and Elu. First blood had been drawn, but this was only the beginning. This being the most direct route towards the dome, more squads would begin forcing their way through. MapleNut's Bunny's position became increasingly more perilous. Those who could would simply fly past them, while the others had no choice but to fire back, with a burning ring at their backs. With the safe zone shrinking towards the dome, Noah knew her team could not remain in that position for long. The time had come for MapleNut's Bunny to move. All over the outskirts of the dome, teams were already tearing at each other. And lucky for MapleNut's Bunny, the way in was no longer being guarded. In the distance, Noah spots the...
Selene mentioned! This was the tournament Team Snakebite was part of. It was really fun working on this video because I got to show cameos of like lots of VTubers that are no longer around. I got to show Minato Aqua earlier, I get to show Selene now, I got to show Naraka, I got to show Narusenaru. There's quite a lot of VTubers, that Seto Miyako as well, because she's no longer around. It was super cool.
All surviving Rat Queen Selene Tatsuki, and she proceeds to let loose.
Yeah, so basically the reason why only Selene was alive is because Team Sadame Gaming had beaten Axel and Altair.
Team Snake,
like Sadame Gaming they had that position, a solid position. Snakebite were flying because they were running away from the ring inside the dome, which was getting really intense. So they flew, but they flew right on top of Sadame Gaming, and Sadame Gaming got the jump on them.
Fight had thus been eliminated.
急いで行こう。このポジション欲しい。
The way was clear. While they had no choice but to venture into the middle of the safe zone with little cover to hide in, they were able to make do with their exposed location thanks to Deron's fortified walls.
大丈夫。相手後ろがいるから。後ろ。
That's TSN.
一人割れてる。オッケー。一人やった。これ助ける。
Yeah, and this is Komorimet, the one they kill here. This is why Sadame Gaming later on only appears with 2 members. It's because Deron managed to kill Met right here. They managed to eliminate her.
横からする撃たれてる。回復していいよ。見とく。後ろ見てるよ。
Amidst the exchange of fire, Noah looked to have her team hold the aggressive position right at the center of the infernal battlefield, trusting the safety of Deron's walls.
カエルちゃん来て。カエルちゃん欲しい。ここ立ってほしいいっぱい。
It was an aggressive gamble, no doubt fitting, coming from the ambitious go-getter Kurumi Noah. But it may just be the light they needed to make it through the storm.
In the right place, the right time, yep.
Stormy night. No matter.
Now, I did make it seem like this was like a super huge gamble. I mean, it is, because you are in the middle of everyone. Everyone is going to be firing at you. But actually, Noah practiced this. Team Maple Nuts Bunny practiced this particular position in the scrims. They didn't win, I think, with it. They were not able to win with it, but they did practice it multiple times in the scrims. A goal right there into the center. But I think the only time they managed to win with it was here in the tournament day, I think.
But were to
Yeah, they got a lot of kills here.
come, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and hold fiercely at their position. Here, they were enveloped in a maelstrom of death.
来て。
Yeah, the Mimitaya is shooting Yuhiriri over there. That's why later it shows like Yuhiriri randomly dying to the ring. She was weakened because of Mimitaya shooting her. And I think that's Sadame Gaming over there. The ones that Noah is shooting right now. The Remnant, it's I think? No, it's not. No, because Sadame Gaming does not have Catalyst. Then it has to be either that's Kasu or it's Sansekitsu. But Sansekitsu is dead because Matsuri is the one that's playing Catalyst. So that's Kazu. She's shooting it towards Pakael. So Sadame Gaming managed to kill Pakael there. Because Sadame Gaming is also there. And Hayun is also around there as well. Hayun's team. The airstrike backfired on Lauren Iroas, because Lauren threw his own airstrike there, but he ended up taking damage from his own airstrike, and then Noah's airstrike was able to finish him off. That was a clutch Kraber. I was so close to hitting. The 1v1 between Mimitaya and Kanae. Mimitaya wins. I like the OST there. Yeah, the OST of 13 Sentinels is really good. And then randomly Shinomiya. By the way, Shinomiya has been like alone, the only surviving member for a while now. I think she's been ratting since like 14th place, I think. I'm not exactly sure, but it's something like that. It's random Shinomiya. There she goes. There she goes. She's getting shot by everyone. Oh yeah, I also got to show Gamma, Hizaki Gamma, man. The memories. It was fun to show all the graduated VTubers. Rune coach still uses team fan art as his background, man. I know, right? The Kanekyu was such a good team. Such a good team. Gamma was part of this team because of Astel suggesting him. Runa invited QP, then they needed a third member. It was Astel who decided to suggest them inviting Gamma. And it was really good vibes. Gamma's job was to keep the morale of the team high. It was such a good... It was really good morale booster for the team.
Okay. Okay.
Putechi is the leader. Yeah, Naru gets Noah good here. The reason why Naru did not shoot Mimitaya and Deron while they were shooting at Ratna Petit is because Naru was completely low HP. He was like almost dead. So after downing Noah, he retreated to heal because he was like 1 or 2 bullets away from dying. But that gave time for Mimitaya and Deron to shoot down Putechi, and then they were able to revive Noah. The barrier, Deron's barrier here was really clutch though, because Naru was already shooting. Yeah, watch all other fights for their life, then Rune ran away, ran alone. It was really funny. I actually did not know who that was. I was like, when I was working in this video, I was like, wait, who the heck is this Valkyrie? What? Who's this Valkyrie? So I went to Shibuya Hall's POV to see, but Shibuya Hall missed it. The main POV of Shibuya Hall missed Shinomiya. They did not know Shinomiya was crossing that battlefield there. But Shinomiya crosses the battlefield there and manages to third-party Hayun, and she kills 2 people. Manages to win a 1v1 as well. Like, she was clutching it so hard over there. Like, I'm gonna have fun showing this in the Shinomiya spotlight in the future, because I definitely have to talk about it. Like, she was really clutching it up. What's Rune's coach? Rune's coach? I forgot the name. There we go. Naraka's team is down. Here's Sadami game again. Met is out because Deron managed to shoot down Met earlier. And that actually ends up paying off because now they don't need to worry about a 3v3 anymore. And yeah, here's Shinomiya surviving 2 kills. She got both of those kills here while she was ratting. It was so clutch. Absolutely clutch. Want to see Remia host and participate in the CS tournament? I think, yeah, for that to happen, she's really gonna be the one that needs to host it, probably. I hope she does. I hope she does host a CS tournament one day. That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Like, even if the players might be new, she can pull a Kasen, right? Where she mixes good players with weaker players, right? And try to teach and coach like the newer players. There's always a way to make it work. Even if there's not enough CS players yet, you can always invite others to learn it for the tournament, like Kasen did. Yeah, here Ibrahim knows there's Shinomiya is there as a rat. Well, she doesn't know it's Shinomiya, she just knows there's a rat there. But Ichinose did not know. She was not aware. He was not aware. But Ibrahim very deliberately wanted to kill the rats to make sure they would get second place, because Ibrahim did not think they would be able to get first. But Shinomiya knew she was a target. And here we go. Go, fly high! To infinity beyond! And Uruha just gazing in awe.
1位は無理、正直これ。
I had way too much fun working on this. It's like, you know what? This video is not even about Shinomiya, but you know what? I wanna do this now. I'm gonna put the Shinomiya subplot here, just because. What convinced me to put Shinomiya's POV here was exactly her escape here. Because like, oh wait, so Shinomiya is that Valkyrie. I'm gonna go back, clip Shinomiya's POV, so that we see her, Shinomiya, like, you know, just appear randomly and escaping that crossfire. Just so I can like build up this section. This is way too fun. It was so much fun. I had a lot of fun with that. In case you might be wondering. Where that comes from. This is from Shinomiya's outfit debut. The debut of this outfit. And the Teehee is also part of that same stream. I managed to get the audio, clean up the background music, and now it's part of my soundboard, the Shinomiya Teehee. That was such a good escape. And there you go, she clutched it to second. That was a nice second place though. She really ratted for like from probably 13th, 14th place. I don't remember exactly, but she ratted for so long, even killed people by herself. That was crazy. Absolutely clutch.
Team MapleNut's Bunny Dio had emerged victorious yet again. Their strength and valor as warriors projected for all to see.
I think MapleNut's Bunny got max kill points in both of the first rounds. The first round, the kill point maximum is 6 kills. Second round and round 3 is 9. So they got the maximum in both the first and second round.
I cannot stress enough, back to back with Rampart no Val.
This is cool because this is nice Wig before he knew anything about VTubers, right? So we're seeing like Wig's reaction before falling down the rabbit hole.
Is insane. That is so hard to do in those lobbies to get to those end games without using a Valkyrie rotation.
It was also from here that he would have QP as his Oshi.
Your micro has to be so good.
With 2 impressive back-to-back victories under their belts, they now had a substantial lead
That is a pretty good lead.
over the other squad.
Look at that. Look, Pakael and Dekane Q in 4th and 5th. They're gonna be climbing.
Yet still, the question remained. Would they be able to maintain their lead? After all, the final round...
Yeah, there we go. I actually put it here. Yeah, the maximum kill points in round 1 is 6. For round 2 and 3 is 9 points. And then round 4 and 5, there's no cap. It's unlimited. And there you go. There's also the how many points you get from placements as well. So MapleNut's Bunny got 18 points in the first round, and now they got 21 points. Right? My math is not wrong, right? Yeah, it's 21 points.
Were the most valuable
Nice Wig now is freaking VSPO yen, bro. Exactly.
to them not having kill point limits. Those are where comebacks take place. Indeed,
He went the same route as RPR, except in RPR's case he gets tormented by VSPO yen.
It was far too early to tell, and in this battle, the fate of the complacent could quickly turn upside down. Round 3.
There you go, that's Team Datsukaso right there. Pakayo's team. Atop the tower is Naraka, by the way. I think over there that should be... I think either that is Ant Uge's team, or it should be Matsuri's team. One or the other. But because there's Gaz, I think it's Ant Uge's team. Well, Ant Uge is not the leader of the team, it's Mahiro, but it's easier to say Ant Uge's team. Seto Miyako was playing Caustic, so I think that's her Gaz. And over here, I think this team is Pink Brain. Pink Brain, it's Hanabusa Lisa's team, together with the Ririmo and Kanato. In case you wonder where Astel is, Astel right now is underneath the tower. He's literally below the tower. Would be fun to see JP events for free, and yep, that's my vision. That's what I want to see happen. I will try my best to contribute as much as I can. We'll see them. I believe. I have hope. I have faith. I know we can do it. Together as a community. She forgot about nice swing. The poor wig, damn. Yeah, they were getting sandwiched here. Meant to like VSPO themed events where they partner one IRL guy with each. Oh, so kind of like Gekiro. The Gekiro streams that they do. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that would be cool to see. With EN, it's harder because usually those guys, I shouldn't say it like that. The guys that participate in Gekiro are usually there physically in the VSPO studio, I think, right? So they would have to locate there physically. In EN, it's harder because everyone lives far away and there's no studio where everyone can go. So it's much harder. It's much harder. I don't think they will be able to do it.
After some heavy skirmishing with nearby squads, Maple...
I think one of the squads that was there fighting Kanato was Hinano's squad, but I'm not sure.
Nuts Bunny had come to find refuge in a buzz near the iconic tower. The ring was
Imagine if Nice Wig is here, there would now be no Maple Story Futa for a topic, man. Probably. Also, this was a crazy one-shot by Naraka. Naraka one-shot, like, headshot Kanato here. I was insane of a shot.
And the exchange of fire getting fiercer, but within the safety of the buzz.
And QP was absolutely beaming in this round.
Teron's walls and Mimitaya's black market feeding them resources. They could simply take it slow and relax.
Except
the drilling
there he is.
Asteleda, the lone surviving member of his own squad.
The man, the myth, the legend.
There in the tight quarters inside
the drilling
bus,
terror.
The dastardly villain's drills were most effective. And even though he was
You know, I'm so happy with this because I have been building up the threat of Astel since the beginning of this VSPO Spotlight series. I knew that when I get to the Noah video, I will mention the bus drill. I knew. So let's build up Astel's threat. And fortunately, in the Ichinose video, we even got to see what happens when someone goes inside a bus with Astel nearby. So like, I'm so happy that we got to build up Astel all the way here for this, so that everyone knows exactly what it means for Astel to be here.
Exposed for all squads to see, Asteleda single-handedly continued tormenting MapleNut's Bunny Dio. This was the rotting bus drill
incident. Astel and Asumi fight each other many times. I love their dynamic. I think Asumi and Astel have a very fun dynamic. I remember even back during the Cursed Object days where he was flirting with everyone. Very, very fun dynamic.
Oh, he's on the roof. He's bullying the fuck out of them.
Yeah, they are like bullying so much. Dude, QP and them are wiping. One team up. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the problem is Noah's team can't act on that because Astel's on the roof.
There were so many moments where literally Noah wanted to shoot at QP's team, but they just could not because there's a drill. There's a drill, you know, damaging them. Astel was literally everywhere. You couldn't go anywhere without being scared. Yep, every time. I like during this watch party that Wig is doing. RPR was, you know, in the call whenever he was not giving directions to Team Sanseiketsu. And every time Team Sanseiketsu was like close to Astel, he was like saying like, Astel, get away from here. We don't want a lunatic with a drill here. Get away. Because to be fair, I think Astel caused Team Sanseiketsu to be eliminated like twice, I think. Like, the man is a force of nature. He's a force of nature.
I know.
If he's around, disaster will follow. That's why it's called the Cursed Object. Part of it.
The non-stop queuing. What a menace to society right now, brother.
Yeah. You see, context. Noah thinks it's a full squad on top of the bus, by the way. She doesn't know it's just Astel. She thinks it's a full squad. So that's why she's surprised. Why did no one get blown up? He said sorry to Noah, but the one who got damaged is most Daron. Yeah, Daron was the most damaged here. And then in the VSPO Season 6 next year, Daron is the most drilled person in the tournament. It's probably because she plays Rampart, so it's easier to drill her. Because she puts walls everywhere. Force of nature. Yeah, bro, she's trying to shoot QP's team, but she can't because there's a drill.
Bro, Astel is just fucking...
QP managed to absolutely jump a team. I think it was Naraka's team. Naraka's team jumped down the tower and went there. They were in a very bad spot. QP went in after them, but they were weakened. Noah, if it wasn't for Astel, Noah could have gone after QP there and eliminated QP. But she couldn't because Astel was there.
Destroying their vibes right now.
Because QP was very close to them actually. They would be able to go after QP and go back to the buzz after that.
Okay.
Damage.
Eventually, the incoming fire from other squads forced Asteleda to retreat, and he would be picked off by Team Decanic.
Yeah, that digi threat got him good. If it wasn't for the digital threat. Yeah. I already said sorry to Noah Senpai. She said, let's try to win together, isn't she kind? When I DM'd her, sorry, she wants me to go to... I did not know about that, actually. Oh, that's amazing.
Shinomiya Luna asked for Maplenut's Bunny Dial. The closing ring 2 forced him to move. In his final ring, a three-way battle between Maplenut's Bunny, Dekani-Q, and Tatsukasu had begun.
Caught in between.
ごめん
いいよ引いてもいいよ引いてもいいよ
ごめん
Dude, Pakael survived with such a sliver of HP here. Such a sliver. He's really good at using like the catalyst wall.
嘘。オッケーオッケー。
いいよ引いてもいいよ
大丈夫大丈夫。その
こっち来てる
マイクよ。
Here it was kinda unfortunate that Noah went in with his push a bit far away from the rest of her team. Because Mimitaya was far there. We can see Mimitaya on screen right now. Over there, in red. And Deron was even further back because she was throwing a nade. As a result, Noah ended up going down. Shinomiya managed to beam her and she didn't really have... See, remember when I said earlier that I think sometimes Noah is not very well aware of her team sometimes? I think this is like one example. It's not really the perfect example because, to be fair, you know, Shinomiya was just beaming, to be fair. Right? Shinomiya is really good. She's got really good aim. But it's one of those situations where I feel like she just needed to wait a little bit. Just like 1 second or two for her team to be with her.
上3人いってる。ごめん、マイクしてほしい。これ一瞬で起こせるかも。バンガやってる。一瞬で起こせるかも。オッケーナイスナイスでいいよ。
際立ってる。
ヘイトコントロールした方がいいかも。
These nades were nasty.
赤さん
Look at that. Look at that. She gets dead on with a nade.
際立ってる。
大丈夫うんそう
She got dead on with the nades. And that final nade even got Gamma. So yeah, so here we're gonna see Shinomiya do a 1v1 with Pakael. The reason why QP is not in it is because she's healing. Because QP, as you guys can see, she's really low. She got an armor swap, but now she needs to heal her HP.
うまい
Here. Look at the nade. Boom! Shinomiya plugged Pakael with a nade right here. And this is what allowed Dekane Q to win. It was here. It was right this. This was the MVP. That nade plugged itself onto Pakael. And he wasn't able to escape the second nade either. So Shinomiya goes down. But look at the damage Pakael takes. Boom. Boom, another one. Two nades. Pakael is super low after this. That's why QP is able to kill him super quickly. Those nades were amazing. Ha. Asano was Invincible VTuber, but right now there's a person in Invisible JP, even Asto surprised. Oh, is it Saine? I think Saine would be the one.
With Noah having been downed by Shinomiya Runa, MapleNuts Bunny was eliminated shortly after. And in the end, this round was decided with a 1v1 between Pakael and Kaminari QP, in which the grand strategy...
So yeah, it's so nice how things ended up working out this way. We got to see like Dekane Q, you know, take a spotlight in the video when I mentioned them earlier before. That completely accidental, by the way, but it really worked out really well. We also get to see like the good vibes between, you know, within Dekane Q. They have really good vibes.
Kaminari QP emerged victorious.
Yes, Saine, I think, was it because of the Shibuya Hall collab that she had?
Even still, Team MapleNuts Bunny had achieved a solid 3rd place, which was more than enough to keep their elite for the time.
Or rather, the Shibuya Hall collab might be part of it, but it's not the only one, I think.
Round 4.
Oh, she failed the zipline.
バカ。オッケー。助けて。
Oof, imagine you're running away from the ring and you have Sheila. You have Deron waiting for you. Deron was waiting for a while there. Like, she didn't even know, but she got 2. It wasn't just Aruse Inu, she got Hoshikawa as well.
Yeah, don't mind.
Raid was already dead before this. But yeah, she got both Inu and Hoshikawa.
These two had been quite the action-packed round, with MapleNut's Bunny surviving all the way to the final ring, where sadly their open position,
that's Pakael's ultimate, the catalyst wall right there,
was filled with cost.
Actually, could be Matsuri because Matsuri's alive, but Matsuri right now has high ground.
The gas barraged with grenade after grenade and fired upon by multiple surrounding squads.
Yeah, this is Pakael's wall. Matsuri has high ground in a house. She can't see to this side though because of that wall. But the gas absolutely destroyed them. Sumire is nearby. She's killing a different team. After she's done, she's gonna be coming here. Yeah, you and Uge's team. The gas was absolutely nasty. There was nowhere MapleNut's Bunny could go to run away. Everything was filled with gas and ore was super open. And here's Pakael. Gets the hell out of there. I found that funny. I think it's either Sumire's team or Team Sanseiketsu that kills Pakael's team after this. Oh, but Teron was clutching. The nades. Too many nades. One. There's an arc start. 2, 3 nades. Boom. And the wall is gone. The Pakael wall is gone, so now Matsuri can see. Boom. Now she has the high ground. Vengeance for like round 2. Yeah, this was an absolute war zone. Yeah, Team Sanseiketsu gets second place in this round. But ultimately, Epicenda Michio Akero, Sumire's team, has the high ground over them. But after this, after MapleNut's Bunny dies, Kaga Sumire's team immediately kills and Uge's team.
They had held as strong as they could, but there was simply no surviving all that hell. Team Epicenda, led by the...
Is the one, you know, with Chihiro and Laplas, the round where Laplas got super emotional.
Calm and calculated Kaga Sumire.
I'm back, my internet gone for 1 hour. I can relate to that a lot. We're actually being quite lucky because I haven't been having internet issues these past 2 days. Because usually, I tend to have quite a lot of issues like that. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
Would be the winner of round 4. Still, with overall good positioning and fierce fighting.
By the way, Epicenda, they're all using purple skins because Laplas wanted them all to be purple. They won as purple.
Bunny's 6th place in this round still allowed them to enjoy a good lead.
So yeah, that's a really good lead, but look, Pakael managed to climb from 5th place to 2nd. And keep in mind, there's no cap in terms of kill points. He could easily turn it around. The Dekani Q is following closely as well. But yeah, Sadame Gaming really suffered from those from round 3 and round 4, unfortunately, as we saw earlier. It was really bad, like, because they were doing so well. So well. Steam, I remember Lapla said if she can kill the cursed one, Astel Yago will give her a bonus. They were having difficulties, but they were able to win it in the end. Even Sumire got emotional.
Over the other squads. But all of that would change in the final round. Indeed, amidst all of this, MapleNut's Bunny was aware one particular opponent very much threatened this lead. The champion of the Apex V Cycle Season 1, the Prince of War, Pakael.
He is.
Much like Noah, Pakael was easily one of the strongest participants with extensive experience. A methodical tactician and a mighty warrior who had already proved himself capable of conquering the throne of victory. That day was no different. As the Prince of War took to the field of battle, he was even the kill leader for both round 3 and round 4. And with such deadly determination, going into this final round of the tournament, he had one final opportunity to pile kill after kill and reclaim the throne.
The Arknights references do not stop. But yeah, Pakael was the final boss of this tournament, let's be honest. He was the final boss of the Apex V Psycho Season 5. What a menace he is. He's so strong. So strong.
For himself. Round 5.
So I think the team that's flying up there, I think it's Sadame Gaming. Because Sadame Gaming goes to the tower by flying, and then they go off, and then they go through the zip line. They go through there like twice. I think it's them. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe. But I remember Sadame Gaming flying to the tower and then leaving and then going through the zip line. Every time Pakael loses it from other teams, joins mid-fight, or Wabi runs away. He got pretty unlucky, especially in this one. I'll talk about it when we get there. Also here, Noah is shooting, and Pakael he shoots her. And he knows it's MapleNuts Bunny. Because we saw his crosshairs going into the Deron's Rampart walls. So he knows, okay, it's Rampart. There's only one Rampart in this tournament. It's Deron. Okay, it's MapleNuts Bunny. So he insta knows MapleNuts Bunny's location is there. Yeah, there we go. He's even pinging on top of the Rampart walls. Yeah, he knows where they are now. Foreshadowing. This guy, he predicted it. He predicted what was gonna happen. Back will absolutely be cutting it close. By the way, this was a very difficult thing to translate. Ushiro zettai giri. Honestly, even I'm not sure if I translated that properly. I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I try to translate a lot in this V-Psycho section. There were some sections that were really hard, and this was one of them. It took me so long to translate this, and I'm not sure if I properly translated it properly. Because Ushiro means behind. Zettai is absolutely or certainly, right? Giri means to cut, right? I think I saw Google was telling me it's like absolute backslash or something like that. But I saw context, it's saying that it's like, you know, something along the lines that someone is gonna be their back is gonna be tight or something like that. So I ended up going with this translation, but I'm not exactly sure if it's the proper one. But it's something like that. It's something along the lines where you know, you're gonna get pressured from behind, probably. Something like that. I don't know, giri. Giri, I think it's from the verb kiri, right? Kiri. To cut. But instead of a K, you say gi, because sometimes they do that. So yeah, it's mean they're gonna be backstabbed, something like that. And yeah, this is foreshadowing of what's gonna happen, because yeah, it's definitely gonna get chaotic for MapleNuts Bunny.
All teams converged around the outskirts of the iconic tower, navigating the treacherous battlefield in hopes of surviving for as long as they could.
This here is And Uge's team. And Uge's team is the team that's inside this building. This is Seto Miyako's gas.
ウルトいつでも出せるよ。
一人やった。カエルさんどこだこれ？どっかでやり合ってる。
出す？ウルト出すよ。
ウルト出して。
いいよ。またグレーいっぱい投げるね。グレーめっちゃ投げて。
グレーいっぱい掘って、ノーダウンね、ノーダウンね。
グレーいっぱいの。オッケー、ノーダウン、ノーダウン。
But there comes Team Sanseketsu, Matsuri's team over there. To third party.
あ、裏来てる。
帰って。
And this team over here is Naraka's team. The team that appears over here. Naraka, Putechi, and Naruse Naru. I think it's them. It's either them or it's Shishigami Leona's team. But in the end, it's gonna be Naraka's team. Yeah, and then now she's shooting QP's team. This is Team Dekani Q. Because QP stayed there for a long time, waiting for the perfect moment to go in. There we go, the ring forces Team Sanseiketsu and Uge's team to drop down. Sadly, Team Sanseiketsu, Matsuri was already down, so they were doing a 2v3 here.
Okay.
俺いらないっしょ、俺いらないっしょ。
いや、3人で。
ちょっと待ってくれる？
やって。
ナイスナイスナイスナイス。
Yeah, this is Naraka's team. This one I know for sure it's Naraka's team. She was so fast with the reaction there. Absolutely beamed. That was amazing. He knows. Because he already has information. Okay, this is where Maple Nuts Bunny was. Okay, it's a Loba. Okay, there's a Loba in Maple Nuts Bunny. It's Mimitaya. He knew.
Even as they fought to survive, Noah kept her.
I think the player that the Mimitaya was shooting underneath the tower is Virtual Gorilla. He's already underneath there.
Eyes peeled for Pakaya's squad.
Yeah, smoking QP.
She knew that were Team Datsukazu to be eliminated, maybe.
Yeah, Sadame Gaming is above the tower. Virtual Gorilla is underneath the tower.
Nuts Bunny's ultimate victory would no doubt be assured. However,
and we were gonna have Kansai Genki Hoa no Kyoka and Himawari's team go above the tower soon. Like you can see that grenade arc star going through their ears. So the prophecy is realized. He gets him from behind. Pakaya downs Noah from behind. But it doesn't end there. They were caught off guard completely. It doesn't end there. Because QP is on the other side. They're being sandwiched. Yeah, from behind, that Ushiro Zettai Giri was very much right. Weird question, where does your profile picture come from? Oh, it's the main character of Kikone no Nakukoro ni. The one work that Ryukishi hasn't finished yet. Phase 1 came out in 2019, we've been waiting. We've been waiting since 2019. But yeah, but it's a temporary one, because in the future I'd like to have my own VTuber model in the future. So for now I'm using Mitake Miao's face. But yeah, indeed things were tight for Maple Nuts Bunny's back.
Maple Nuts Bunny had been caught off guard by the very team they had been so wary of. The Prince of War advanced in his road of conquest. The storm followed.
Like, this was so ominous. Like, she wants to go right. Instantly Pakael puts his wall in, so now the way is completely blocked.
人激怒
What a slaughter.
The grand strategist would be next. Team Dekani Q had fallen. Pakael advanced. The storm followed. His squad mates fell one by one, and he alone carried on. Beneath the shadow of the Tower of
Here we go. Sadame Gaming, Virtual Gorilla, Pakael.
Death. Only Pakael and Virtual Gorilla remained. V-Gorilla. He too was a much decorated veteran warrior like Pakael himself. He too had survived this long after his own squad mates had fallen.
Yeah, this was Nazupi's team. I only mentioned very lightly during the Nazuna spotlight how, you know, Virtual Gorilla was able to survive from like 15th to 3rd. But here we get to see what was the context of all of that.
Atop the tower, overseeing these two mighty forces was Team Sadame Gaming. Proud warriors with nothing left to lose, fighting for redemption. Led by...
Yeah, the redemption because, again, in round 3 they got caught in that out of bounds. They got demoralized, got eliminated super early in round 4. But then they decided just to lock in super hard for this one.
Ichinose Uruha. There was
they can at least, you know, end it with a bang. And they sure did.
It's quiet. The calm before the storm.
Also, back in the Toto video, I used a lot of Laterano music from Arknights, right? But I specifically did not use the final boss theme from that event, from that Laterano event, because I knew I wanted to use the song over here. You know, because of the why have you forsaken us, mother of the sacred dream that burns in us. I feel like it could really reflect the sentiments of a lot of the teams right here in this situation. Could be Noah, because, you know, they got killed by the team they were looking to kill themselves. Could be Pakael, because he was really close to winning the tournament. Really close, but in the end, things don't go very well, and in the end, he doesn't win. Could be Sadame Gaming's POV, because, you know, they basically already accepted that they're not going to win the tournament, so at least they want to go out with a bang. So I feel like it was a very good song for this moment. I was saving it for so long just to use it here.
The ring closed and death followed.
So, context. Why is Pakael damaged right now? Because he was full health when he started using his ultimate and all that. You see, Pakael, when Sadame Gaming jumped down and started fighting Virtual Gorilla, Pakael wanted to throw a thermite grenade to the fight. However, the thermite grenade bounced off the wall and hit Pakael. So Pakael was already damaged when he came into this fight. And then, he forgot he didn't have a weapon, so he punched the air, losing precious milliseconds. Do you see what I mean when I say he was super unlucky here?
Team Sadame Gaming had barely...
Look at his HP right now. Do you see what I mean? I have no idea if the result would have been the same if Pakael had not punched the air and had not hit himself with a thermite grenade. This tournament might have actually ended with the Pakael victory, potentially. This right here was the biggest unlucky moment in the tournament for Pakael. The biggest of them all. It was rough. Because he was so close to win. Look at this HP. Met is already down. Ibrahim is super low. And then there's Uruha. And there's smoke everywhere, so it's very easy for them to lose track of what he is. If only Pakael had held the weapon at that time, Uruha team might have wiped out potentially. You know, maybe if he had more HP because of the thermite grenade he threw to himself. It's very difficult to say what if the result would have been the same. It was actual bad luck. Maybe that actually. Talk about JP and mediators. Akira is pretty good as well. Yep, exactly.
Made it out alive.
This probably makes it even more frustrating for Pakael in the end.
Tension and uncertainty took hold of the battle-weary warriors. Just who had been victorious for the tournament as a whole?
わからん。マジでわからん。
マジで怖い。
いや、でもよ
だれ出てきた。い
や、僕はね、もうこの V 最強で。
This one I did not translate. I asked the VSPO court for help here. Because I had an idea of what she was saying, but I did not know how to properly translate it. I wanted to be accurate because this kind of goes back to the reasons that Noah partly, joined VSPO, where she wanted to change the image of female competitive gamers, by showing that, female gamers can be serious gamers too. So I felt like it was very poetic that she very much, if you think about it, Noah, every time Noah participates in VSIQ, it's always a full female team, always. VSIQ Season 1, Noah, Uruha, Sumire. VSIQ Season 2, Noah, Roboko, Fubuki. VSIQ Season 3, Noah, Toa, Ars Almal. And VSIQ Season 4, oh wait, never mind. Season 4, there's Ex Albio. He teams up with Ex Albio and Reimu. Never mind. Season 4 was the only time where it was not a full female team for Apex VSIQ in the case of Noah, because in Season 6 she also teams up with a full female team. Yeah. But still though, she very much wanted to be like the first female team to win, I think.
女3人で優勝するっていう取れたら絶対かっこいいやん。
Like, this was tense. Like, Shibuya Hall was stalling so much. He was stalling for like 10 minutes in here. They were waiting 10 minutes for the results. I think it was 10 minutes. Shibuya Hall, more like Shibuya Stall.
優勝チームから。
優勝チーム、はい。頑張れ。
お願い。
頼む。
マジで。
CM 入ったって。
And there we go. History is made. Kawaii. With the perspective now that we have of Pacquiao, this hurts more though. This hurts even more now with a Pacquiao perspective. It hurts more. Like, they were so close. They were so close. 2 points difference. Like, there were so many close calls. So many close calls. Like, what if Shinomiya hadn't hit Pacquiao with the Arc Star? Would have QP managed to win the 1v1 against Pacquiao? Hard to say, because Pacquiao is like one of the strongest in the entire history of VSIQ, right? What if, like, it's hard to say. There were so many close calls, but that's the game. That's just how it is. Everyone gets lucky and unlucky every once in a while. To be fair, even Noah had their bad luck here and there every once in a while. Happens. That's just the game. But still, though, damn, they were so close. Pacquiao is a monster. He was the final boss of the tournament for sure. It was a very intense tournament. Very intense. But there we go. Kurumi Noah managed to succeed, becoming the leader of the first full female team to ever win a VSIQ tournament, an Apex VSIQ tournament. There we go. History is made. And now we get tears of happiness, not frustration. And she's adorable. Want to give her a hug. Yes, Gamma's team. Yeah. They kind of queued it really well. I mean, it was 1 point difference between them and Sadame Gaming. But they performed really well. They got round 1. They didn't perform that well. Round 2, they got second place because of the Shinomiya clutch, the ratting clutch. Round 3, they won it. They won round 3, and QP was beaming people. Round 4, I don't remember them doing particularly stellar in round 4. But round 5, they survived pretty, decently well. Because, let's see. Yeah, they died after Noah. But I think Kansai Genki Ho no Kyokan might have died before that as well. So yeah, they placed pretty high in the final round. Also, here we have the Daio of Maple Nuts Bunny Daio. By the way, backstory on the name Maple Nuts Bunny. So because Maple, I've seen that when you Google translate Higuchi from Higuchi Kaede, it translates to maple, right? When you Google translate Kurumi from Kurumi Noa, it translates to nuts or walnut, right? To walnut. That's why there's a clipper dedicated to Noah called Walnut Translation. And then Mimitaya Bunny, I think that one goes straight forward. Even though she's not a real bunny, because every single VSPO member is a human, still, she's got bunny motifs. And the Daio comes from their coach, Miko Daio. Holy Stregas, a Bloodhound rework preview? Wait, he's getting reworked? You can turn teammates invisible. That sounds OP. Huh. That sounds OP. Kaede is Maple. I know from anime.
今よ喜びすぎてバーンって立ったらパソコン蹴っ飛ばしちゃって
Yeah, this was Noah's Discord, by the way. It was not your Discord, it was Noah's Discord. I noticed a pattern. It's not just this tournament. Noah tends to get a lot of Discord notifications in tournaments. She's always getting them. There were many others I did not show from like previous tournaments. Probably other people like congratulating her for a victory, most likely. No, for Kaede and Kurumi because of Bofuri and Kamen Rider game. Kaede no Ki is OP. Oh.
Maple Nuts Bunny Daio had emerged victorious above all, with only a 2 points difference from Pakael's team. Kurumi Noa had successfully led her team to victory in a truly spectacular fashion, maintaining a supremacy as first place throughout the entire day.
That's pretty good. Like, yes, even though in the final round she did not complete the objective of defeating Pakael, I mean, it was because if she did defeat Pakael, her victory was basically 100% assured. Because only Pakael could take the tournament from her. But still though, she was first place the entire tournament. From the very first round to the last round. First place. The entire tournament. That's pretty cool. And by the way, Maple Nuts Bunny probably had some of the strongest performance as a whole in the tournament. Because Maple Nuts Bunny was also the #1 team in two of the 6 scrims days before the tournament day. So technically, if we count the tournament together with the scrims, then Noah's team won 3 days out of the 7 from this VSPO. That's insane. They were such a consistent team. Really consistent.
This had truly been a great achievement. Not only had this been the only time in history that a VSPO member had won an Apex Legends VSPO tournament, it was also the first time a full female team had done so as well. And to someone like Noah, who partly joined VSPO to improve the image of female competitive gamers, this was a truly poetic achievement. Additionally, on that day, among all teams that had finished first place in each round, every single round was led by a VSPO member. Round 1 and 2 were won by Maple Nuts.
Oh, we just found out Axel is part of the current GG tournament. I think he's subbing. Because the VSPO Yen team, I think, can't play today. Yesterday it was Eris subbing for Rico. Today it's Axel and Jira subbing for Arya and Rico again. I think Rico is not home. She's in America, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, Axel sub.
Bunny Daio, led by Kurumi Noa.
Because the actual team is supposed to be Arya, Rico, Juno. That's the actual team. Which is a shame, because that means that the full team is not going to be able to practice for scrims together. Because the tournament is tomorrow, right? They're not gonna. The team is not going to be able to practice together. So confused why they not use Nicewig. Do you know when the next Apex VSPO? We don't know if there's going to be a next one. Shibuya Hall said the Season 5 was the last one, but then we got Season 6. But he said Season 6 is the last one. And we haven't had a VSPO. Last year we didn't have it, and we don't know anything this year. Right now he's been doing like Valorant and Street Fighter VSPOs instead. So whether or not there's going to be another one, that remains to be seen. It's all up to Hull. Yeah, EA does not support Apex tournaments anymore. Well, we'll see. We'll have to see. I think they were starting to support them again. I think so. But we'll see. Yeah, the latest one was Street Fighter. They've done Street Fighter this year and last year as well. And for Valorant they did it the year before, and then yeah, they did it last year for Valorant, yes. So we might have another VSPO this year. We don't know if it's going to be VSPO or if it's going to be Valorant, potentially. Like VSPO, Valorant, VSPO Act 3, potentially. But who knows, maybe HAL would surprise us. I mean, think about it this way. We haven't had a CR Cup for Apex for a long time. But we're having a CR Cup for Apex in October, later this year, right? So who knows, maybe HAL might change his mind. We'll see. He still plays Apex, right? He still plays Apex. We'll see. VSPO Mahjong, 2XKO. Yeah, they're not really playing, like, in terms of fighting games, everyone's just playing Street Fighter in JP. 2XKO, there were a few that were, like, dabbling into it, but they didn't really stick around for long. A lot of fighting games are having a tough time getting the same success that Street Fighter had in Japan. I wonder why.
And also including Tosaki Mimi. Round 3 was won by the Kani-Q, led by Shinomi Luna, and also including its IGL Kaminari QP. Round 4 was won by Epicenda.
Yeah, Mahjong Neoporte, I think the only one, the only one from VSPO that could probably have a chance at winning is Nazuna, because Nazuna is actually good at Mahjong, really good. But I don't know. You have Shirayuki Raid. You have Shirayuki Raid in Neoporte. He's the best. Like, HAL is good, but like, Raid is even better. Like, Shirayuki Raid was playing against really strong VTubers, like Senba Kurono and Kamogami New. Like, Raid has played and competed against the best, the strongest Mahjong VTubers in the industry, right? He used to be a Mahjong player before being an FPS player, by the way. He's got a lot of Mahjong experience. He was even part of the Shiniki Streamer League together with Kurono and Kamogami New and, you know, Saki no Moko. So yeah, Raid would win that. He would win that easily. You'd need to bring like the other super strong VTubers from the Mahjong circle of JP to be able to face him. Again, only Nazuna has any hope of winning that. And even then, it's hard to say because he's been through way stronger opponents.
Michio Akero, led by Kagasumire. And round 5 was won by Sadame Gaming, led by Ichinose Uruha.
Tetris would be fun, but I don't think there's many Tetris players in that I know of.
And also including Komorimet. Each were fighting their own battles, each becoming shining moments in their individual stories. Yet together...
I think we have a bigger chance of seeing like more Pokemon events than we have anything, because Pokemon Champions was actually a lot of VTubers were dabbling into it. So I think you have a higher chance of seeing a Pokemon event. Potentially.
They were all part of a bigger whole. Without any of them realizing it, the bonds of VSPO at play had brought forth the crowning of a queen. The Apex...
Literally, bro, I'm telling you. Like, everything... Like, VSPO were unintentionally teaming up here. They did not even know they were teaming up, but they were teaming up. You know, round 3, with QP winning that round was great, because if Pakael had won that round, he would have won the tournament. With round 4, with Pakael being killed, either I don't remember if it was Sanseketsu or if it was Epicenda Michio Akero, but it doesn't matter because both teams have a VSPO member. One has Emataso, part of Sanseketsu, and then the other one is Sumire, part of Epicenda. One of those two teams killed Pakael's team, right? And then in the end, it's Uruha's team that kills Pakael. Literally. If Pakael had won any of those matches, he would have won the tournament. It's crazy. VSPO was like, the VSPO bonds are too strong. The VSPO bonds are too strong.
Saikyo Season 5 was a total VSPO victory, and perhaps for this reason, you can begin to understand why some
none of them were aware of this. They were subconsciously working together
Consider this the beginning of VSPO's golden age, and spearheading their finest hour was none other than Noah herself. At the time of these videos making, VSPO's most victorious member, a prime example of VSPO's gaming excellence.
Hinano left out. Hinano played really well, actually. I think she played really well. Her individual performance was really good. She was playing very aggressive as a fragger. But yeah, it's... Wait. Yeah.
XV Season 5 was a total VSPO victory.
That's a pretty big difference. The kill points, Pakael is 10 kill points above Maple Nuts Bunny, but Maple Nuts Bunny just had better consistent placements. And this is also part of their scrims. Just Maple Nuts Bunny was extremely consistent with their placements and their positioning. Again, the IGLing, Noah's IGLing is really good. Really good. Consistently placing high. Consistently having good positioning. Playing to the team's strengths, you know, with his defensive playstyle with Rampart and Loba. Was really well, but they also are able to go aggressive when they have to. Really strong. Pakael's team was also very aggressive, but I'd say, you know, Pakael's team was more aggressive, yes. But I guess they just lacked in the placements.
And perhaps for this reason, you can begin to understand why some consider this the beginning of VSPO's golden age. And spearheading their finest hour was none other than Noah herself. At the time of these videos making, VSPO's most victorious member, a prime example of VSPO's gaming excellence. The embodiment of everything that VSPO stands for. Pakael had been a truly tremendous warrior who ended up as the...
Pakael's team is really good. Really good. It was a very good team. Maybe in a different timeline they might have been the ones to win. I think there were a lot of teams with the potential to win. Pakael and Noah obviously both. I mean, because even though Noah may have gotten lucky, or rather Pakael may have gotten unlucky. Again, looking back at like Noah's team's performance, even in the scrims, they absolutely deserve this win as well. Because again, Noah won 2 days of the scrims, 2 full days. Like, winning 3 days out of 7 is crazy. Like, we don't see that often. Yeah, that's really good. So, that goes to show it wasn't just a fluke. Like, as Noah was able to show in the scrims, she can win this absolutely, multiple times if needed. It was not just a fluke. But yeah, look at that match 3, 9 kills.
Participant with the most kills in the tournament day, and following in second place.
Look at that, among the greats, with Pakael and Virtual Gorilla. That's crazy, you know? Like Pakael and Virtual Gorilla are usually considered like the best players in VSIQ history usually, right? So to be among them is like, that's really good. That's really good. Like, Noah was really farming this tournament as well. Pakael team very good, Rika Master Apex, yep. Leo is immortal in Valorant. I think that's also why Altair did so strong, because Altair is very good at Valorant. Sort of like Messi and Ronaldo, basically, yes. So yeah, being among them is like really good. That goes to show how strong you are. And again, Noah's performance was very strong all throughout the tournament, even the other days before this one.
Was Kurumi Noah herself, showcasing that her individual prowess was truly among the very best that day. But of course, Maple Nuts Bunny Dio as a whole had excelled in this chaotic battlefield.
Yeah, this is not just all Noah, obviously. Because like, the team was very good. Like, Deron was able to keep up with the team really well, right? She proves again that even if Rampart is not meta, she can make her work just fine. She contributed so much. She contributed a lot. She played always as a team. Yeah, she's great. You know, when I said in the Aqua video that Suisse was amazing because she learns fast, she's able to keep up, she's just a very high value, like, she might be worth 3 points, but she's a high value 3 points player. Deron is 4 points. I think Deron is a high value 4 points player. Yes, she's 4 points, but her actual performance is stronger than that. She's a super high value player. And guess what? In the next year after this one, I think her team is like 3rd place. That's another really high placement in the season 6 for her. Super high value player. Deron is. And then Mimitaya. Mimitaya is just really good too. Mimitaya is like good at anything she does in general. She's always able to learn any game just fine. She's very smart, always able to play as a team. She was a pretty good sub IGL for Noah, and she also clutched it up many times here and there. This team was just really solid, amazing team. I'd love to see this team come back for an event one day. Very good team. Spain between Ronaldo and Messi. Grill and Astel duo make me see how cute QP is. Yep, I know. I've seen the clips of it. She's so cute. It's surprising how much of a competitive gamer she is, since she is such a big joker. Yeah. She has the blood of a warrior. She has the blood of a warrior. Absolutely. And that's why I gave her high stats in Nobunaga's ambition. She has high valor.
Placing great valor under pressure, clever strategy, coordinated teamwork, and tight-knitted trust in each other. These three Shield Sisters demonstrated the qualities necessary for teams to achieve.
They were Shield Sisters, both what's the word? Both damn, now I forgot the word. I forgot the word both in English and Portuguese. I can't believe this. Metaphorically, that's the word. They're Shield Sisters both metaphorically and literally, because they were playing around their own shields.
Ultimate victory. This was a chapter forever to be remembered in the tale of Kurumi Noa. And while she may already be known as the Clutch Queen, it is my tradition in this channel to celebrate those who...
A classic, you know, whenever I get into these nickname things, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. These are the serious nicknames.
Gaming skills impress me, and I believe she is most deserving of one more epithet. Let her feats be encapsulated into legend. Behold, she who heralds a most auspicious golden first light. Through trials and tribulations she endures, each scar an engraved lesson. Fret not, those who in dusk wander, for daybreak rises just beyond the horizon. Fly high, daughter of Valhalla, the radiant Dawnseeker, Kurumi Noa.
Hey, there she is.
It would be in the very next
The Radiant
month following a
Dawnseeker.
great triumph
Expect me to use this nickname a lot in future videos.
in May that she achieved yet another great conquest, the prestigious rank of Apex Predator.
There's Spread.
November 19th.
There's Spread. Yeah, since I'm mentioning Asanuriri, I was wondering if you heard of Kyugaru channel. Her love charm move at Petra and Aegis host quizzes for each other. I don't think so. I'm hearing that name for the first time, I think.
2023, Noah would join the Valorant VSPO Act 1. She was ranked as a team.
But yeah, that VSPO section, by the way, was a lot of fun to do. It probably extended the video's production for like an extra month for sure, but it was a lot of fun to do. I want to make more sections like these in the future, maybe not for like full tournaments, but for like specific rounds. Especially because as we go forward from now on, you're going to start seeing VSPO members have less wins because they're going to be more recent members, right? So they participated in less tournaments, and so they also have less opportunities to win them. So gives me more space to talk about and elaborate more on the victories that they do have. So I might do that. Though do keep in mind that it's easier for me to elaborate in certain games than others. For example, I know very little about Valorant, so it's much harder for me to be able to do the same, give the same treatment to Valorant tournaments. I have a true talent to find nicknames. I'm just a Shunibio, that's all. Petra is another great Rising VTuber, recently joining VCR. Wait, is she the one that was popping up in with Kamito? I think I have not been paying that much attention, so I don't know. But I think Kamito was interacting a lot with a VTuber that I hadn't seen before. But yeah, I'm just a Chunibyo with the nicknames, and I'm a fan of the Trail series. So that's where my inspiration comes from in terms of like why do I want to give nicknames. I find it cool, so now I want to do it for VTubers as well. I like it. It's a tradition I'm going to continue in the channel.
Tier 3 player player and would be drafted by the Tier 1 player Shiranami Ramune to join Team
Joined up with Hendy Akami. Okay, so it's the one I'm thinking about. Yes.
Good Smell Squad. Though in spite of their best efforts, they would place 8th. January 26, 2024. She participated in the Kassen Tournament 9 as part of Team The Uruka.
It's the one that Akirose was part of. One of the first tournaments Akirose participated in. I think it was either the first or the second tournament she ever participated.
Her first League of Legends tournament victory. April 29th. It was a Rage Valorant 2024, in which Noah, alongside fellow VSPO members Shiranami Ramune.
The Rage Valorant, by the way, was the predecessor for the VSPO Showdown.
Yume no Akari, Yakumo Beni, Neko Tatsuna, and Tsumugi Kokage would compete against 3
different rival teams. In this case, casters, streamers, and pro players. And they did really well against the pros. They might have not won that, but they did really well.
Teams, including casters, streamers, and pro players. Noah played in every match, and VSPO would succeed in beating 2 out of the...
Like, you know, obviously the casters are casters, so they're not necessarily like big gamers themselves. They beat the streamers, you know, the streamers are strong themselves. And then going 9-13 against pros, I mean, bro, that's really good. That's really good. You know, these are pro players.
3 teams, and as such, we can consider this event to be an overall victory as well. Then on
yeah, this one, it wasn't Showdown. This is the Rage Valorant 2024. It was the predecessor for the Showdown. This is the event that would become the next year VSPO Showdown.
May 13th, her team would be victorious in the 4th Street Fighter 6 Crazy Raccoon Cup.
Yeah, this is when I started watching Noah solo grind in Street Fighter, which would make me want to play Street Fighter as well. It was around here.
And shortly after, on May 24th, her team...
Well, it was around here that I started watching VSPO in the first place. I became a fan of VSPO in 2024. I was aware of them before, but I became a proper fan in 2024.
The Reject Fight Night Round 3, August 24th, would bring the Apex V Psycho Season 6, a tournament notorious for all the Apex Predators allowed to join. Noah
That's
now
a lot of
being one
Preds.
them. Here she led Neoporte's Kohaku Teto and Nishisanji's Ratna Petite, forming Osampo Bioi. This time, however, she would end up placing 12th in the end. But then, on September 23rd...
But yeah, this is why I think there's a chance that if we ever see an Apex V Psycho again, I think, theoretically, if Arya could join, I think she would not be banned. If we do it like Season 6 again. Because yes, she's strong, but Predators were already allowed in Season 6, so I think she'd be allowed to join.
Together with Kohaku Teto and Haseshin, she would win the Apex Legends Yamamoto Sayaka Cup. October 18th, the Apex Legends Scar Z Cup Volume 4, also a win. Come March 22nd, 2025,
the first one.
It was the first VSPO Showdown. Noah would be part of VSPO Street Fighter 6 team, alongside Choya Hanabi, the ridiculously powerful Amayu Imoka, and led by Kisaragi Ren. There's also an interesting backstory here. You see, when it was decided that Noah was going to be part of VSPO Street Fighter 6 team, up until now, the character that she always played was Cammy. The event organizers, however, asked her if she could reach Master Rank with Mai in around a month. At first, Noah thought they were crazy. After all, even if Mai was pretty strong in the meta,
literally a new challenger by the time they asked her to reach Master Rank with Mai. This was the first section, the first session, I think.
Would have to reach Master Rank, which she had never reached before, and with an entire new character. Crazy, right? That's what Noah thought. But then she did just that. Master Rank with Mai in around a month.
She did it all on screen, on stream, by the way. The full ranked grind, I think, was fully done on stream.
That's Kurumi Noah for you. Now, unlike the other VSPO teams, the Street Fighter team would have to face 2 different rival teams. The VSPO team was victorious against the first, but lost against the second. However, Kurumi Noah in particular was the only member who was able to defeat both of her opponents. Therefore, I'm counting this as one overall victory, by mixing all...
Yeah, I'll count this as a victory for all the other members as well. In the future, Hanabi, Ren, and Mocha tournaments, videos I mean, I'll still consider it an overall VSPO victory. So rather than judging them individually for each team, it's a mix of both teams, both rival teams in one.
wins and losses from all matches with the two rival teams. And so comes the big League of Legends grind. From June 18th all the way to August 27th, Noah would participate in the League the Kasen.
Here we are. The beginning of the addiction.
Blossom beyond. Noah was a top laner of sorcery.
But for real though, I need to glaze this a little bit. Kasen is really doing really cool things though. Like, just a streamer wanted more people to play League, invites people. 3 years later, here we are. Boom. Big high production tournaments with lots of other streamers and VTubers. Like, he's really done so well. Really props to Kasen for this.
Tiara in the next division, which was for players ranking below Platinum. Alongside there were Sorcery Tiara's leader and mid laner Suzuki Noriaki, Amamiya Kokoro in the jungle, Tachibana Hinano as the ADC, and Tona Kaito as a support. Because this was a tournament spanning 3 months, Noah mainly played League of Legends during this period. And because MOBAs aren't a genre she's very familiar with, she had to deal with a fair amount of struggles during this time. But Noah is a competitive warrior at heart, and therefore she always picked herself back up. And when the playoffs finally arrived, it was Sorcery Tiara.
I find it funny that, you know, before this tournament, Noriaki had gone to Arabia. I forgot if it was Saudi Arabia or if it was the UAE, but he went for an esports event there. And he brought clothing from there. He's wearing it right now. I find it really funny. Arabian Noriaki.
Which would be victorious above all in the end. September 28th was the VSPO Custom 2025, in which all JP branch VSPO members would compete with each other in Apex Legends. However, uniquely, Noah would be paired up with just Neko Tatsuna, being...
This was so hype, by the way. Like, I was like, wait, it's only Tsuna and Noah? No third member? Well, then again, they're really strong, so they might just pull it off, maybe. Let's see if they pull it off, and then, well...
the only squad without a third member, which was a huge handicap. However, you see, Noah and Tsuna are probably among the strongest Apex Legends players in VSPO as a whole. Easily top
like
3.
Both of them were just beaming everyone.
If we include VSPO EN's...
They were playing aggressive, just killing everyone.
Kuroha. As such, Noah and Tsuna proceeded to absolutely kick some serious ass. Winning the VSPO Custom.
That was
just
so
the
hype.
Two of them in the end. This is why Noah and Tsuna is such a hype pairing.
And even before the last round where they won, they were placing really high in the other rounds too. They almost won another one.
November 9th, the Valorant VSPO Act 2. This time, she was upgraded to a Tier 2 player and would be drafted by the Tier 1 player Neko Tatsuna.
Yeah, then we got more Noah Tsuna in the next tournament right after. That was so cool.
To join Team Ping Pong Rush. This tournament was extremely tough, however, because the other teams were also very strong themselves. And in spite of having fought ferociously, Ping Pong Rush would place 5th in the end. Now, starting a bit before on September 10th, all the way to December 23rd, Noah participated in the League the Kasen Trials of Twilight. Yes, another LTK, meaning that Noah grinded League almost non-stop for 6 months in 1 year. Although keep in mind that she also participated in the previous 2.
Yeah, she participated in 3 tournaments during this time. It was the VSPO Custom. I guess it's not really a tournament that requires much investment because they're not practicing for it, but it was the VSPO Custom, it was the VSPO, and it was the Ditto Unity Fest, which I didn't mention because she didn't win that one. But she also was part of the Ditto Unity Fest, which basically is the Ditto Cup second.
Competitions I just mentioned during this time as well. Once again, she was part of Sorcery Tiara Next as a top laner, alongside Amamiya Kokoro in the jungle, the leader Suzuki Noriaki in the mid lane, Yume no Akari as...
Akari used to be part of Precision Diadem in the previous season of LTK. She was the mid laner of Precision Diadem Next. But now she's the ADC of Sorcery Tiara Next.
The ADC...
Well, for that tournament. This LTK 3 is different.
And the famous
And this one was huge. If you go back to the announcement of Honda Tsubasa, it was viewed so much. There was many news outlets like writing articles about it. It's like, Honda Tsubasa is participating in League Kasen. It was insane. Got so many views. By the way, Honda Tsubasa had previously participated in VCR events as well. Like Rust, for example. Which is really cool.
Tsubasa.
Like, the fact we get to have Honda Tsubasa be the support for Akarini specifically, I love that. I find that way too much fun. Akarini's getting bold. She was bullying Hanabi in VCR Rust.
As a support, compared to the first LTK, Noah had definitely gotten much stronger, and she was even ranking up higher than before. However, the second season of LTK proved to be much more gruesome of a challenge, and in spite of their best efforts, Sorcerer Tiara would end up placing last.
It was a very rough tournament for Sorcerer Tiara, especially the core division. Sorcerer Tiara next was able to win a game, I think. But Sorcerer Tiara core, they did not win a single game. It was really rough. It was a really rough period for them. And yeah, I remember there was a lot of flaming going on sometimes with some fans. So even the companies themselves had to put out announcements saying, guys, we will pursue legal action if you guys continue like all the flaming and stuff. I think Hinano disabled her chat for a while, wasn't it? I don't remember, but it was really, really tough. I mean, League of Legends tends to bring out a lot of emotions. It was really, really rough for them in this one. Happens. I mean, the silver lining is that Sorcerer Tiara won LTK 1, right? Some members are Izuru and Uruha. Yeah, there were a few. Yeah, I think she did disable her comments. She was not grinding on stream either. She was only grinding off stream. She would only stream like her POV for like the actual days, for the tournament days. It was sad. I think Hinano was playing pretty well. It's just that the team was not very there was not much cohesion in the team, I think. That was all. But it happens. Hinano ended up changing to a top laner after this, and I think she's doing better anyways as a top laner, because I think she understands what needs to be done to help the team, and I think as a top laner she's able to help her team much better. As ADC, she's a bit under the mercy of her team a bit. She was doing well, but it was hard, it was complicated.
Finally, March 26th of 2026. It was the second VSPO.
Because there were many moments where Hinano was being left alone, and she had no protection. That was as an ADC, it's a bit difficult to be able to do damage like that. But that goes back to what I was saying earlier, when I think where I feel like JP VTubers needs to try out winning without relying too much on team fights. When you're losing, perhaps you should consider pressuring side lanes more. Even if it's just a little bit, you can't go all the way because you're losing, right? If you go all the way, you're gonna get caught and you're gonna die. But at least you try and go as far as you can without dying, right? That's usually the general rule. Go as far as you can without dying. So if you think you're gonna die, if you go past a certain point, don't go past that point. Because what I notice a lot in LTK is that there's a lot of side lanes where the minions are just bleeding. There's usually no one catching the minions. And that's bad. You always need to catch the minions. You always need to send someone there. If the lane is pushing towards you, then you're fine. You just wait until the lane gets close to your tower, and then from there, you just catch the wave, right? But you cannot let the wave crash on your tower, because if you do that, you're losing all that XP and gold. And that happens a lot in LTK, from what I saw. A lot of waves are completely wasted. It's not good to group up for team fights all the time. Especially when there's no objectives around, right? When there's no objective to fight for, there's no need to group up. You can just try and catch waves, freeze lane near your tower, see if you can catch up a bit. Maybe try and ambush isolated players that you see. There were a lot of opportunities like that.
Showdown. This time, Noah would be part of the second day's VSPO's League of Legends team, as it's
Michi and Bess always goes for Hinano, also Kusuga. Makes sense because she is the ADC.
Top laner. The team would be led by the jungler Sendo Yuhi. Asumi Sena was the mid laner.
Yeah, ban a Kali or you lose, yep. So far, Asumi Sena is the only VSPO member that I've given a nickname, a League of Legends nickname so far. She is the Ashen Demon. I think it works well because, you know, one of her nicknames is Ashumi, right? I think Ashumi sounds like Ashen, so... And to be fair, her color Her color is like Ash, so I think Ash and Demon works well for her when she plays Akali.
Tatsumaki Chise was the AD carry and Kogara Toto was the support. This VSPO showdown, however, would be different from the previous one, since in 2025, VSPO pretty much swept the rival teams. This time, management decided to further challenge VSPO members. And for that, all the rival teams were purposely made to be...
I might give one to Yuhi and in the future, probably. Chise maybe as well. Yuhi is probably one of the members that I've watched the most when she's practicing and scrimming. I mean, me being a League player, I gravitated very quickly to Yuhi when she debuted. A scrim match, LT next versus DD next, 50 minutes. Oh, I think I remember this. Yeah, I saw that. That was amazing. That was an amazing match. I saw that one. Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Biggest comeback, so good. That was amazing. If I make a video where I get to talk about LTK, I absolutely have to mention that.
Stronger than the VSPO teams, with the rivals generally being higher ranked compared to the...
Yeah, they're generally one or two full ranks above. So imagine, one member is gold, then the opponent is like emerald. Things like that. Rainbrain and Zerost are literally former pros. You know, challenger players. So yeah, this was looking pretty rough.
VSPO members. Therefore, from the very beginning, the VSPO teams were made to be the underdogs of this event, to test their limits and see how far they could go. And indeed, from the scrims leading to the big day alone, this was a real struggle. Nonetheless, when the big day arrived, one could definitely see how much they had improved. Even still, coming into day 2, the atmosphere was tense. After all, the day 1 VSPO teams had all been defeated, and the day 2 League of Legends team had to face one of the arguably strongest rival teams. Indeed, already on game 1 of this best of...
Yeah, that game 1 was rough. Look at that, 19-5 stomp. That's demoralizing. That's very demoralizing.
3, this challenge was looking quite unsurmountable.
They even have Dragon Soul and everything.
With the rival team taking a steady win. You see, the thing about true competitive warriors is that they don't back down just because...
Of course, yeah, I go with the samurai references again. Sanada Yukimura.
The going gets tough. VSPO members are...
Sanada Yukimura at Osaka Castle in 1615.
Warriors. And so, they would give it their all until the very end. Game 2 was extremely close, and though the rival team started winning, VSPO kept...
This one was really close. I enjoyed this match so much. It was so clutch. Again, Asumi was an absolute MVP. Absolute MVP. But even though they have like... They have like the dragons, they're actually getting the dragons well. Like the rival team was always ahead in gold. All the time. But this was a really good moment. Asumi manages to assassinate Zerost, which is what she's been doing the entire, the entire round. Which was what allowed them to win. Kill Zerost.
Cool. Managing to keep up and even secure...
I'll elaborate more in the Asumi Sena spotlight, but the fight kinda takes a break, and Sena immediately goes base, recalls base. She comes back full HP, and she manages to finish off the ones that come to try and fight them. Was huge. That recall was actually clutch.
The Dragon Soul for themselves. But even with such an advantage, the rival team still remained ahead in gold. And every single small win had to be very hard fought. Let me tell you, this match was a real nail-biter. I was at the edge of my seats. But even still, the smallest mistake would immediately...
Yeah, towards the end, things were not looking too good. Yes, VSPO has the Dragon Soul. But the Dragon Soul was not helping them that much. The Dragon Soul... Them getting the Dragon Soul was more so that the enemy team does not get it. Because, like, can you imagine Galio and Zack especially with Dragon Soul, an Ocean Soul, by the way, they would be unkillable. So the Dragon Soul is more so to make sure the enemy does not have it. But the pressure was shifting towards VSPO. Like, all the lanes were getting pushed. Because the rival team was actually really good at side laning. They knew that they had to push side lanes. So throughout the match, most of the times, you had waves, pushing towards VSPO all the time. And they even got Baron. So it was looking really bad. Really bad.
We have the rival team having full...
They also have a gold lead.
Control of the match.
But here, this is the deciding moment. They have one chance to make it count.
And in the end, the pressure was entirely shifting
There's Noah and Yuhi going for a flank.
Against the VSPO team.
Here we go, Toto.
Until
Toto goes with the ult. Uses her E on top of Zerost. Catches Zerost. And the rest goes in. And Asumi is close. Yep, Yuhi also focusing Zerost. You gotta kill Zerost. Yep, Senna jumping on top of Zerost. Kassen was the big problem here, because Kassen realized that Senna was going after Zerost, so he started saving his ultimate to protect Zerost from Senna. And there were actually 2 fights where VSPO lost because of this, because of Kassen protecting Zerost with his ultimate. Here he actually managed to do it again, but fortunately Senna was able to do enough damage so that Chise's boomerangs were able to finish off Zerost. That was clutch. And Senna goes back because she had Kassen marked with a shuriken. There we go. The boomerangs from Chise cleaning up the fight. And that's victory. Like, immediately Yuhi was calling for an end. Instantly, let's just go end this already. This is also something that Yuhi has gotten much better of. I remember like 1 or 2 years ago, Yuhi used to struggle when is the best time to end. And there were a lot of times where she could have ended games where she would just miss her opportunity and wouldn't end. She really improved on that. Now, every time Yuhi sees a chance, she immediately takes it. This was one of them. She saw that they could win, instantly wanted to go for the end. You can hear the emotion in their voices. This was like insane of a victory. She was so hyped. Bro, Noah is exhausted. It was so hyped.
Against all odds, the VSPO team managed to win the extremely close game 2. I was so hyped and proud of them when this happened, I actually started tearing up.
I did. I actually teared up, like, for real.
Unfortunately,
I get emotional when I see these, like, success stories like this.
Game 3 ended up being a loss, and indeed, every single VSPO team would be defeated in this VSPO showdown. However, this Game 2 victory on Day 2 was an incredible moment where these determined underdog warriors went above and beyond, pushing themselves beyond their limits.
She's so exhausted. She was so exhausted after that second game.
Against opponents that, by design, were much stronger. Of course, all VSPO members are competitive warriors, and when they go down like warriors. But this victory was particularly special in a way that can only be achieved when the odds are stacked against you. And
yes, this is my point. Okay, let's talk about Showdown. I want to talk about this in particular. I know that there were a lot of strong feelings related to VSPO Showdown. I know it did not sit very well that, you know, with a lot of people, that VSPO members were all just getting crushed. That maybe management shouldn't put VSPO against strong opponents like that. But I think it's fine, right? Because it's a challenge, right? The whole point of this is that it was supposed to be a challenge to test their limits, right? So yes, of course we want to see VSPO members win. We want to, but like, you know, it's not fun if they're winning all the time, right? Because if they never get challenged, then I feel like they never improve, right? It's because they are getting challenged that they end up being forced to improve and get better and stronger, right? You could say, well, but you can also achieve that with people that are of your skill. But I actually think it's very healthy to also go above stronger opponents than you every once in a while, you know? You know? They win a strong one, it's a special, yeah. The first showdown, to be fair, it was more balanced, right? But I do think this was a good idea to challenge how far they could go. Like, that second round in the League of Legends, you know, Day 2, the reason why that feeling of victory was so good was because they were the underdogs, right? It was amazing, it was great. I think there's a big appeal in like cheering for the underdog, and hey, even if they don't win, at least they gave it their best shot, you know? They got to shine, trying their best, right? And if they do win, it's amazing. Like, holy shit, they actually won, right? I wouldn't mind seeing more challenges like this every once in a while, you know? I think management had a good idea here. I actually support management in this decision. Hoshi said it was his idea fully. I agree with him. I think this is good. I think it's good for VSPO members to be challenged with stronger opponents every once in a while. It will make them better. It will make them better players. Because that's the best way to improve. Again, they are competitive warriors. This is what competitive players have to go up against, right? This was good. And you can see, you can tell when you look at VSPO's the day 2 team, the day 1 team too, honestly, all the teams. You know, you compare them. The first time they started practicing compared to, you know, the tournament day, they were much better. They were much better. I remember there was this one combo that Saine and Tsuna were trying to do, where the Oriana Nocturne ultimate combo, right? They were struggling to do it for a while, but then they managed to pull it off. They even did it in the tournament day. That was so cool. So I think this is good. Management, please don't be demoralized. It was a good idea. Go for it again if you want to next year. It's good. It challenges the members. They can still shine. There's still beauty to be found even in defeat, you know? It's the beauty of trying your best. Trying to surpass your limits. I'll talk about this again once we get to the Hanabi episode, because I need to talk about this again in the context of the V-Saikyo season, Street Fighter V-Saikyo Act 1. Where I think it's another good example of that, of Hanabi trying to push herself beyond her limits, fighting Kisaragi Ren. Raymond lose their first match against Royal Academy to cheer for a win. You need to see them lose first. Exactly. Okay, we'll have a lot of Inazuma 11 references once we get to the Hanabusa Lisa episode, because that one is going to be full of them, especially in the music. I'm going to be using Inazuma 11 BGM for the Lisa episode, because she's a big fan. She's a big fan of it. The rich normie in the esports group. But she proved her valor. She proved her valor. She's a warrior. It's this moment. If you guys go back to the POV of Hanabi in the very final matches between her and Ren in the finals, it was very beautiful. Everyone was like wishing her the best, and she was like smiling, like, you know, she's gonna do her best. And then once she gets off the call, the smile is gone. She's like, you know, breathing, deep breaths. She's clearly nervous. She clearly knows, like, she's going up against Ren, who's like really strong. Her senpai, who's really strong. The strongest participant in the season 1 of the Street Fighter V Psychos, right? She was nervous, but she was gonna try her very best. Round 1, really hard. She got crushed really hard. But round 2, when things were looking really tough, she managed to take the round. She won the round. You know, she was even saying, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. You know, it was beautiful. When I saw her say that, you know, when she was winning and not giving up to the very end. She still has a chance. She believes in herself, you know. She might have lost in the end. But that really it made a very big impression in me. You know, that kind of passion is something I respect a lot. You know, I think she has the heart of a warrior, you know? That was the moment where I was like, Kyun, Kanabi makes my heart beat. Makes my heart throb. She's cute. I like Hanabi a lot.
While VSPO Showdown 2026
So even though she lost, she was extremely beautiful in that moment.
resulted in a complete VSPO defeat, I believe it was an important showing of VSPO's tenacity, competitive valor, grace even in defeat, and the willingness to continue challenging themselves further and further. And for
It's also kinda emotional though, because if you look at Ren's POV, something tells me that Ren was extremely happy to face Hanabi in the finals. Because again, you look this now in Ren's POV, it's like here she is in the finals of the first Street Fighter V Psycho tournament. She's playing her main game. You know, after many years of not having a main game, and she even considering graduating VSPO because she didn't feel like she fit in because she's not as good as the others. But then she finds Street Fighter and she finds a game where she can thrive. And after that, she starts promoting Street Fighter to the other members. And then she finally gets two kohais, you know, Hanabi and Mocha, two kohais that are Street Fighter specialists, you know. Ren was the one that paved the way for them to get in. And from then on, Ren would be like their mentor, you know, the one that would guide them in VSPO. She was always collaborating with them, always there. Something tells me that Ren was extremely happy, you know, extremely happy to be able to face Hanabi in the finals there. You know, the kohai that she got, that she paved the way to get into VSPO. You know, the one that she's been mentoring all the time. I don't know, it makes me kind of emotional to think about that. I think Ren was extremely happy about that. Ren is always eager to teach others about Street Fighter. She loves the game a lot. So it was a very beautiful final.
That they have my respect.
Ren watches over everyone. Yep.
Management's idea with this challenge. A true warrior shines brightest when faced with adversity. This is the glory of a samurai courageously charging to a battle they know full well they'll likely not return from. Guided by nothing but a faint glimmer of hope and a warrior's spirit. At least that's the way I see it. And lastly...
Also, by the way, let me explain the historical references because I keep putting Sanada Yukimura footage without explaining it. Okay. This is going to be really quick because we're almost at the end as well. So, Sanada Yukimura is one of the legends of the Sengoku period. Sengoku period, by the way, is this historical period in Japanese history where the entire country was like split into multiple feuding, you know, factions. Like imagine like every clan for themselves, like fighting each other for regional dominance, right? In the end, the country ends up being put at peace by Tokugawa Ieyasu. He is the third unifier. The first is Oda Nobunaga, the second is Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu is the third. Now, about Tokugawa Ieyasu, in 1615, he was sieging a castle that belonged to Toyotomi Hideyori, who was the son of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He was the heir. Ieyasu considered Hideyori as the last remaining threat to his rule, right? Sanada Yukimura was the samurai that the entire time remained loyal to the Toyotomi side of the fight. Rather than siding with the Tokugawa, like his brother did, he decided to stay loyal to the Toyotomi. And there's a lot of different, portrayals in media about this. Why did he do it? Sometimes it's done because, the Sanada clan want to divide their family in two so that no matter which side wins, one side always survives and the Sanada family gets to survive always, right? There's also the portrayal that Yukimura did not want the Age of Warriors to end, so he wanted to side with the Toyotomi to make sure the war would never end. There's many different portrayals, but generally Sanada Yukimura is well regarded as a hero, as an absolute hero of the Sengoku period. Even though, I'm going to tell you about it. So he was a Ronin for a while. He was exiled after the defeat of the Toyotomi side years before, but he came back when the Ieyasu wanted to finish the job and destroy the Toyotomi once and for all. Many Ronin from all over the country decided to come back, to come to Osaka Castle, which was the base of the Toyotomi Hideyori. And one of these Ronin was Yukimura, Sanada Yukimura. He came around and he proved himself to be one of the most experienced and best commanders in there. He did not have full control of the army. He only had control over his own men. But it was thanks to Yukimura that Osaka Castle was able to survive the first attack by the Tokugawa in 1614 in winter. He built these fortified, garrison called the Sanada Maru, the Sanada Ward, and he was able to keep the Tokugawa forces at bay with it. Basically, he was the MVP of the first invasion of Osaka Castle. And then you know, bad things happen. Unfortunately, they try to make like a peace deal, the Toyotomi and the Tokugawa side. And one of the terms of the peace deal is that the Tokugawa, the Toyotomi side needed to destroy the outward fortifications of the castle. And they did. And then the Tokugawa decided to destroy some more. So now the castle has no fortifications around it. It's just the Tenshu, like that tower, that the main tower of the castle, the Tenshu. So yeah, the castle was now vulnerable. Guess what happened during the summer of the next year? Another invasion. The Tokugawa always planned to invade. And here, the Toyotomi side is still fighting their hardest. They're basically out of the castle because they know they cannot use the castle for anything anymore. The castle is in flames by now, right? Yukimura believed, though, that they could still win. And he wanted Hideyori to come out with his forces to charge the enemy. Because, you know, the Toyotomi side was actually fighting really well. They were fighting really well against the Tokugawa side, even though they were at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, though, his suggestion was rejected. Yukimura's suggestion was rejected. Hideyori did not sally out of the castle. So Yukimura decided, all right, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna try take Ieyasu's head, and that's what happened. Yukimura, with whatever men he has left, including Mori Katsunaga, charges directly towards Tokugawa Ieyasu's main camp. You know, alone, well, not alone, with his men, but like everyone dies basically. And he gets really close to killing Ieyasu. He gets very close to him. But in the end, you know, he fails. His horse dies. He's like alone. Everyone is dead. He's exhausted. And in the end, he lets his head being taken by the warrior that appears, that finds him after that. At least that's how the story goes. Other portrayals, he just dies in battle. But that's basically it. He wanted to, if he's gonna die, you know, Choice is gonna try to take Ieyasu's head. And yeah, you know, there's this saying where it says history is written by the victors, but I find that there is a lot of context where that is just not true, because, you know, usually the defeated side tends to be portrayed in a negative light, right? But from what I've seen in samurai history, that does not happen that much. Because Yukimura is one of the most romanticized samurai in samurai history, right? Even though he lost, his side lost, right? But he's still romanticized a lot and considered like one of the greatest heroes of the Sengoku period. He was known as Japan's finest soldier, even. For his loyalty towards the Toyotomi side and, you know, keeping this warrior spirit with him to the very end, even though he knew he would die, right? And he died, but he's remembered as a hero. And there's many other like samurai like him in the Sengoku period. So yeah, that's the context. This is why I'm using like Yukimura a lot in as a reference when I talk about like this warrior spirit, or where you do your very best, even if you lose, even if you know the odds are stacked against you. But it's part of a warrior spirit, of a samurai spirit, to just try your best to win, no matter what, no matter the disadvantage. You know, whether that is done just from sheer, you know, warrior valor, or like using your smarts to try and, you know, smarts and deception to try and outsmart your opponent, doesn't matter. But the point is, they always try their best. They're always trying their hardest to win, one way or another, be it with valor or with smarts. Yeah. You find him for the Tokugawa side, Neo. Yes, because in Neo, you are playing as William Adams, and William Adams was part of the Tokugawa side in history. He's a boss in the DLC. Yep. Yeah, in Neo, you play as William Adams, the foreign samurai. He was an Englishman who became a samurai. He was an advisor to Tokugawa Ieyasu. Okay, let's stop the tangent. I explained the reason why I keep using Yukimura as like as the symbol of like samurai or warrior spirit when I'm talking about like VSPO, and like even if the odds are stacked against you, you still do your best. You still try and fight hard. Because I think he's a good example.
June 26th, Noah's team would be victorious in the 6th Overwatch Crazy Raccoon Cup. This tourney wasn't in the script originally, but I should have expected that someone who wins a lot could win again at any moment. So that's another win for the pile. And there you have it. Kurumi Noah's very extensive competitive history. Likely the
warrior who never backs down even when it's doomed to fall. Yes. There is like this myth where every single samurai needs to commit seppuku whenever they're like losing or something. That's not true. A lot of samurai chose not to commit seppuku. A lot of samurai would rather die in battle than commit seppuku. It really depends. And there were many that also chose to live to fight another day. Many that would retreat because they would rather win next time, right? It really depends. But they're all still like remembered as like great warriors, all of them, like all these examples, you know, be it Otani Yoshitsugu who committed seppuku, be it Yukimura who fought to the end, or be it, you know, someone like Ieyasu who had these times where he retreated and, you know, he was able to survive and win next time. Like Mika Takahara, the Battle of Mika Takahara was one of his greatest defeats, and he chose to retreat, and he would be the one to have the last laugh in the end.
Longest of all in this VSPO Spotlight series. Since her debut all the way to this video's making, Noah has...
That is a lot of wins. So yeah, I forgot to mention the VCC Apex second here. I mentioned it in the Uruha video, but I forgot to mention it here. Yeah, that's another big win. And then there's the Kasen-Con Day 3. There was a league show match, and she won. Noah won. Noah's team won. It was on Twitch, so the VOD is gone, but it is recorded in other places. Yeah, so it's 19 victories right now. It would be 20 if I counted Minecraft, because she also won a VCC Minecraft, but I don't count Minecraft competitions, because Minecraft is not a competitive game, so it's 19, for my count at least. In Neo, I really hate Date Shigezane boss fight. It's like his boss fight for almost a day. I haven't played Neo completely. I know most of the game because I used to watch a playthrough and I used to watch a friend that was playing it. I had a playthrough on the channel, but I kind of stopped it because on stream, playing it on stream is not as fun because there's too much like inventory management. But it's nice. It's nice. I do like samurai games a lot. That's why I'm so addicted to Nobunaga's Ambition.
Held up a staggering 18 tournament and event win.
Yeah, this is like an insane repertoire of victories that Noah has. Again, second place is Ichinose with 15. So that's crazy. I wonder how many more she's gonna get.
The biggest amount in all.
Of course, I had to put the Apex V Psycho Season 5, you know, in higher letters because I think that was like such a great win.
Of VSPO. Though she has experienced many defeats, she will push through all hardships, no matter how tough. And as the most victorious member, it is easy to see why she is considered one of the agency's top gamers. Noah exudes within her one of the brightest fires of competition in the entirety of the VTuber world. She is ambitious, yet honorable, and always looking to improve her skills further and further. And for that, she has gotten the admiration of many from both her audience and fellow VSPO members alike. Hers is truly a fire that kindles the warrior spirit within others. So look to the sky and follow her lead, because when Noah takes flight, you may just witness the majesty of a radiant
final
dawn.
compilation. And an ace to finish it.
On the next
There we
episode,
go.
we'll observe the clever Tosaki
Mimitaya will be next. Maybe next year, if everything goes right. We might be, you know, rewatching the Mimitaya spotlight. Maybe. But yeah, Noah. She's definitely one of the members that I've watched the most. I like to watch her solo grinds every once in a while. Because I enjoy that kind of content. And she was the one that made me interested in VSPO the first time. For the very first time when I got to know about VSPO. Definitely one of my Oshi candidates. Again, I don't have a VSPO Oshi because I like them all, but she's among my Oshi candidates for sure. I like her quite a lot. But yeah, that was it. I managed to finish right around the same time as yesterday. Look at that, I yap a lot. This probably would have been way faster if I didn't yap so much. But again, it's part of the appeal. It's part of the experience, you know? I mean, think about it. If I didn't yap, what would be the point of the stream, man? Am I right? Am I right? But yeah, this was fun. I like yapping about VSPO and VTubing in general, but especially the JP side, because the esports side, because you usually don't tend to see that much discussion about the JP esports scene. And I'd like to see more discussion about it. I'd like to see more discussion. So hopefully, here's to good things in the future. Hopefully. Alright. I guess this is goodbye. Thank you guys for coming. Anyone that joined us, anyone who may watch the VOD. Thank you guys for coming. Happy anniversary to the VSPO Spotlight. And hopefully we'll be here next year for more. Hopefully. VSPO love. Sweet dreams. And ending.